What would you do if there was a child right in front of you, sitting all alone, crying in pain from hunger, near death from sickness? And what if all you had to do was reach into your pocket and pull out 50 cents to save that child's life? This is that child, and this is that moment. Go online and join UNICEF with your $15 monthly gift.
Listen up, here's a story to tell by HenryResilient, ringing the streaming bell. Covering Power Rangers drama, making waves. But there's a millionaire find Brent with his own raves. Brent's got deep pockets, living the high life, but he's finding for ASJ causes some strife. Friends don't like him, they throw shade and they jeer, but Henry stays focused, making his own tier. HenryResilient, streaming through the night. Covering Ranger drama, shining so bright. Brent's a millionaire, but the fans say nay. Henry's the star, leading the way. With every episode, every Power Ranger. With every episode, every Power Rangers view. Henry's on point, setting the mood. Brent might have money, but Henry's got heart. Streaming the drama, playing the parts. Fans may hate, critics may shout, but HenryResilient, he knows what it's about. Covering the drama, telling the tales, streaming live, setting the scales. HenryResilient, streaming through the night. Covering the drama, telling the tales, streaming live, setting the scales. Henry the drama, shining so bright. Brent's a millionaire, but the fans say nay. Henry's the star, leading the way. So here's the Henry, the streaming king, covering Power Rangers, doing his thing. Brent might be rich, but Henry's the champ, streaming the drama, making it snap. So here's to Henry, streaming king, covering Power Rangers, doing his thing.
Austin St. John, making moves in the game. Quotes on my shirt, setting hearts aflame. HenryResilient, always in my way, but with Brent's support, we gon' seize the day.
So here's to the journey, the highs and the lows. With Brent by my side, the world's our next show.
Austin St. John, making history in the making. With quotes on my shirts, there's no mistaking. Haters gonna hate, that's the name of the tune, but I'm focused on my grind, under the moon. Brent the millionaire, he's got my back. Together we rise, never gonna lack. Henry streams, trying to tarnish my name, but I'm staying true, playing my own game. With positivity and hustle, I'll clear my name. Austin St. John, rising above the fame. Austin St. John, making moves in the game. Quotes on my shirt, setting hearts aflame. HenryResilient, always in my way, but with Brent's support, we gon' seize the day.
In a digital world where stories unfold, there's a streamer named Henry, brave and bold. With Power Rangers drama, he takes the stage, captivating his audience, turning the page. April 2's in her excitement so clear, Cheyenne's laughter echoing, drawing near. Dust Productions watches in our delight, but lurking in shadows, Brent's always inside. HenryResilient, streaming the fight. Power Rangers drama, lighting up the night. April, Cheyenne, Dust, and Brent too. In the world of online, they find something true. April sends bits with a cheer and a shout. Giant sends emojis, her favorite sound. Does productions, comments always on point, adding to the drama, setting the joint. But Brent's in the chat, stirring the pot, disliked by many. He gives it a lot, trolling and teasing, trying to provoke. But Henry's resilient.
Are you threatening me with violence?
Head into the drama, setting the joint. But Brent's in the chat, stirring the pot, disliked by many. He gives it a lot, trolling, teasing, trying to provoke. But Henry's resilient, never will he choke. Setting the joint. But Brent's in the chat, stirring the pot, disliked by many. He gives it a lot, trolling and teasing, trying to provoke. But
let's go to the Push It Rangers. Let's go, it's Friday.
What's a hero in a suit of green? Hector David lived a childhood dream, fighting monsters,
Pirate Bell
saving
with
the
that
day.
clip.
But now he's taking a darker way.
Sean, what
Used to be a
up?
Power Ranger brave. Now his actions leave a trail to pave.
Rudy,
Pushed an old man down to
Angel
the
Pest, I
ground.
see ya.
A hero lost, a villain found. From the bright lights to a shadow sin, the world's watching, won't let him win. Hector David, turn yourself in, face the truth, let justice begin. Henry Resilience on your trail, expose the lies, lift the veil. Turn yourself in, it's time to pay for the wrongs you did that day. Henry screams, seeking out the truth, unveiling secrets, no need for proof. Justice calls and the chase is on. A hero fallen, where did it go wrong? Every stream, every word he shares brings the truth to light, no one spares. Hector's deeds once hidden, known.
Matt's still alive, let's go.
From the bright lights to a shadow sin,
Where
the
we at,
world's
where we at?
watching, won't
Stay
let him
resilient,
win.
bitch.
From the bright lights to a shadow sin, the world's watching, won't let him win. Hector David, turn yourself in.
Turn yourself
Face the
in,
truth,
ninja.
let justice begin. Henry Resilience on your trail. Expose the
my man Patrick
lies,
Sky up in
lift
the
the
chat.
veil. Turn yourself in, it's time to pay for the wrongs you did that day. Heroes rise and sometimes fall, but redemption awaits, it calls. Take the step, admit the crime, find
Let's
your peace,
go.
redeem in time. Once a hero, now a man. Face your past, take a stand. Justice calls, don't run away. Hector David, make things right today.
I need a
What
Siemens
would you
option
do
for
if there was a
both.
child right in front of you,
You can see
sitting
the
all
results.
alone, crying in
Eric, what
pain
up?
from hunger,
John
near
C.
death from sickness? And what if all you had to do was reach into your
People
pocket
bullying me and
and
shit
pull
in the
out
song.
50 cents to save that child's life? This is that
Oh,
child,
man. Oh, my
and this
goodness.
is that moment. Go online and join UNICEF with your $15 monthly gift.
All right, y'all want one more song or y'all want me to start the stream? One more or start the stream? Do y'all want one more or start the stream? I don't know. I'm in a good mood. It's Friday. It's the weekend.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend,
One
nigga?
more. One more. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Let's go.
Yo,
Marlene said one more. Blue Baron
yo,
said
it's
one more.
Resilient. I'm here to spill the tea. Streaming all the drama, got eyes on the scene. Exposed to the truth, yeah, I'm calling them out. Power Ranger secrets, no shadow of a doubt.
6 hour stream,
Karen
Mike.
Ashley, she played the Yellow Ranger, raised cash for her movies, and now she's a stranger. Heavy global funds, straight up disappeared. Says left hanging, dreams interfere. Walter Jones, he was Zach on the screen. Stole money from a fan, man, that's just a scene. Off the same job with Ranger in the flame. PvP loans to cash and rental.
Henry Resilient, I'm shining the light.
It's my
In the
jam.
drama, I'm ready to fight. Power Ranger secrets, I'm bringing the heat. Exposing the lies, can't handle defeat.
Yeah, I got my eyes wide.
Open. Oh,
If they
I
mess
got
up,
my
there's
whole
nowhere to
lyrics.
hide. Kevin Walter Austin, all in the mix.
man.
But I'm resilient, steady catching these tricks. From ego schemes to PPP lies, I'm the truth teller. I'm covering the disguise. Science deserve
Hey, all
better.
y'all 6
They
hours
deserve
in the
facts.
stream,
And Henry
people.
Resilient got the facts.
Uh-oh.
I'm on the grind every day, every
ain't
night.
doing that.
Streaming the truth,
That's
keeping
done.
it tight.
That's over.
Rangers in the wall, they better beware. Cameras on the case, justice in the air.
Resilient, I'm shining the light. Streaming the drama, I'm ready to fight. Power Ranger secrets, I'm bringing the heat. Exposing the lies, can't handle defeat.
From the moving grid to the real life
scandal.
scandal, I'm the truth bringer. Too hot to handle. Kevin took the funds, Walter took the cash, Austin took the loans, all in a flash. I'm resilient, it's in my name. Exposing the lies, it's more than a game. Power Rangers
my
legacy, I'm
God,
holding
man.
it tight. For the fans out there, I'm bringing the light.
Henry Resilient, I'm shining the light. Streaming the drama, I'm ready to fight. Power Ranger secrets, I'm bringing the heat. Exposing the lies, can't handle defeat.
Oh, no. That was it. Let's go. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me on this Friday night. Give yourself a round of applause. High energy. You know what I'm saying? Spam some hearts. Woo! All right. How's everybody doing? How y'all doing tonight? Big stream tonight. Big. When I say big, I'm talking big. Like Beyonce, big ego, big. It's gonna be a lot of information, guys. You know, the most important love is self-love. We gonna talk about this Magic Wand Plus, you know what I'm saying? Because Self-Love Friday, yeah, I know. The women like, whoa, Henry, whoa. Women in the chat like, whoa, what's that? What's going on? I'm like, hey, you know the vibes. You know the vibes when you see that shit. When you hear that, you know, they like, nah, I ain't going with the batteries, you know what I'm saying? I'm not swapping the batteries out no more. I'm not doing that. We plugging it in now. All right. Anyway, let me give a shout out to my man Matt Fisher. You know what I'm saying?
Acknowledge me.
He got his own soundbite now. You know what I'm saying? We got to put some respect on his name. Give me a second. Where we at?
Stay resilient, bitch.
You know what I'm saying? Stay resilient. Matt Fisher says surgery went well. BY, the shut wasn't in that long? Like, what? Wait, Matt, what
did he say?
what is that? Hey, he could still be high on drugs, guys. He could still be high on drugs, but he says, thank you, everyone. All right, we happy Matt alive. We happy the bell didn't get rung on his ass. You know what I'm saying? We happy. The Undertaker is at bay. It did not collect its soul. Okay. But shout out to Matt Fisher. Shout out to Laura, you know what I'm saying?
Love of my life.
Hugs to our favorite cult leader. Hugs and love to everyone. Was sick, but I'm here. Life is good. Let's go, Laura. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Big hugs to Laura. Matt Fisher, he not playing.
Stay resilient, bitch.
He said, hey, yo, Dre, drop the link. No diggity, no doubt. Oh, and Fairy Todd, cam up, man. Fairy Todd, I know you watching, brother. I know you watching. It's hard, you know. Once you get on that Henry, it's hard to quit, man. It's really hard out here to quit. You got a Ninja watch. You like, I kind of want to type in the chat, but I can't. I get it. It's okay though, you know. There is a support group out there. I'm sorry. There is a support group out there with a bunch of other people who addicted, but they can't type in the chat for whatever reason. We wish them well. We call them the Ninja Watchers. Oh, snap. I think, look, man, I think we need to go to the Shrine of Henry for a second. Can we go to the Shrine of Henry for a second? Like, shout out to everyone. Put a 1 if you're in the Discord. Put a 1 if you are in Discord, okay? If you in Discord. Let's go through the Shrine of Henry, you know what I'm saying? Put a 1 if you in Discord. We know chat like, hey, 1. I'm looking at all y'all ninjas. Hey man, that's where it's all at, man. Discord be popping. We be getting on VC, you know what I'm saying? But let's go to the Shrine of Henry. Let's go to it. Drinking the Kool-Aid is mandatory. Being a zombie is also mandatory. Shout out to all my resilient zombies out there, you know what I'm saying? But there's a clip I want. Here we go, right here. This might be one of my favorites. I don't know what I was doing when I was making this shit, y'all. I was in my bag. I was in my bag. Oh man, I was in my bag. Hey, we know about the cult leader, you know what I'm saying? We know about the rules too. Like, don't make me bring out the 10 commandments on that ass, you know what I'm saying? You see them right here. We must obey by these or deal with strict and swift consequences. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you know, sometimes you got to post the rules, you know what I'm saying? Brent never getting that refund, son. Hey, yeah. Yeah, that's a truthful statement, man. That's a truthful statement. That's just dunzo. You know, this was the PSA chat I still don't know the meaning behind this, but I got to study it one day. You know, TJ Lawrence always trolling me, man. He be trolling me. He trolling me. Once you in the cult, you never leave. And if you leave, you block and unblock and still DM the members, explaining to them why you left like anyone cares. Goddamn. Oh, no. Look, man. I don't even be in Discord like that, man. I don't be in it. Now look, these ninjas be trolling.
Say his name and
they trying to get me clapped on the goddamn. They trying to get me clickety clap.
I believe in Joe Henry.
They trying to get me clapped out here early up in here, man. Like what? Look, man, I don't be even watching wrestling, man. Like they calling me Joe Hendry or whatever. Look, man, I don't know about any of this. Like what? Like what? They didn't look, man. Y'all believe in Henry or Joe Hendry? Why they got me with my mouth open? That's the picture Aisha used to use of me and shit. Like, man, man, I would love to play it, but I can't. But I think here's the clip. Is this the clip? What's this? What is this? What clip is this? You're smoking dope right now. Oh yeah. Hey, all y'all here, y'all probably smoking dope, man. I'm just giving some shine to the people who be contributing to the whatchamacallit. My goodness. How they snap this picture of Brent and ASJ? What does it say? Government reimbursement funds. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Oh man. Oh God. We recently got this battle going on. Drew, as you in here, did you learn your lesson, my friend? Did you learn that goddamn lesson? If not, we're gonna have to have Brent sit down and teach you some more. What else we got in here? This is RIP to my old chair, guys. It's gone. It's gone. It's not actually gone. It's like in my daughter playroom. She's like, I want that chair, Daddy. I'm like, you sure? She like, yeah, I want it. Can I have it? I'm like, okay. What else we got in here? I mean, what's this? What is this? What do we have here? Henry Court, a place where you are welcome. Join the fun. Hey, man. Hey.
Where the white women at?
All right. Enough of that. Let me acknowledge some more people.
Acknowledge me.
What does my man Matt Fisher say? He says, praise be Henry who rang the bell on the Power Ranger sword. For us, he who sacrificed himself. Stop, pudgy pig. Yeah. All right. Now let me show y'all some proof proof of life before we get into the self-love story. You know, it's been a lot of crime going on. A lot of crime. I'm getting distracted. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting distracted. Let's go to some stories. As we all know, you know, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. Hold on. Someone's saying read their Insta message. Ninja, I replied. I'm pretty sure I replied to you. Dude, I get so many Insta messages. I probably get about 10 a day. I probably get about 10 a day. Hold on, let me look. I gotta check my DMs. Matt, like, hey, did you get my goddamn DM? I'm like, Matt, did you see me respond? Cause I'm like 1,000% sure I responded. What's your name again on Insta? You know, y'all didn't just be changing y'all name. Y'all be like Matt Fisher on Instagram. I mean, on YouTube, and be like Food for Life on Instagram. I'll be like, bro, how'd you get that shit? Anyway, what does he say? Henry, being serious for a second. Did you my Insta message? Bro, I'm pretty sure like send it again so it pops up fresh. Send it right now. I normally don't do this. I normally don't do this, but anyway, while we wait on this, whoa. I see that ain't from you. That's from somebody else. I'm going through, man. Let me check. Oh, there you go, Matt. Oh, his name is Matt Fisher. Look, I answered and this ninja responded. Hey, sir. Yeah. I responded, ninja. You seen that? You should have seen it. Like, we need people to get their eyes checked around here. All right. Anyway, let's see. Like saw it. Okay. Now look at this, man. Look at this. I swear. Hey, at least he's super chat. I appreciate the generosity, man. I really do, sincerely. Now, I typically don't get political, but today, it's not about me, okay? I don't usually get political, but we have to do something, okay? Because this election is very important. And it's not just important for us, okay? We have to think about not ourselves, but we have to think about other people, our neighbor, okay? Our neighbor's neighbor, and maybe a special friend. Okay, so look, I don't get political, but this group of people wanted me to put out their message. It could be life or death. In the arms of the angel. Now look, I typically don't. Now, who you vote for is who you vote for, but this group, I think they are a protected class of people, have casted who they are endorsing for 2024. And I'm not telling you got to rock with them, but you know, there's some real horror stories out here. Look, we heard them. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs, okay? I think this is out in Springfield, Ohio, so they could be out in Ohio, okay? I don't know when this rally was advertised. I don't know when it was advertised, but Haitians ate my mom. I know. I'm stupid. Don't worry about it. Anyway, shout out to all the people watching. This is going to be a lot of crime, okay? A lot of crime. A lot of unfortunate things. As I said, a face is a horrible thing to waste. And shout out to this woman, you know, she upgraded herself.
Mira, yo a María Félix, lo único que tengo que decir es que fue la mujer más bella que existió en México, la que nos representó en todo el mundo, la que nos llevó, que nos dio a conocer a
Please say something nice.
Todos los mexicanos por su belleza, por su inteligencia, porque era un...
I don't speak whatchamacallit. I'm hoping it's a mask, but it's looking pretty real.
Una mujer muy inteligente y muy bella.
I'm just saying, I know somebody gonna hit that. They gonna kiss it face to face. They gonna kiss it face to face. They're gonna be tonguing her down.
Mira, yo a María Félix, lo único que tengo que decir es que fue la mujer más bella.
Oh man, now look, you looking like, well, that used to be this. That used to be this. You know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, guys. You don't know. She killing it out there, literally. She killing it. Killing it. Pause. I'm just saying, por qué? No habla español, señorita. Look, I'm just reporting the news. And as we know, Diddy is out here doing Diddy things, but Ninjas is at Costco wilding. They at Costco wilding.
Last thing before we leave. I'm a fan of your videos. I was just wondering if you could spit in my mouth.
No.
Hey, yo,
Sorry.
what the fuck?
That is.
What did he say?
Bro, y'all ninjas can't be walking up to strangers asking them to spit in your mouth. Like, what the hell?
It doesn't hurt to ask, but sorry.
What?
Yep.
He said this with a straight face. Whose man is this? Whose man is this? Please, please, please tell me.
Last thing before we leave. I'm a fan of your videos. I was just wondering if you could spit in my mouth.
Yo, he was serious. Look, he ain't smiling. He not smirking. He ain't wavering. He like, can you spit in that mouth though? Can you give me a little bit of tua in the mouth? Hey, y'all ninjas is weird, man. Ninjas is weird. All right, I think we got one more story, and then we can get into our first story of the evening. Since we are talking about crime today, someone was caught today. You know what I'm saying?
Taking a closer look at a dramatic East Lubbock standoff where multiple shots.
This is the new Robocop out here, guys. This is the new model that they're rolling out. I don't know what city this is in, but this is SWAT. You guys are hostile.
Were fired and one person was injured. 39.
He threw the cover over it. It was
Felix Della
a great maneuver as he goes back into the motel.
Rosa was wanted for a parole violation. That's why officers tracked him to the hotel. But when he fired shots, they called in the Lubbock County SWAT team. At one point, we saw and heard him fire at a bomb squad robot. Take a listen.
He pulled out the blade.
Tear gas into De La Rosa's hotel room. Initially, De La Rosa tried to fight the robot, even throwing sheets and what looked like towels at it, but that didn't stop the robot from deploying gas. We watched as De La Rosa crawled out of that window and onto the ground where the robot pinned him until officers took him into.
Damn, son, they got robots on your ass.
That nigga is guilty.
Taking a closer look.
Bruh, could you, like, why you ain't just run though? It just got tear gas, but I think SWAT was like outside, so I could see why he didn't run, but I might have ran. I might have ran. Okay, I might have ran. No, this ninja didn't post a link.
Look at a dramatic East Lubbock standoff where multiple shots were fired and one person was injured. 39-year-old Felix Della Rosa was wanted for a parole violation. That's why officers tracked him to the hotel. But when he fired shots, they called in the Lubbock County SWAT team. At one point, we saw and heard him fire at a bomb squad robot. Take a listen. It sprayed tear gas into De La Rosa's hotel room. Initially, De La Rosa tried to fight the robot, even throwing sheets and what looked like towels at it. But
bruh, if you get caught by a robot, I don't know, man. I think it might be time to give it up.
That didn't stop the robot from
We over here Johnny Five in it.
deploying gas. We watched as De La Rosa crawled out of that window and onto the ground where the robot pinned him until officers took him into custody.
Hey, at least no officers were hurt, right? No officers were hurt. Now look, man, let me we about to go to our first story, guys. We had to get the funny clips out the way. Hopefully everything is cool and Gucci. I do have footage of people at Diddy's house leaving, compliments of Matt Fisher. We're about to go to it live. Just take a look at it. I mean, we know Diddy was recently arrested for a lot of stuff, and we even got somebody defending him, believe it or not. It is what it is, but you know, this ain't the Diddy show, but we can look at some footage of people leaving Diddy house. I think we could do this.
Hold on, there's oil everywhere.
As you know, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. I believe it was Johnson & Johnson. I'm not sure if this is a sponsorship or anything that Diddy had with them, but I believe that was the exclusive baby oil supply of Puff Daddy for his freak offs. And let me warn you ninjas out there, if you engage in an intercourse, it is not a good lubricant. If you're going to use a lubricant, you want to make sure it's water based.
Oh, I split soup. It's too slippery. You go like that.
Now, I'm sure J-Lo is like, no, everyone, you know what's unfortunate about Diddy? Everyone's quiet. Everyone's quiet. They quiet as a goddamn church mouse, right? They like, I ain't saying shit. I ain't saying nothing. My name is Bennett. I ain't in it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, hold on. That's just what it is. Now, look, guys, we do encourage people to participate in self-love. Okay. They say that there is no love like self-love. And every now and then, you got to love yourself. And, you know, no judgment here for all the people who engage in self-love. You know, I do it from time to time. I'm not proud about it, but I do it, you know, when it needs to be done. Well, Amy Jo Johnson, everyone's favorite Pink Ranger. You may know her from the, you know, the hit classic. Amy Jo Johnson played the Pink Ranger. You guys know her, right? You Power Ranger fans, you've seen her before. You've seen her right here. This is Amy Jo Johnson, Pink Ranger, a lot of people's first crush. Well, she went live with this guy. And I know what you're thinking, like, Henry, what's wrong with her going live with this guy? Nothing is wrong with her going live with this guy. But some people, they noticed something. They started accusing Amy of having something in her background. It was like, Amy, what's that? What, Amy? What is that thing back there? And the messages, you know, they came in pretty hot. You know, as you see, some person was like, hey, is that the deal thing? Is that the thing they found that did? Is that what I think it is? And people were like, you know, even me at first, I was like, when they sent me the message, I was like, nah, she used like a red light thing for her face. So it's probably a red light device, man. It was like ninja. It was like, no. We not letting that red light device ish ride. Scroll down. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna scroll down. I'm like, okay, I see more pictures. I'm like, uh-oh. I'm like, I know that ain't what I know that ain't what I think it is. Amy Jo. Amy Jo, what is that? What is that?
I am a nasty woman.
Okay, so people like, yo, what is the device to your left? She never answered to my knowledge, okay? I don't think it's a shake weight. Okay, is that a microphone by her? LOL, joke. I know what that is. Lamau. I know. Ninjas in the chat like,
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Like, wait, Amy. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It's still, I mean, people saying this is a vibrator. LMAO, the vibrator. I'm like, what the hell? What? We can see the device next to you now. Look, this is right here. This is when I knew. This right here, when I saw this, I'm like, it's not looking too good. It's not looking too good. Oh, snap. Oh, man, I think I'm missing some people. I mean, even Eric Porchel, like, hey, 784, I see ya, Amy Jo. Like, I see you, Amy. You see her, Eric? You see her, Eric? Eric's here like, yeah, I see her. She laughing. You know, look, this is petty ASF. This is a Resilient Army member right here. She like, the vibrator. I'm like, what the hell? Look, the comment section is bananas. Bananas. The comment section was going crazy, but maybe she didn't read the comments. You know, what happens is when people live stream, They not like me. They not like looking at 3-4 screens and stuff. You know, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens up. They not like boom, 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 boom. They not like that. You know what I'm saying? They not like that. Eric saw. Oh, he said 784 dildo. He corrected me. Diddy had, I guess, 784 of something like this at his place, and everyone is going in. So I was like, look, man, let me look this up. I mean, people asking about what's on her forehead. Pause. I mean, she's just having a good time. She's just having a good time. Well, she's just having a good time. So then, right? So then I get on Amazon and I'm like, wait. I'm like, wait. This is the authentic Magic Wand Massager Plus HV 265 vibrator plug-in variable speed with flexible neck, soft silicone head, and ultra powerful motor deep. I'm like, now here's the thing, right? There's a commercial, I believe, with this thing. The commercial. Like,
you might say the Magic Wand.
Now listen to this commercial, and this is not an advertisement, okay? This is not me telling you to go out and buy the product that Amy Jo has.
Plus is a bit of
this is me like, listen to the wording of this. Just listen to the wording, guys. Is this safe for YouTube? Shit, I hope so.
An overachiever, offering reliable and continuous.
It's a deep tissue massager. It should be safe. It just pulsate. You know what I'm saying? If you a bodybuilder, you know, bodybuilders got this. You know what I'm saying?
Plug-in power. It also boasts enhanced features like a soft silicone head.
Ooh, got that soft silicone head for you.
Multiple speeds and intuitive push button controls.
Someone says she a freaky girl. Yeah.
I am a nasty woman.
I'm sure this is just a slip, right?
Magic Wand has been recommended by experts for over 50 years. Of course.
Now, all the people who got to meet her be like, yo, what's that? What is that Magic Wand for?
The Magic Wand.
I know people like Janara, like, I don't need that toy.
Plus, delivers the brand's trusted quality, signature size and shape, and powerful rumbly vibrations that have
the vibrations
won the hearts of millions.
Thank you, Sudoku player. I appreciate the generosity, man. But you ain't freaky, huh? It's flexible, so you can, you know what I'm saying? FDA approved. 1-year warranty.
Magic Wand has been the symbol of independence, power, and pleasure since 1968.
What? What the hell? The Cadillac of, oh my God. They're not even being subtle about it. Normally people say, hey, this is a great muscle relaxer for you guys. This is a great muscle relaxer. But shout out to the Cadillac and all its owners. But look, man, look, it's not
the
me.
Magic Wand Plus.
It's not me. I didn't tell her to do this. Is hers. This is look, she yucking it up. Where's the picture where you catch her? There it go right there. Look. But you know, we love Amy Jo over here. I'm sure she just using it for muscle relaxation, guys. I'm sure it's just for muscle relaxation. You know, you got a Charlie horse and you want to like buff it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I mean, you've been working out. It is what it is. It is what it is. But what do you guys think of Amy Jo and her muscle relaxer, deep tissue massager? Just casually next to the bed, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's still up on her channel, but shout out to Amy Jo. Like, subscribe. I'll see you next video. Peace. Bro. Look, guys, initially I didn't believe it. I did not believe it. I was like, nah, she not like that. She not just gonna have it out. She not, that's what she not gonna do. She not just gonna have the thing out, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, here is my my muscle relaxer. You know what I'm saying? She just not gonna have it like that. She just not. I know she not. Anywho, moving right along. My man, where my knife? I got a little package in the mail, you know what I'm saying? Little something. Somebody mailed me something. I'm gonna open it live. I did not whatchamacallit, I haven't opened it yet, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to I ain't gonna say the knife I use. They not paying me to promo. But if you saw it, like, this is low key the market employee. Anywho, let me get it up. And salute to the people who be mailing me stuff, sending me stuff to my P.O. box. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all for real. Now, let's get to it. Shout out to my man, my guy, friend of the show, longtime member of the Resilient Army. I didn't even know he's a member of the Resilient Army, right? So, what he sent me, like, oh man, I think I might have to open this, you know what I'm saying? Rise of the Dragon. This is number 2. And if you don't know who I got it from, you like, well, who the hell did you get it from? Our guy, none other than Patrick Sky, everybody. Patrick Sky, friend of the show, one of the best, I guess he might be one of the top cosplayers. You can see him at like Ranger Stop, Power Morphicon, Green Ranger. He debuted his Eric Reed Legend of the White Dragon, you know what I'm saying? I think he's the first person with this joint, you know what I'm saying? But shout out to our guy Patrick Sky. And let's give it some shine. Let's open it up. I don't got time to read it today per se because we got to get to this Ricardo Medina stuff. But I am about to pop this joint open because he has sent me a copy. Now, the crazy thing is, I'm going to let y'all know right now. The hard copy is sold out. But I got on good authority that he is going to be making another run for it. But the digital, I believe is available. If I'm not mistaken. You got to go to his links because he's selling it on Etsy. You know what I'm saying? Physical copy is sold out. Like, god damn, man. Goddamn. But you know, hey, it's solid. It's solid. Let me give it his just due. You know what I'm saying? We read it. We read like episode 1 on the first time it came out. So if Patrick Sky is up in this bitch, you know, be kind to your mind. The production is dope. Pages feel solid. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm gonna rip it, but I gotta protect it from my daughter. So go support your boy Patrick Sky. All right, go support him, like him, support. And there we go. Now, as far as the show going, let me see. I see we got some super chats up in here. You know what I'm saying? Got some super chats. Hold up. Give me a second. Hello. Yes, love you. Night night. Okay, love you. Night night. I love it when my daughter out having fun and she hit me up because she don't be wanting to talk at all. Now let her be at home alone doing nothing. She like, Daddy, I want to talk. Is that a comic book? Yes, it's 100% a comic book. Go check it out. Rise of the Dragon, issue number 2. Support your boy Patrick Sky. Now let me acknowledge some people. Acknowledge me. Shout out to my guy, The Answer 06. We know who wasn't at the Diddy freak off. I mean, who wasn't at it? Who was not at the Diddy freak off? I don't know, man. I don't think Amy Jo was there. I don't think she was there. But anyway, we ain't here to talk about Diddy. Not yet. Let's get into some Ricardo Medina. So as you know, when I say I have so much stuff of Ricardo Medina, I'm not playing, guys. When I tell you I got the juice, I got everything. And when I say everything, I'm not just talking like, I got to figure out where I'm going to put this. Let's put this right here. So here is the interrogation, right? The interrogation. Look how it starts off. I mean, I cut it up for the channel, you know what I'm saying?
Your girlfriend say you're an actor years ago? Mm-hmm. What'd you do?
Bunch of shows.
What'd you do?
Power Rangers.
And what'd you do there? What'd you do in that show?
I was an actor on the show. I was one of the Rangers.
You were one of the Rangers? Mm-hmm. The actual Rangers? Mm-hmm. And did you know martial arts for that show?
I know we got 51 minutes to get through that. So it's going to be as 51 minutes of that. We also have literally, we're going to start right here with it. Whoop. Sorry. I'm over here scrolling through everything. I didn't mess up my starting part. The witness statement of the girlfriend who was there that was taken that night. So we have her witness statement. We have a lot of witness statements. We have the audio, but we're not going to just jump to the end, guys. We got to build this thing up because Ricardo Medina's story. Oh my goodness. Let me just build it up. Let me build it up for you. I'm sure you guys don't mind if I build it up. Let me make sure I got all my tabs in order because it's a lot. It's a lot. When I tell you it's a lot, I mean, it get there. All right. So anywho, with that out the way, are y'all ready for the Ricardo Medina? Now it's long. We got 51 minutes of his interrogation. We got a couple interviews. We got a couple little fun things. You know what I'm saying? Like he lived a freaky life. I wouldn't say a freaky life, but women loved. Women could not keep their hands off this ninja. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look, that's not that. But right here, yeah, I'm saying, I know. Where the white women at? I know. But anyway, we'll get to all of this. But for starters, let's start with his first interview, which ironically, this was evidence. And if you guys don't know who Ricardo Medina is, he is the Power Ranger who was accused of killing his roommate. But he was not he did not wake up that day with murder on the mind, if you will. He wasn't like, hey, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take out my roommate. He was not that guy. But anyway, before we get to that, let's talk about Austin St. John. I know everything is set up there. Everything is ready to go for Ricardo Medina. But let's talk about Austin St. John. The conversation came up recently where Austin St. John is accused of blurring the lines to make it seem like he was in the military and rarely corrects people. So the only way that you can get Austin St. John to say he was not a part of the military is you have to ask him directly. And someone caught on to that. They caught on to it. And when they caught on to it, it's like, look, man, just be straight with me. They caught him at a Comic-Con. All right, so here is the story right here. Cosplayer Chrissy Jane asks Austin St. John if he had served in the military. Because now here's the thing, right? He had been back for 2 years. But if people have to ask you this question, have you served in the military? There may be some confusion out there. And I would say he has profited immensely from the confusion, as sometimes you see his lines full of vets and people who actually served. But here is the answer.
I was not in the military. I went over as a medic. I was attached to military operations.
Now, notice what she said. I think she said you said you spent 4 years in the war.
I was not in the military. I was not in the military.
She said, you said you spent 4 years in war. Were you in the military?
I was not in the military. I went over as a medic. I was attached to military operations for 4 years overseas. I've done independent contract work, and I've also done work through the Department of Defense. So I've been both a shooter and a medic. Yeah.
Did he say shooter? Did he say shooter?
Yeah. And I've also done work through the Department of Defense. So I've been both a shooter and a medic.
He said shooter.
Yeah.
I look, guys, I'm not in the military, but when someone brought this to my attention, I was like, all right, we can we can give it a go. We can give it a go. But what do you think of the clip? I wish it I don't know. Look, let's rock it back. I can't put subtitles on because it's so old, where subtitles and closed captions are unavailable. Dude, my mother, who's taking care of me, came in during the vibrator part of the video. Now, Matt, did she say if she recognized what was on screen or not? Did she say, hey, I got that thing right there too? Oh, man. Hey, look, man. Now, ninjas out here. I'll give you the advice after we play this Austin St. John back.
Done independent contract work, and I've also done work through the Department of Defense. So I've been both a shooter and a medic.
A shooter? Did this fool say he was a shooter here? Let's cover your eardrums a little bit. We gonna crank up the volume just a little bit. We need to know if he said he was a shooter.
Attached to military operations for 4 years overseas. I've done independent contract work, and I've also done work through the Department of Defense. So I've been both a shooter and a medic. Yeah.
Wow, they're like, wow, shooter and a medic. Look, man, look, y'all gotta check them on this. All my people out there, all my military people, let me know what a shooter and a medic is. Yes, he did say was a shooter. What the hell is a shooter? Wait, Matt. Don't think because your mom's 76, stuff still work. You know what I'm saying? Stuff still work. Now, she may need a jump start. You know what I'm saying? She may need a little something to get everything going. But I think, look, I could be wrong. Hey. All right, let me stop. Hey. Anyway. I'm just saying. All right, anyway, let's get to the Ricardo Medina story. Oh, snap, I got all this stuff. We have a bunch of tabs. All right, so Ricardo Medina was a Power Ranger for Wild Force. And here's his first interview with No Pink Spandex.
I don't think so.
His childhood and how he got the role as Cole from Power Rangers Wild Force.
Very, very hyperactive. People would say I was spoiled. I don't think so. I would call it loved. Came from like a lower class middle family. Grew up in Southern California, Downey specifically.
Hold on, we have some clarification coming in from the answer 06, who says Cap, civilian contractor in a non-security role are not armed. Also, paramedics are not weapons holders. So look, now you got the clip. Now you can do whatever you need to do with the clip where he said he was a shooter. He said it. He said shooter. His words. Shooter. So Austin St. John was capping. All right. Let's start the beginning of our journey down into who Ricardo Medina was. Now, most people probably have come in contact with him from being at a con and saw him like right here, you know what I'm saying, with a fan, like, oh man, look at this guy, he's so cool.
Hold that! Ninja Storm, Ranger Form, ha!
Interacting with fans.
Hold that!
Nothing wrong
Ninja
with
Storm,
this.
Ranger Form, ha!
Now, his first, big break was at Power Morphicon. I believe it was 2012. And that's the same place the No Pink Spandex interview took place.
Now, Ricardo,
Thanks for waiting in line and your patience and stuff.
Have a great day. Don't get too tired.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, now, Ricardo, now I'm with him.
Answer 06 says he doubled back and said Austin St. John's LinkedIn account didn't support his claim. Look, man, Austin St. John, man. I play the clips. I show y'all what he say. Whether y'all believe him or not when y'all see him in person, that's on y'all, man. But Answer 06 says cappity cap. He said he capping.
Stop the cap.
He said he capping. So if he say he capping, then I guess he capping. But let's get back into Ricardo Medina. All right, so this is Ricardo Medina at his con. This is where his he basically, if I'm going by the IMDb, this is where he was hot. He was hot like fish grease. Because of the Power Rangers Samurai and the where's the Power Rangers Wild Force? Wild Force was in 2002. They brought him back for a couple episodes or 24 episodes in Power Rangers Samurai, according to this. So he was hot like fish grease. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. I see my man Answer 06 is triggered. He is triggered. He said Austin St. John was a shooter on Call of Duty, maybe.
That's a truthful statement.
Yeah, I don't think he had the blicky out there overseas. I'm just not seeing him with the blicky overseas. All right, but let's get back to Ricardo Medina.
Now, Ricardo,
Thanks for waiting in line and your patience and stuff.
Have a great day. Don't get too tired.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, now, Ricardo, now I'm with him. He just wants to ask a couple questions.
We're recording it for my blog.
You do it?
Yeah.
Well, first
Hey, they let him know that, hey, we're recording it for the blog. They let him know.
of all, what's your favorite episode of Wild Force?
My favorite episode of Wild Force.
They will put
I have a lot of favorites. I like Click Click Zoom only because I grew up in the Downey, California area. And as a kid, I was like, man, it'd be great to come back to like Downey and like kill it here in Downey. And then one day we shot a scene there, so that's a personal reason. And then obviously like reinforcements from the future. And in the end of Power Rangers 1 and 2. And then with Samurai, the best is yet to come.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Second question, how does it feel to be back after all this time?
Oh, it feels great to be back. I feel very humbled. I feel that I'm a lot smarter, wiser, better actor to be able to perform for you guys. In every way, it's just like the happiest time of my life again.
I want to put one thing to keep it on the video. I read something that your dad was a Brazilian boxer.
No, it's not true. I'm actually Puerto Rican 100%.
I love this, man. I love this. Like, hey, I heard your dad was a Puerto Rican boxer. He was like, nah, not true. Not true, man. I'm Puerto Rican.
You know, I read that. That's a bunch of bull on the
Well, it's only true. Don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Right?
Last question is mine. Those two are basically his question. I'll pick that up. Were you ever in the monster costume?
I was. And it's pretty hot, and especially in the heat of New Zealand. And the exoskeleton is probably the coolest outfit I've ever seen on Power Rangers. I really like this costume.
In my opinion, he is the scariest monster I've seen in Power Rangers yet.
Remember like Merrick on Wild Force?
Yes.
Zenaku, he had a really cool outfit. Exoskeleton all black with the white mane and that crescent blade.
Yeah, that was cool, but you can see the guy's skull. To me, that's kind of that's cool.
Hey, look at the fans fanning out. He like, yo, that's sick.
No, so like, I don't know. That was my favorite episodes.
By the way, this is between you and me.
Yeah.
If I were you, I would have kept that sword.
I wanted it.
I'm not laughing, because someone did lose their life, but that's called irony, and maybe a little bit of foreshadowing.
If I do end up going back to New Zealand, I'm gonna take it. Don't steal, kids, but in this case, it's okay. You're on the show.
That's it. I remember the name. It's Oramasu.
Yeah, don't steal unless you're on the show and they don't give you your own sword. Then you can steal it.
Well, nice meeting you.
Yeah, wise words from Ricardo Medina. Don't steal unless they don't give you your own sword. Now let's get to his interview, because if you notice, he's wearing the same thing, because this interview took place when he was popular. He was business was booming.
you know, mom and dad divorced at a young age. My mom was lucky enough to remarry, you know, and found a man that, you know, really loved her. And long story short, how I was entertained as a kid was watching television, watching TV, and escaping the realities of being bored as a kid to, you know, the fantasy worlds and stuff. And I was really inspired watching motion pictures and television shows to be an actor. That's why I decided to be an actor, just because I was so influenced by the shows I watched as a kid, just like obviously Power Rangers, and the list goes on and on and on. But yeah, as I started getting older, I was kind of like a wise ass. I was definitely difficult for my mom. You know, my mom would enroll me into like martial arts classes to just learn, you know, respect and discipline, and that really helped me. You know, they tried to basically, you know, control me and to teach me some structure, and I needed that at that age. That not having a dad really, and having an amazing stepdad take over, but my stepdad knowing his role where I can't really hit this kid. So I basically grew up without any father figure. I was really rambunctious.
Damn. Raising him like his own. He can't even put his hands on a little corrective action because he was the stepfather. You know, shout out to all the stepdads out there doing the Lord's work, truly.
Wild. So yeah, martial arts helped me. And
when did you start? When did you start martial arts?
I started around 7 or 8 years old.
Okay.
Taekwondo at the local Y. And
that's when my daughter starts Monday, guys. Taekwondo Monday.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. And yeah, I mean, I after high school, I decided to move to Hollywood, and I was working at Valley Total Fitness, selling memberships at the time, and you know, just basically getting by, and then auditioning for Power Rangers, and I could never book it. I could always get to like the producers in the last 2 or 3. I was up for like, I remember I was up for Time Force, for Quantum, didn't get that.
Really?
Yeah, right, but look who they picked. It's so much better that they picked, you know, Daniel Southworth. I remember auditioning, he was in front of me, he was before me, he was all stretching, doing some amazing stretches. I'm always trying to memorize my lines for the audition. He's doing all these crazy martial art moves, and I'm like, man, I don't think I'm gonna get this. He's messing up my mind, that man was. But yeah, man, basically I was a kid that was kind of wild and kind of crazy, and I'm still kind of like that, but I'm definitely at 33, but I'm definitely a lot more humbled, even though some people wouldn't agree, but I feel like I've humbled out a lot compared to how I used to be.
Life has a way of humbling you guys. You it would knock you off your high horse at a moment's notice.
Nothing like a couple grays to humble you, if you know what I mean. A couple grays, just for men. Just for men. That's a definite auto stop now. If anyone out there works with Just for Men, that's a free commercial, free plug right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I always wanted to be an actor. Didn't know how to do it. Didn't know anybody. My family are just regular people, you know, hardworking people, and moved to Hollywood and just been plugging away ever since. And just lucky enough to actually been able to work. If you're able to work one day in Hollywood, that's great. But let alone be on an actual show. And to be honest, man, Power Rangers, I wasn't ever happiest. I wasn't ever happy. I wasn't ever I was the happiest while I was doing Power Rangers. Once Power Rangers ended, man, I was kind of bummed. I was really depressed. I was like, man, I went from working, doing what I love, being in the element that I felt I deserved and I worked so hard for, and then it just ends. You're just like, I went through it for a minute. 10 years later, 32 or whatever, 31, whatever, and Jonathan Zakur and all them, he's back with Saban, and they wanted me to go to New Zealand and be the bad guy, and that's how it all came about, you know. And
he was the bad guy, I believe, in Power Rangers Samurai. I don't look, guys. This ain't my character. I'm here for the criminality stuff, but I do want you to kind of get a glimpse of who he was in 2012, literally 3 years before the incident took place.
The second time around, I think I'm a little better actor. I've learned, I lived, and yeah, I mean, the show's amazing, and the kids were great. Call them kids.
Y'all say he was the bad guy in real life, huh? You got to look at all the evidence. When you look at all the evidence, I I know I put the poll out to, for people to say if he was innocent or guilty, and 83% on the main channel, 58 to 42% on the Eclipse channel. So by and large, most of you guys think he was guilty. And, sometimes people do take a guilty plea, even if they're innocent, because they don't want to chance it. And then sometimes people take a guilty plea like Austin St. John because they got your ass dead to rights making wire transfers. So you have that.
33, they're 21. Come on, they're kids. And yeah, man, I trip out sometimes. I trip out how I'm part of American pop culture. Power Rangers is literally a part of pop culture. It's not going no place ever, I don't think.
It's dead now, man. Who gonna tell him? Who gonna tell him?
And I think I said during those little interviews up there, I feel like I've done my part. I could literally, I want to keep working as an actor. Obviously, I'm not trying to tell the universe I don't ever want to work again, but I feel like if I never did work again, I would be pretty, at least not satisfied, but at least happy with the fact that I've made a little dent, put a little dent in this universe, a little impact. I'm definitely I definitely want to keep working. I feel like I could contribute a lot more as an actor, and hopefully the right role comes along.
So you auditioned for Time Force.
Yeah.
And then
who knows what other years before that. I probably even auditioned for a few seasons before that.
Oh, really? Okay.
I guess they liked me, but maybe they had issues. They never really went into why. Mm-hmm. I think I know why.
Why do you think so?
Now, someone said, is he high during this interview? Well, I'll give you a little spoiler, guys. He is a frequent. I need to smoke weed. Him and Rican Ranger would get along really good.
Do it again, please.
Stay off the weed.
That's his choice for self-medication. He even eventually would go on to get a medical card to say that, hey, he needs this.
Maybe they thought that I was too egotistical or too over the top or too I don't know, maybe the word is egotistical, but I was able to prove to them over maybe all those damn auditions, just trying to book the job, that maybe I wasn't like that. And I had to work extra hard once I got the job to keep them like that. I felt like people were always looking for me to mess up. So Wild Force was a wild experience, because it was my first real yes. And growing up as a kid, I just wanted to act, man. I just wanted to be on a show. I just wanted to do me. But I never considered having to get along with the other actors. I never considered that. Oh, what? You have to actually get along with the other actors as well? Duh. But I never considered that as a kid or doing this business. I just did it for me and obviously for the fans. When you do work, I do it for them as well. But in the beginning, I'm doing it for me, represent myself, represent my family, pay my bills. But yeah, man, I'm just so I booked it and I just been literally it's been like a whirlwind ever since. And
I think he is high, guys. I think he is high.
Wild Force, the cast was great, good actors. I loved the series of Wild Force. I think we had a good time. There obviously you have ups and downs. Sometimes you don't get along, sometimes you fight, sometimes they annoy you, sometimes I annoy them when you're spending 6 days a week, 15-hour days. It's understandable, so I can't say it was all peaches and cream. I'm just being honest. But looking back, 10 years later, after Wild Force, being here, seeing them again, because this is the first time pretty much I've seen them face to face in maybe 10 years.
Really?
Yeah, man. We were able to just just appreciate what we had at that moment, and we realized that only us can know what that feels like, and we squashed whatever we might have had in the past, and it was really, really a joy just being able to see them, and we were cool.
All right, so now you guys kind of know who he is. Now we're about to get into the criminality portion of the Ricardo Medina story. This is going to compile all of the publicly obtained criminal records that I was able to receive legally, just through a public records request. And we can start with this story where his lawyer kind of breaks down his innocence, and I'll tell you why he got released so quickly. Now, this is a screen recording of a news broadcast, because sometimes what happens, these broadcasts, they go out and then they just be up on the news channel station, and they're not really on YouTube like that. They'll pull them down.
Turn now to the former Power Ranger who killed his roommate with a sword. Today, he was released from jail without any charges pending further investigation. Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter spoke with the victim's sister and has new pictures tonight of the crime scene. She's live in Monterey Park. Leanne?
Michelle, detectives here at the Sheriff's Department say the investigation does indeed continue. Joshua Sutter's sister says pictures of the crime scene are a key part of that investigation. Pictures that she believes raises serious questions about the alleged story of what happened. We must warn you, those pictures are graphic.
Now, the sister leaves out a key detail that's going to come in later when I read her witness statement, because I do have it.
Joshua Sutter fatally stabbed with a sword by his roommate after Ricardo Medina after an apparent fight.
And attack someone that he knows could take him down. Who does that? No one. No, he knew Rick's skills.
Sutter's sister, Rachel Kennedy, says she doesn't believe Medina's claim that it was self-defense. She says her brother was well aware Medina is an expert at martial arts.
Now, this expert at martial arts is going to be a point of contention, because you have how people try to portray you in the harsh reality of it. You know, people portray me as some narcissist, hate monger, bully, all these other things. But the people who know me sometimes think the complete opposite.
Skills he used as a former star on the kids' show Power Rangers. The 36-year-old actor claims the two got into a physical fight at the rural Green Valley home they share. He says he and his girlfriend locked themselves in his bedroom, and when Sutter kicked the door in, he grabbed the sword to protect himself.
I want to say I'm very, very, very sorry for what occurred. I'm very happy to be out of jail, and my heart goes out to the Sutter family.
Medina's emotional statement today came after the district attorney's office declined to file charges against him, asking sheriff's detectives to investigate further. Kennedy says the crime scene photos taken by the cleaning crew.
That Josh probably opened the door trying to talk to him.
Now, she was not there to witness this, so she's saying her brother probably opened the door to talk to them.
And I think he probably snapped and stabbed him.
She says Medina was very protective of his space and bedroom and says she's seen him turn aggressive before. She says she's devastated.
Now, she says she's seen him turn aggressive before. That's what she told these people. What if she didn't tell the police that?
Medina was released without a single charge.
He should absolutely pay for this one way or another. I won't give up, and I won't let my brother's voice, my little brother's voice, ever be stopped. I will speak for him and fight for him forever.
And she does. Indeed, she does. So let's get to the tape of Ricardo Medina right here. This is the interrogation. We're going to start a little bit of this, and then we're going to jump to the reports. So pay attention. I do have captions on. Sometimes the captions on the line is done with AI. And I wasn't going back to fix it because it was too much and too long.
Well, your girlfriend say you're an actor years ago? Mm-hmm. What'd you do?
Bunch of shows.
What'd you do?
Power Rangers.
And what'd you do there? What'd you do in that show?
I was an actor on the show. I was one of the Rangers.
You were one of the Rangers? Mm-hmm. The actual Rangers? Mm-hmm. And did you know martial arts for that show?
That's going to come up, guys. I promise you.
January 31st, 2015, approximately 23:45 hours.
Okay, anything you say when you're using it during court, do you understand that? Yes. You have the right to an attorney during questioning, do you understand that?
Yes.
You can count on a foreign attorney, one will be appointed for you before any question, do you understand that?
Yes.
How long have you been over here? In the jail, yeah?
Hours.
A couple hours.
No, more than that.
More than that.
Yeah.
Where you before that?
I was in my home.
Your home, chair.
Green Valley.
In Green Valley. You know the address there?
Yeah.
That's where the deputies contacted you?
I'm sorry?
That's where the deputies contacted you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just tell us what happened there?
Yes.
Right up to...
My girlfriend comes over. I've only known this man for a few months since he got literally dumped on my home. Long story short, he has made numerous comments over the last few months he's lived there where she comes over that she's not supposed to be here. She's basically he was either jealous or just bitter about me, maybe me having love, having someone who loves me. And every time he would always make comments whenever she would come over, like, she shouldn't be here, she's not supposed to be here. So today, when she comes over, my girlfriend goes right, and she brought me food, like sometimes. So we go right into my room. When my girlfriend got to the property, he made a comment to me telling me that child is here. Child, because maybe the age difference. So my child's here. He does that a lot. And he said she's been honking her horn for 20 minutes. So I go outside, I greet her, I ask her, how long have you been here? She's like, just got here right now. I'm like, okay. He drinks a lot. So I knew with him drinking, coming back. So I told her, I'm going to go back to my room, go right to my room. So we went right into my room.
Sorry, guys. Them fiddling with the goddamn microphone, it stops about, I want to say about 10 minutes because I edited most of it out.
I put her El Pollo Loco food that she brought me on my counter in my room. Then I proceeded to go into the kitchen where he was to grab some table settings, paper plates, stuff like this. And he's going off on me, telling me that she does not need to be here, that he doesn't like her. And I asked him, what's your problem? Why do you have a problem with my girl? What did she ever do to you? She only comes maybe once or twice a month. She stays to herself. What did she do to you? And that's what I wanted, that's the only thing that I said to him. And he's over here saying things like, this is a place of business, that she's not supposed to be here, Rick. You're not even supposed to be here. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm on the lease. You're not supposed to be here. You're not on the lease. I can have anybody I want. You and I know who are sane people know that you're allowed to bring anybody to your home as you want. For some reason, he felt like he could just dictate me. He's bigger than me. I was always a little bit threatened by him because how he gets. We do dog rescue. So he would shoot the dogs with BB guns, little chihuahuas, grab them by the face, throw them across the room. He would literally abuse them. And what I was doing is I was gaining evidence with my digital camera while I was there filming this. So when I did leave, I could go ahead and report this, give this to investigators so they could go ahead and take over. But in the meantime, I have to save money so I can get out. So what happened was I'm in the kitchen. I'm telling him that, what's her problem? Like I just said, what has she ever done to you? He tells me he's going to go into the room and grab her by the hair and throw her out. So I grab him. Him and me start to scuffle in the kitchen. It's all happening in the kitchen. My girlfriend is in the room. Don't know if the door's open. Don't know if the door's closed, but she's in the room. We're scuffling. Somehow during the scuffle, my girlfriend must have heard that we are fighting. We're rolling on the ground at this moment. I don't know when she came into the kitchen, but she yells a huge scream out. So I tell her, I go run into the room. I let go of him, and I immediately proceed and follow her back into my room. I close the door. Her and I are like, what the fuck just happened? She's telling me we need to get out of here. And exactly when she said that, he don't know if he kicked it, like did this with it, but the door flew right open. And I've been so scared of this man for the last few months that I hit a sword next to the door, next to my bed. And that's the sword that can I show you? I'm not going to leave, but this is how far I was. My back's to the door. This is how far I am from the door. My girlfriend's probably where this gentleman is, and we're talking standing, going, what just happened? She's telling me we need to get out of here. As soon as she says that, the door comes kicked open or flew open. My sword is standing right by the door. And as soon as I turn around, I just reacted. And to be honest, like, it happened so fast. I got him,
So does the door obviously swings in? Did it swing? Did it brush up against you? Did it hit you at all?
No. The door.
You're far enough away that it cleared.
Yeah, but I did. You know what? I think by this time, her and I are talking. She's like, we need to get out of here. And I think that the sword wasn't standing here. I'm more than likely sure that the sword was in my hand at this moment. Her and I, where I was so afraid of him that something instinctively told me just to grab it as her and I are talking. Mm-hmm. And as soon as that happened, then that's how it went. The door opened.
So how much time do you think elapsed between the time the door opened and the time you said you reacted? Did you stab him with the sword?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how much time do you think reacted between those?
You're asking me how many seconds went by from the time that the door opened to the time I actually stabbed them? A second.
Hey, real quick. Then so I'm Josh.
Her and I are talking.
Okay, boom, the door comes.
I believe the sword was in my right hand.
Are you right-handed?
No.
You're left-handed? Okay.
And I just believe it was in my, but I'm pretty ambidextrous though. Okay. But I believe it was in my right hand. And her and I are talking, saying, what the fuck just happened? She's telling me we need to get out of here. And as soon as she said out of here, that door flew open. Officers, I can't tell you.
Okay, so now I'm Josh. Now what do you do? So you just.
It's a long sword. It's like Conan Barbarian. It's literally 3 feet long.
So you turn, and then at the same time you're turning, you make a stabbing motion with your right hand. And where do you hit him?
Officer, I want to say right here.
In the stomach?
One time. Okay. I have to dash past. I drop the sword. He stumbles back through the hallway through long. He stumbles back, and he's just like, what did you do? I realized what I did. I then proceeded. That's why I was covered in blood. I then proceeded to grab towels. Any towels I could find in my room, just so I could try to stop the blood.
So did it go all the way through, in and out?
Yeah. It was a Conan the Barbarian. It's about at least 10 pounds. And it's like, it's literally like this tall.
Now, the Conan Barbarian sword, guys, is about 3 feet long. It's a replica. I only know this because of the evidence. So this is the sword, the Conan Barbarian sword that he had near his door. Josh opens the door, and within 1 second, Josh gets poked up. One time. All right, so there's your Conan the Barbarian sword. Let's keep it going.
That's all I had up there in the mountains. I was afraid of this man. I felt like it was just the only thing I could do to protect myself. Officers, I was in fear of my life. I was also in fear that he was going to do something to my girlfriend. My girlfriend, I've told her in the past, honey, you can't always come up here. Things are not good. On New Year's, he started making bombs, planting them, exploding them feet away from my car. When I told him that I needed to go down, what are you doing? I need to go down and go get my girl. As I got her, as we're driving back onto the compound, I see him lighting another bomb. Like he would literally, he enjoyed watching me stress out and more watching my girlfriend get stressed out. At that moment, I was afraid that he was going to go through. I don't know if he was going to pull her by the hair and throw her out like he said he was, but I was afraid that he was going to hurt her. And at that moment, I grabbed him, and that's when we started just fighting and wrestling, rolling around on the ground in the kitchen.
Let's go back to the living arrangement there. When did you move into the house?
October 15th. The gentleman moved in around December.
So do you rent the house or you bought the house?
No.
Now, this is important because they're trying to establish the living situation. Like, how long have you been there? Is this your roommate? Do you rent? Who's on the lease? And he's about to explain a very key component of his living situation that would allow him to live with someone that he did not want to live with.
3 people are on the lease. Myself.
Now, for some strange reason, they blocked out some people's personal information, and then they just put it in a report.
Taking care of her dogs privately.
So he is living in this house. And to give you some perspective, this is the house. I looked it up. It's in the middle of nowhere at 388, whatever this address is. in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no anything. That's why when the girlfriend gets there, she has to honk the horn because calling the cell phone won't work. All right. Let's get back to him explaining what happened that fatal night. Now, this is all new information. If people saw part one, excellent. But this right here on is all new.
I joined forces with her in this decision I asked her, if you give me this ranch up here, I'll take care of all of your dogs and I can live up there for free. It's a mutual beneficial working relationship.
Meaning that property on
yes, sir.
Scale.
But I guess the landlord needed, whoever's going to be living there wanted everyone on the lease. So it's me, the guy that, this happened to. And from what I heard from other employees, so why would she bring him up? This is what I've been thinking for the last 2 months, having to deal with how he's hurting the dogs, how he drinks belligerently, how he threatens my girlfriend and, threatens me, bullies me. So I heard from other employees, why would she bring him up there? I have no idea.
Now, the woman that he keeps saying is, why would she bring him up here? The she is his sister. So Ricardo Medina, if you couldn't make out through all the jostling of the goddamn microphone, is she runs a puppy rescue. In exchange for rent, he watches the dog she rescue. And later in the clip, he's going to say he has his own business watching dogs. And she pays all the rent. So essentially, he watches the dog, she pays the rent. They're renting the place from a landlord who's letting everyone who's living up here needs to be on the lease. All right, let's continue.
Later did I find out it was to get me out. She brought him up there to get me out for some reason.
Where did you find that
from other employees there.
All right, so Ricardo suspects Josh was sent up there to force him to move out. Now, there may be some validity to this. And what you typically do if this is the case, you send someone up there to make Ricardo Medina uncomfortable to the point where he leaves on his own. Because if he leaves, then you don't have to pay him. However, if he's living there rent free and all he has to do is watch dogs, you're going to have to make him pretty uncomfortable for him to leave, to want to go from paying no rent to paying rent.
No one is in that home. They're all in Studio City in a retail shop. That ranch was because this woman is almost Rachel Kennedy. She adopts so many dogs, she can't put them in the retail space or in her home because it's a single family residence in the Hollywood Hills. So I found that ranch. I'm the one that found it. She brought this man over to, in my opinion, to get me out, and it was, and then little did I know that, I also heard that he was arrested in the past for, domestic violence. So all of these things, domestic violence, restraining order, he drinks, he's abusive to the animals, he shoots them, he beats them. The dogs all cower to him, he's always being bit, I've never been bit. And
so how long have you been working with Rachel?
I lived in Lakewood, and I was taking care of 3 or 4 of her dogs in Lakewood. And then at your house? Yes.
He didn't answer the question if you notice. He said, how long you been working with her? Not how many dogs you care for. There's little things I pick up on.
I was taking care of them out of my home, and she was paying me $40 a day per dog. That's about $1,200 per dog, about $3,500 a month. The money stops coming. So I knew as a businessman, in order to save the deal, I need to find out a deal that's going to be beneficial for both of us. She told me it wasn't worth $40 a night for 3 dogs. I told her if I find a place, I'll take care of your dogs. I can still do my dog sitting. Is that cool? She pays all the bills. That was the deal. It's all in writing. She's my guarantee, the financier, guarantor on the lease. So that was the deal. Everything was great for a month, and then she brings this man over here, which is him, and he completely changes the home.
So she pays your lease at the ranch? Yes. And
you couldn't hear because this freaking detective is just fumbling with the microphone, but he said yes.
Where do you get your income from?
I get my income from the dog sitting. I have a website.
So you have dogs that come there and watch them.
Yeah.
And the dogs that take care of her.
Yes, sir. But as soon as he came, and As soon as he came, I felt like they didn't trust me. I felt like this is part of the deal. The deal was this is supposed to be my thing. I found this situation. That's how I felt. And when she brought him over, I felt really like I literally told him, I go, you know what? You take care of these dogs now. I'm gonna take care of my dogs and do dog boarding, and you take care of her dogs.
So how many dogs does she have there?
Probably like 30.
And how many dogs do you have there?
My one dog and my cat. And on holidays, my clients, they call me and they're like, hey, and they bring their dog up and I take care of them. But the way he treated these dogs.
She got 30 dogs living in that goddamn ranch. Think about that. 30 dogs living in the middle of nowhere, being treated by her brother, because he said, look, I stopped taking care of the dogs. So now he essentially broke the agreement, if you guys catch on, because the deal was he take care of the dogs in exchange for rent. Well, this guy moves in, she stopped allegedly paying him. And next thing you know, you're like, well, I'm not taking care of any dogs. And he's still living there rent free.
Hurting them dogs. That's why I told myself, I told my dad, who's a retired police officer, I told my in Vegas, I told my stepdad, who's just retired yesterday, end of watch yesterday, being a federal officer yesterday. I told him, literally the officer yesterday, I told both of my dads, if anything were to happen to me, Josh did it. I was in fear of my life so much that I didn't tell my mom because I didn't want her to have a heart attack, but I did tell my dads. Both our officers, both who could help me, they both told me, you need to get out of there. Yesterday, my father in Vegas, the one he's writing the numbers down, he was so upset of what I told him that the whole family called me back and put it on speaker. My dad's crying. They're all telling me to just go to Vegas, that we'll take care of everything. They were so afraid of everything. My dad overreacts, so he was really, really upset. And I was telling my whole entire family in detail what's been happening with my living situation, how when my girl comes over, I can't even sleep. She falls asleep on me, and I can't even sleep well because I'm always afraid that he's gonna, like, in the middle of the night, bust through and, like, kill me and rape her or hurt her. I don't know. I just always feel uncomfortable around.
How did that R word slip through?
So much so that I would just stay away from him completely.
So before today, how many times have you guys had any physical fights?
Never had a physical fight ever. He would stay. I would stay away from him. Mm-hmm. He would I would literally live in my room, and he would be out, and the rest of the house was his. Except the only time I would come out was if my girlfriend were, to come out, and this is what happened today. I mean, she came, and I really honestly felt that he was going to hurt her. I was in fear of her life, and as soon as her and I got away, we ran into my room and locked the door. Then I was in fear of my life and her life.
Mm-hmm. So.
Are you threatening me with violence?
What kind of things has he done to you? You said you're in fear from him. What kind of things has he done to you to fear?
That's an excellent question, man. So many people be like, oh, I'm scared around this person. Like, even people be like, yo, I'm scared around, me. And I'll be like, but when you ask a question like, oh, what has he done to make you fearful of him? And their answer is, I don't know what he's capable of. Like, literally dealing with that right now.
I told you, the way he has the BB guns. I mean, if he's gonna just hurt defenseless little animals and kick them and grab them by their little faces and throw them across the room. It's been 20 degrees in Green Valley during December, last few weeks before. It was like 20 degrees at night. He would leave these short-haired dogs outside in the middle of the night. You can even ask my girlfriend. She's like, babe, are the dogs outside? I'm like, yes. She's like, why are they outside? I'm like, babe, I can't do nothing about it. It's funny that you could ask me, well, why didn't you tell Rachel? Why didn't you tell the sister of what the stuff that he's doing? She didn't, she would never call me. She would only call him directly. It was so weird. Before he came, her and I were having a good business relationship. After he came, she would only talk to him. That's her brother. Who is she going to believe? She must obviously know that he's abusive to the dog. If that's her brother, she must have grown up with him somehow to be able to know that how he is. You know, he drank all day, 30 beer packs every single day, drinking today. You know, he is bigger than me, and all the few months that I've known him and he's lived there, he's always made comments when my girlfriend would come up to see her, you know, to the point where I would tell her, he doesn't like you, babe. You have to, like, understand, stay away from him, don't talk to him when you come in. I told her, when you come in, don't make eye contact with him, just go right into my room. And because I told her that he doesn't like you for some reason, she's like, what did I do to him? I don't know, but for some reason he just doesn't like you. When he told me that he was going to go in there and grab her by the hair and throw her out, I don't know if he was like serious, but he started walking towards the room. He left the kitchen and started walking, so that's when I grabbed him. And I don't know what happened after that. We were just, from that point on, I think he like grabbed my feet or tackled me. He's on top, then I'm on top. And then my girlfriend screams and...
When you guys were fighting, were you in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
Were you on the ground?
We ended up on the ground. Both rolling up on the ground. What didn't stop was my girlfriend coming into the kitchen and screaming. And then that's when I told her, run into the room. Because I didn't know what he was going to do to her with her right there in the kitchen. But run into the room. And then I ran right after her. Closed the door, and then he busted the door open.
Did he say anything? Like before he came in, did you know he was coming?
I mean, it's hard before. Right. You know, I mean, but to be honest, I was so focused.
Where's his bedroom compared to yours? Yours is the first bedroom in the hallway, right?
Yes, sir.
Where's his?
Across the hall.
All the way to the end?
Yes, sir.
The very end.
Yes, sir. The room between the two is used as a room for dogs.
And then when he is stabbed, what does he say to you?
I think he said, like, what the fuck? God, or I don't know, to be honest. I can't quote, don't quote me. I don't know what he said once I stabbed him. I don't know what he told me once I stabbed him, but I know that he, like, fell back towards his door. Like,
did he fall on the ground?
No, he, like, walked back until he got to literally his door that was closed on the other side of the hall.
Yeah.
And then I think out of shock, he started, you know, realizing the situation, and then he fell down.
So he's walking backward?
And then he fell down. And then I turn around, my girlfriend's like this. She's in shock, you know, and I told her, you know, grab me the phone. And I don't know if she called 911 or if I called 911, but they were there. And I started taking over. I called and I'm talking to dispatch and I'm just trying to grab, I know it's bad, like just hairy towels that my dog.
So you're on your knees right now. So I'm
in the hallway and I'm trying to just.
And he's on his back?
No, he was like this.
So he's on his right side.
I don't know. Wait a second. My room, his room. He moved around a lot. He wanted to get up. I was trying to tell him, no, don't get up. Relax, Josh. I was telling him.
Are you putting pressure on his wounds?
I grabbed 2 towels that my dog lays on in the room. A little hairy, but that's all I could find at the moment. And I did this. And I saw that it went through. Trying to tell him to relax. That help's on its way. I was telling dispatch the information, everything that they needed to know. And I remember telling him, you know, damn you for making me do this, Josh. You know, damn you for making me do this.
Other than shooting the dog with a pellet gun, have you ever seen him with weapons? You know?
Well,
yeah, I swear these detectives got to be like the worst when it comes to audio recording.
No, only because I was told that he wasn't able to like own a weapon or something because of his past, whether it was the sister giving him the restraining order or the domestic violence. Who told you that?
All right. Did you hear it? The sister filed a restraining order against him for domestic violence. This is going to come up. These are like little details. You got to like, oh, whoa. I didn't know about this.
A little hairy, but that's all I could find at the moment. And I did this. And I saw that it went through. Trying to tell him to relax. That help's on its way. I was telling dispatch the information, everything that they needed to know. And I remember telling him, you know, damn you for making me do this, Josh. You know, damn you for making me do this.
Other than shooting the dog with a pellet gun, have you ever seen him with weapons? You know?
Well, no, only because I was told that he wasn't able to like own a weapon or something because of his past, whether it was the sister giving him the restraining order or the domestic violence.
Who told you that?
I heard that from other employees that really didn't like him, really didn't like Josh. You know, Josh is known, I'm the new guy in that home at team, but from other people, Josh was known for abusing the dogs. I can't verify if he had an actual gun. But officer, when we left that kitchen and my girl and I went into my room and I closed that door, I'm not an officer who's trained to look at like hands, you know, and to wait and to see if that's going to kill me or not. As soon as that door opened, I didn't know if he had a gun. I didn't know if he had a knife from the kitchen that he just left. I didn't know what he had. Maybe I should have waited a second, but it just happened so fast and I was so scared.
When you guys were fighting in the kitchen, did you feel like you had the upper hand, or it was kind of even?
I think that it was kind of even up until like the point that my girlfriend screamed. Then everything kind of just stopped. Was I on top? Did I have guard? It's a big blur. Everything happened so fast, but I do know that I told her, run to my room, run. And then I followed her, and that's...
You said, did you have guard? Are you some kind of jiu-jitsu guy or what?
No, but I mean, you know, it's just...
You've done some fighting in the past?
No, but it's like, you know, everything, it's UFC nowadays, everyone knows what that means. I don't know, I just was, you know, Kim and me were rolling around and we stopped from her yelling and, her and I ran into my room and she told me, we need to get out of here. And we were ready to get out of here, but I didn't know how. I mean, I'm trapped in the room. We have a completely fenced in, and he's on the other side, not knowing what to do. I can't just, like, if it was just myself, maybe I would have, like, went through the window or went out the back, but because I had my girlfriend, everything was, like, slower. Everything, I had to take care of her. She was so scared. And he busted through that door. He busted through the door. And I don't know why he did that. I felt like he was going to bust through the door and either stab me if he had anything on him, like a knife or anything, or I felt like he was going to hurt my girl.
You said he had been drinking.
All right. Now, the question is, if you get into a fight with someone, right? You get into a fight with your roommate. You're out in the middle of nowhere. You get into a fight. You retreat to your room. And they kick open the door, they open the door, whatever you want to say, they open the door without your permission. If you stab them within 1 second of them opening the door, is it self-defense? That is something that everyone needs to think about. Is it self-defense if my roommate, after we were fighting, now let's give you some proper context. You know, we don't want to, you know.
Okay, I might have left something out of context.
Okay, we don't want to leave anything out of context. Girlfriend comes over. Roommate, according to Ricardo Medina, is upset about her presence. They start fighting in the kitchen. Girlfriend comes out the room. He tells her, get to the room. They retreat into the room. The person he was fighting opens the door, kicks open the door, and within 1 second, you stab them. You try to render aid after you stab them. You call 911. Is that self-defense? Yes or no? That's all you got to put. Yes or no. Now, let's break this up before we get to the final half of it, because the final half is pretty good, because they're about to start grilling him with questions, because right now, he got his narrative out. Hey, this is what happened. So now let's go to some of the witness statements of everybody. All right, now let's start with the witness statement of the girlfriend. Now, keep in mind, this witness statement was obtained the same night it happened. It wasn't like, you know, they got arrested and, you know, she just got detained. They both were detained, essentially, and interviewed. All right, so what did they say? Let me make sure you guys can read this. I wish we could have used AI for it, but y'all gonna have to. The witness indicated that she is the girlfriend of suspect Medina. She stated that the two met in April 2014. The two have officially been dating for the past 5 months. So she known this ninja for 5 months. She arrived at the house at like 1600 hours. She tried to call Medina on the phone. She quickly realized there was no cellular reception. She honked the horn several times to let him know she got there. She stated she exited her car, knocked on the door, to which Josh answered. He greeted her, and she asked if Medina was inside, to which he replied, maybe. Hey, whatever you want to say. Maybe. Now, we do have some law enforcement in here. I gave you guys some simple instructions. So yes or no, people giving me explanations. But okay, so the person in law enforcement said yes, it's self-defense. Okay. He said maybe. She then returned to her vehicle to gather her belongings, some food from El Pollo Loco she brought to share with Medina. Okay. Medina came, met her outside. Witness stated that she rarely talked to Sutter because she knew that he did not want her to be at the location. She said Sutter did not like her for some unknown reason. So she's like, hey, look, she is of the opinion that he does not want her here. This is the witness statement of Ricardo Medina's girlfriend, who was there that night, for anyone who just joined. She said at some point, Medina went to the kitchen to retrieve some utensils. She then heard her and Josh arguing. She said she heard the victim Sutter saying that he did not want Chung to be at the location. She also heard Medina say, "Don't you dare disrespect ... The witness stated she then could hear noise of a person fighting in the kitchen. She exited the bedroom and saw that the suspect and the victim in a bear hug. She said that Medina has his arms wrapped around both the victim's arms. She then heard the suspect state a second time, "Don't you dare disrespect my girl." She stated when the suspect released the victim from the bear hug by pushing him away, victim Sutter turned and punched him 2 times. So she like, look, they were fighting in the kitchen. My boyfriend was on top gripping him. He released him and then he got punched 2 times. She later added that suspect Medina blocked him punches and hit him back at least 1 time. So Ninja, he threw up the guard, blocked her. Okay, witness Chung said suspect Medina told her, "Baby, go back in the room." She yelled, "Stop, stop, stop." Hey, get your ass in the room. What is she going to do anyway? She stated that the suspect Medina retreated back to his bedroom. Medina locked the door behind them. So this is another element, right? The door is locked. She added that Medina checked the doorknob to make sure it was locked. She stated that Medina was very upset and was breathing very hard. Medina was scared, so they decided to leave the location to avoid any problems. Chung later added that after she and Medina entered the bedroom, he locked the door and just stood staring at the door. So he is in this room, door is locked. She stated she then heard Sutter outside the bedroom door. The victim then forcibly opened the suspect's door by kicking the door open. So she's of the opinion that he kicked the door open. She saw the locking mechanism on the door break. She emphasized several times that the door had been locked and the doorknob was broken by Sutter. She stated prior to the door being forced open, suspect picked up a 2-foot-long sword with a gold handle that he kept by his bedroom door. Medina was really scared about the living in the mountains. She said she saw him pick up the sword, then remember thinking, "Are you really going to use that?" She stated as soon as the door flung open, the suspect stabbed the victim in the stomach with the sword he was holding. She stated that the victim never made it through the threshold of the bedroom door. She stated that the suspect made a poking motion with the sword towards the victim's stomach. She added Medina stabbed the victim only 1 time. Only one time. Only 1 time. Okay, I did think it was interesting that he never came in the room, but if someone kicks in your door, are you going to wait for them to attack you before you defend yourself? At this time, the detectives had the witness demonstrate the door of the office. They were conducting the interview, showing the detectives where the suspect and victim were during the incident. She stated that Sutter stumbled backwards in the hallway after he was stabbed and heard him say, "Why the F did you do that to me?" She said Medina replied, "I'm sorry," in an angry manner. She stated that Medina attempted to help the victim and retrieve some towels from the bathroom. So she's corroborating what Medina already testified to. He applied the towels to the victim's wound. She stated the suspect then called 911 for help. She's corroborating that, hey, he did call for help. She said that neither she nor the suspect had any training in first aid. She said she was not sure what side the victim should be laying on. She said they tried to move the victim, but he said, "No, don't move me." She said that as a suspect, Medina was attempting to help the Sutter. He got blood all over his hands. She later stated after a few moments, the suspect told her to go outside and wait for the fire. She stated she went outside and could hear fire approaching. She went down the long driveway, which we showed you guys. You know, this driveway is long as shit right here. It's long. So you gotta send somebody down to go check it out. Like, hey, go flag down the security, or, you know, the ambulance, as some people would say. Chung stated that when the paramedics arrived, she went and notified Medina. The two of them then stood outside the residence and waited for deputies to arrive. The witness stated that Medina came outside and said, "Oh my God, my life is going to change." So he knew his life would be changed forever. And the amount of time that passed was 5 minutes. So 5 minutes from them calling 911 is to when the paramedics arrive. And I know that because the paramedics' witness statement is in here and they put in their response time. The witness referred to the victim as being unstable and abusive to animals at the location. She stated that he would kick the dogs, shoot them with a BB gun, and refuse to let them in the house during cold nights. The witness stated that the location is a dog rescue business and that Medina cares for several dogs on the property. She stated that Medina was defending her and himself during the incident. She said she visits the residence approximately once per week. She says she has never seen victim Sutter act in a violent manner towards Medina. She again added that the door was locked by suspect Medina and kicked open by Sutter. She later stated that, oh my goodness, I forgot how long her statement was. She later stated that she and Medina were preparing to leave the location. She said that if Sutter had not kicked the door open, they would have left the location without anyone being hurt. Medina said that on New Year's Eve, she was at the location visiting Medina. She said she witnessed Sutter making bombs out of beer cans, and she did not feel like it was very safe. She stated that the suspect drinks beer and smokes marijuana from time to time, which is Medina, that he has a medical marijuana card, that she has never seen the suspect use any additional drugs. She stated that she believes that the victim drinks beer on a regular basis because she's always sees boxes of beer in the kitchen. She stated that the suspect is very fit and does martial arts. Now, she's saying he is fit and does martial arts. She stated that the suspect was an actor and starred on the television show Power Rangers. She stated that he was one of the characters. She stated that the suspect is too busy to work out now because of his dog boarding business. Now, most of this, she stated that the suspect and the victim did not know each other prior to them becoming roommates. It was the first time she had seen suspect so angry. He looked scared. The door flung open. She did not see the victim holding any weapons. She stated that both his hands were clenched in fist at the side. So he kicks in the door, hands with the "Hey Arnold" meme, ready to fight. When describing the victim Sutter kicking open the door, witness Chung initially stated that he never entered the room. She said he kicked the door open, then stabbed back into the hall. She later stated that after victim Sutter kicked the door, he and suspect Medina took each other a stab away from each other. Josh took one step forward, beat Ricky, and Ricky was ready for it. Now, the witness did not have any additional stuff. Now, this interview of Ricardo Medina is them basically transcribing the audio tape that we have. Now, what I want to get to, though, is the 911 call. So let's skip to the 911 call on page 25, because sometimes the 911 call is very telling. Where is it at? Okay, I think it's halfway through. Okay, so here is the 911 call, right? Sometimes 911 calls are used to prosecute or prove people's innocence. It's like, look, this is when he called. This is exactly what he said in the heat of the moment. Literally after stabbing a guy, this is what he told 911. So here's the 911. Now the cops do something extra, which I do to audio to enhance it. I do this all the time. Investigators obtained a copy of the audio recording of the 911 call that alerted deputies to respond to this incident. During the call, a male caller identifies himself as Rick Medina. The caller tells the dispatcher, "I was defending myself. This guy, he broke the door and I effing stabbed him." The caller is later heard in the background saying, "God damn it, Josh. Why did you do that? You came right in. I was scared you were going to hit my girl." The caller later tells dispatcher that he was frightened by the victim forcing his door open and just reacted. A male voice is also heard in the background, and the caller indicates to the dispatcher that it is victim Sutter's voice. At some point during the call, Medina is disconnected from dispatcher. The recording continued with a call made back to the residence by the dispatcher. A female voice answered. This is the girlfriend. During the second call, suspect Medina told the dispatcher that he felt threatened. He said that he was backed into my room with my girl. Suspect Medina adds, "He forced the door open and I reacted." The entire length of the two calls is approximately 6 minutes. Now, I wish I had these goddamn calls, but, LA County Sheriff's Department was like, "Look, Ninja, we gonna give you what we give you." The 911 call recording was later submitted to Los Angeles Sheriff's Department tech crew in order to attempt to enhance the background audio and decipher what was being said by victim Sutter. The audio recording was enhanced by Detective Sue Goddard on February 24th. Goddamn, why did it take her 24 days? Now, here is the enhanced version, guys. It's going to sound like something out of a movie. In the enhanced version of the recording, victim Sutter can be heard in the background saying, "You hit me first." Dun, dun, dun. Oh, shit. In response to suspect Medina telling the dispatcher, "I was defending myself." Later in the call, victim Sutter's voice can be heard saying, "Look at my finger." At one point during the recording, suspect Medina asks victim Sutter, "Why would you effing break the door down, bro?" Victim Sutter is heard saying, Why did you? The rest of the victim Sutter's sentence is inaudible. Suspect Medina then replies to victim Sutter, "I didn't attack you. You came at me, dude." The rest of the background audio remains difficult to decipher. A female's voice is also heard in the background, but the words being said are unclear. Holy shit. Now we can go back to, what do you guys think about this 911 call? This 911 call is like, I don't know. You guys have to be the judge and jury if this is self-defense or not. Now, before we go back to the tape, this is Sandra Vasquez. Okay, this is the business partner of Rachel Kennedy, which is the sister. They run the business together. Now, this was audio recorded and they didn't send it to me. Now, we don't need to read everything about this. The things I highlighted are what I deem to be important. Okay, so she stated that she has been working with the victim and his sister, Rachel, for several years. So she's familiar with the system. Sandra Vasquez stated that in October 2014, Rachel Kennedy began expressing concerns about Ricardo Medina's ability to keep up with the work needed to operate the dog rescue on the property. She said Rachel Kennedy arranged for another Lucky Puppy Rescue employee, Tyler, to move into the residence on the property and assist Ricardo with the operations. All right. Ricardo Medina was very unhappy about Tyler living in the residence. Medina told her he did not know Tyler. He did not want him in the house. Sandra stated that in November, Tyler moved out of the residence at Ricardo Medina's insistence. So he like, look, we need to get this ninja out the house because I'm uncomfortable. And rightfully so. I mean, but when someone else is paying their rent, you really don't have too much, say. Now, during the time that Tyler was living in the residence, Ricardo Medina made a statement to her indicating he was frightened about not knowing Tyler and always having a knife ready. She said at the time she thought it was only a joke. She added that, during the same conversation, Ricardo Medina told her that he was the alpha pack leader at the residence and he did not want Tyler coming in here with that energy. So when you're the alpha pack leader, I'm like, that's that dog whisperer talk. Mid-November, the victim moved into the residence. She said that the victim told her that Rachel Kennedy, that Ricardo Medina was spending the majority of his days in his room, frequently had his girlfriend spending the night in the residence. Now, we know the girlfriend says she comes over once a week. She said they told Ricardo Medina he could no longer have overnight guests at the residence and to reaffirm that their expectation was Ricardo Medina should be participating in the operation of the dog rescue. So they like, ninja, we not paying you to clap cheeks. We not doing that. What you need to be doing is watching them goddamn dogs. So she continued that Rachel Kennedy had been planning to evict Ricardo Medina from the residence because he was not keeping his end of the bargain. Remember, he was staying there rent-free provided he took care of the dogs. But she stopped paying him and wanted to fire him. So that's where we're at. She said the victim was running the majority of the dog rescue operations and maintaining the property without help from Ricardo Medina, which Ricardo Medina testified that, yeah, he was watching 30 dogs. I was just taking care of my clients. Ricardo said Medina was more interested in smoking weed than with helping to operate the dog rescue business. Sandra said that they never heard Ricardo Medina complain about not getting along with the victim. She said she was surprised she did not hear any complaints from Ricardo, especially after how he reacted to Tyler living in the residence. Ricardo never made any statements to her about Josh abusing the dogs anyway. She said as far as she knew, the two got along with each other. She said when she was informed by the local liquor store owner that they regularly came in the store together. So this is another wrinkle to it. Like, hey, they get along fine. They go buy beer together. Okay. She was not aware of any previous physical altercations. Sandra said she told investigators about the incident that occurred in 2014 when both the victim and Rachel Kennedy had been drinking. She said that the two of them had an argument that culminated with the victim throwing a wallet at Rachel Kennedy. She said the victim was arrested and Rachel Kennedy obtained a restraining order against the victim. She said Rachel Kennedy has since gone to court and requested that the restraining order be lifted. So her and her brother get into a fight. She goes to the police. I need a restraining order from my brother. He attacked me. They give it to her. And now she's like, well, I don't want that. Okay. Now, during the interview, Sandra also mentioned Ricardo Medina's previous television role as a Power Ranger. She said that he regularly bragged about his role in the show as well as his martial arts skills. Who does it sound like? Now let's get back to the interrogation. But what do you guys think about these witness statements? We haven't gotten to the sisters yet because I want to save that for last. I want to save hers for last. Let's finish the interrogation.
Today, every day, sir, every single day he drinks, all day.
Does he act differently when he's drunk or sober, or is he pretty much always drunk?
He's always drunk, all day, every day. I do notice, officers, that when he sees my girlfriend, he gets very agitated. It goes to another level. He starts saying things like, she's not supposed to be here. You're not even supposed to be here, Red. I'm like, what are you talking about? This guy is so weird. I'm like, I'm on the lease. I'm like, you're not supposed to be here, if anything. And I'm like, why? What do you mean she's not supposed to be here? That's my girlfriend. Why can't she be here? She has every right to be.
So before today, what he would generally say when she comes is she's not supposed to be there?
Yes.
Would he say anything else threatening towards her?
No, he would make comments, that she's not supposed to be here, and that he called her child. He would always call her child and say things to jab at our relationship. Mm-hmm. And
what?
No, he would just say things like, he would call me like a stuff. And she's 23 years old. I'm 36 years old. Like, he would say things like,
he would call them a PDF file because he's 23 or she's 23. He's 36. Now, hey, I mean, Ricardo Medina, he was in shape, attractive guy. Of course, he's pulling some young Teneroni, you know what I'm saying? She driving a mile to this ninja with no room service in a house full of dogs just to get her cheeks clapped. That's Chad right there. He's a Chad.
He's going to call the police. Stuff that's so stupid. It makes no sense because just with the matter of driver's license, he has no case. The same thing where him wanting me to leave, thinking I should leave, or my girlfriend. What are you talking about? There's no case. There's nothing that he has. Like, he has no brain. I don't know if it's the alcohol or him just being so weird. But, my girlfriend was scared of him, and I was scared of him. Not just today. I'm talking about, like, since I've known this man. Literally, he just took over. He just came. Everything was so good until he came. Why did he come? I have no idea. We didn't need him. Why would he be there? I have no idea. I was under the impression that they were both joining forces to get me out. I found out after a month that things were good. Mm-hmm. And as soon as he came in, she stopped talking to me. I felt energy that was wild, like that they were trying to get me out.
Have you called her?
No.
You don't have her number?
I have her number, but I figured, why should I call her? She should call me. I'm the one that's taking care of the dogs. If she doesn't want to talk to me, then obviously she doesn't want to talk to me. She's talking to her brother. When the number, she calls him. She picks up, or their phone rings and he picks it up. They obviously are talking, about whatever they're talking about. So the plan was to work my butt off, not there, but working, doing side jobs, working with my family, my cousins, building my money so I can get out of there. But at the same time, while I'm getting out of there, I've been trying to record some evidence of him abusing the dogs. All I can really get is audio of him hurting the dogs. The dogs are crying and stuff, but I haven't been able to really get the video because it's such a risky situation. What happens if he saw me do the video? It would always have to be I was always scared to film it, and I was always afraid that if he did see me one day filming him, what could happen? All I could do is just try to gain evidence, save my money, stay away from him, be as nice as I can to him when I do run into him, which I would. I would always say good mornings, hi, how you doing, Josh? He would just ignore me, staying on his internet, just being really negative.
Not staying on his internet. But what you notice is Ricardo Medina is doing all the talking. He just yapping, yap. I mean, if you go back, we're 26 minutes into this 51-minute interview, and I imagine probably 26 minutes is just Ricardo Medina talking.
He was always really just down and mean and grouchy and mad at the world. But I noticed that when my girlfriend came over, it got really personal. He almost had a personal vendetta towards her. And I would tell him, don't have issue with my girl, talk to me about it. Don't make her feel uncomfortable here. She did nothing to you. She doesn't even talk to you, Josh. We come into the kitchen, we walk right into my room. What did she do to you for you to have to make her feel this way? That's how it's always been with him. That's the kind of conversation he and I were having. And I would try to tell my girlfriend bits and pieces of things because I didn't want her to get afraid of her coming up to see me. I wanted her to make her feel like that I had the situation under control. But I'll be honest with you, I couldn't sleep at night when she would come over because I was always really afraid. That's why I would keep that sword right there, right by my door, just in case. The sword wasn't for predators like bears and stuff. That's what the dogs were for. They would protect us for that. It was from him. It was from him in case he ever did anything.
You said he was drinking today. Did you ever see him use any drugs?
No. I've never seen him do drugs.
None at all?
No, sir.
What about you? Were you drinking or using any drugs?
No, sir.
Have you ever used drugs?
Marijuana.
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 How often do you use it? None in the last. Why? Because
do you guys find Ricardo Medina to be truthful? Do you find him to be deceitful? When you interviewing people, these are things you have to figure out. You have to make that split decision. Like, is this guy telling me the truth or is this guy lying? There's not always going to be some smoking gun evidence to corroborate every piece of his story. So you kind of got to go by like, well, he just admitted to smoking weed. So, you know, maybe he's being truthful, or do you guys think he's just trying to cover his ass?
I have none, and I live way up there, so I'm waiting until tomorrow, Super Bowl Sunday, to go down to go see my family who are up there. And on the way, there's a dispensary in Los Angeles that I normally go to. It's on the way. I'm not gonna. That was just too far.
So you haven't had any 3 days because you ran out. Basically.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What about like steroids or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Are you using any of those?
No, sir.
Or any of those?
Never.
Human growth hormone?
Never, sir. Never. If there's a test, I will gladly take those tests.
So you wouldn't mind giving a urine test just to?
Oh yes. I have no problem doing that.
He's like, look, I'll give you the urine test so you can check my blood.
So did you drink any beer?
I mean, my urine.
Can I ask a question? Mm-hmm. Hey, Rick, there was a gun on the fireplace mantel.
That's the BB gun.
That's the BB gun?
That's the BB gun. And then, remember I told you during New Year's, he got so stupid as to try to compete with people shooting fireworks off on New Year's. He would rig his CO2 canisters with live fuel to make bombs to try to compete with people. That's how off he was. You know, I remember when I told him, dude, what are you doing? Like, you're doing it right next to my car. I'm like, I'm going to get my car out of here. I have to go get my girl. It was on New Year's. I went to go down there, go get her, bring her all the way up, because I didn't want her to be a bad driver. I didn't want her to come all the way up on her own. And as I'm rolling up, I see him lighting another one right down the pathway of our road. You know, I'm stopping. He's like hiding, trying to like wait for it to go off. This is the type of stress. This is the type of stress I had to deal with living with this man for the few months, not knowing, you know, just like what he could do. He could probably make a bomb blow out my door. I didn't know what he's capable of. I don't know why he wanted to do stuff like this. Why would he want to make bombs? Who cares if on New Year's people are shooting guns or shooting fireworks? That's what people do.
It's amazing that these detectives do get paid to make this crap audio. And the audio is actually worse. I cleaned it up a bit in Premiere Pro.
Doesn't mean that you should, like, for him to be so small-minded to want to compete against these people, I always stay away from him. I thought that was really unbalanced. He's not all there. Stayed away, kept my distance. Just wanting to work like as much as I can off the mountain with my family so I can make money so I can get out.
I'm having a little bit of a problem because you're telling me how afraid you are of Josh. Right?
Yes.
And he told you that you were because your girlfriend's 13 years younger than you. And he told me that he made comments like that. Hold on. And he's made other comments that your girlfriend shouldn't be in the house.
Yes.
And one time he made some bombs in his car. Yes. And I mean, to me, yeah, these things might be annoying, but that doesn't seem to me like the reason to have a sword next to my head.
Officer, I felt afraid of this man. Maybe that's how you interpret it, but me, I'm scared of this man.
Right. But what I'm asking you, what makes you so scared?
The fact that he is so crazy. Look what I see him do to the dogs. Look how uncompassionate. He has no compassion to hurt these defenseless little creatures. It starts hurting them, physically hurting them. And then when a few times my girlfriend would come up, he would make those comments. Of course I'm going to get a little nervous. It's just me and him up there. No cell phones. He could just cut the landline and him and me are like, it's just us. There's no one up there. When you're up there alone, it's a whole different mentality. You really feel like, man, like if something happens, it's just me and him, you know?
What the detectives was getting at is that Josh has done literally nothing to make Medina scared of him. That's the only point they're trying to make. That's why they bring that up. Like, hey, you haven't told us anything to rise to the level to put fear in you prior to tonight's incident.
So I told my family, everyone knows, I have a sword next to my bed in case something happens. You know, I was afraid of this man. I was afraid of him. Today specifically, I was afraid for my life. I was afraid of him hurting my girlfriend. I was afraid for her life when he said he was going to go pull her by the hair and drag her out of here.
So you thought that him pulling her by the hair was going to kill her?
I don't know. How can I know that he was going to do that?
It does sound hurtful and painful to pull somebody's hair.
How do I know that?
To me, that doesn't make me fear for somebody's life because somebody's going to pull their hair.
That's you. For me, I felt like he was going to hurt her. How do I know that it wasn't going to escalate from there? What am I supposed to do? Let this man grab my girl, assault my woman? Of course I'm going to go in there and try to defend her. That's what, I mean, who wouldn't do that?
Right. It just seems like the sword is a little much to me.
Officer, that's all I had. That's all I had. I mean, I had like a little like buck knife.
Now, I never interviewed any killers, guys. I didn't carry a gun or badge, but I did interview thousands. I'm not gonna say hundreds of people. I'll just say hundreds of people.
Where it was at that moment, that's all I had. Her and I went into the room. We're like, what the fuck just happened? She's like, we need to get.
Now, we know Answer 06 has some experience in law enforcement, probably some experience in interrogations, but detective is putting his own feelings into it. Well, if you're the detective on this case and you like, hey, I just killed my roommate and I've always been scared of my roommate. And I say, hey, why have you always been scared of your roommate? And he says, well, he's a strange guy. He's hurting animals. He's shooting them with BB guns. He's making bombs and letting them off to my car. And you say, well, has he ever threatened you? No. But he did clearly threaten his girlfriend. So you do have that. Have y'all had any fights before? No. So why are you scared of this guy? Why are you feared for your life for this guy? I don't know him, but everyone's going to see it differently. If I was the investigator, how would I handle it differently? In this situation, you want to let this guy yap, guys. So the detectives are doing a good job just letting him yap. Yap, 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 yap. Let him have a yapathon. Because all you're looking for, and all I would look for, is for people's stories to change. That's all I'm looking for. One change, something, a new detail to stick out, something that they didn't mention before. I'm all right, we got the initial story. All right, tell it to me again. Okay, let me ask a couple extra questions. All right, tell me the story again, beginning to end. You're just looking for it to change. And so far, Ricardo Medina's story hasn't wavered per se.
Get out of here. The door opens. The door, and her and I, and as we're talking, we're standing. I'm having the sword like this. I'm like this, and the door opens, and I just reacted. I thought he was going to come into the room. You might think, oh, he's only going to grab her by the hair and escort her out, but you don't know this man. You don't know how he gets. You don't know how he acts. You don't know how, to me, I felt like he was going to do something more than that. Pull her by the hair, throw her out. How do I know he wasn't going to hit her? How do I know my girlfriend wasn't going to try to defend herself and that would have escalated? My girlfriend's like 4'9", 4'11", like less than 100 pounds. I had to protect her.
Damn, he got a little fun size joint. Oh man, them sizes are just like, chef's kiss.
It's just me up there.
Do you think you were thinking rationally when you were in that room?
I was scared for my life, officer. I don't know how anyone could think rationally at that moment. And there wasn't even time for me.
What was your plan when you were holding the sword there and you guys were getting ready to leave?
Officer, I knew this. Like, the plan was to escape the room, to get out of the room. How we were going to get out of the room, I have no idea how we were going to get out of this room. We didn't have enough time to really think. The door got busted open and he enters.
So how long had you been holding the sword when the door got busted?
Probably 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
We were probably in the room for like 5 seconds before he comes in.
So as soon as you came in the room, you grabbed the sword?
Yeah, look at she's already in. I come in, slam the door. Oh my God, this is that. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. And then the door opens. Boom. That's what happened. I really felt like he was going to hurt her. How do I know he wasn't going to do anything more than what he said? I don't know. I can't take that for what he says. If he tells me he's gonna go hurt her, I'm gonna try to defend her. Her and I run away from him and run into the room and close the door. he proceeds to follow me. And I don't know if he kicked it or did it, but the door busts open. I didn't know what to do. I was backed into a corner. Let's say I would have called the 911. It would have taken them 20 minutes just to get up here. You know, was I thinking like that? No, of course not. At the moment, I was just trying to protect her and protect myself. That's exactly what my mentality was at that moment.
Hey, I saw a hammer in the hallway on the ground. What was that for?
That's his hammer. I borrowed that hammer a few times to do work, and then I think a few days ago I put it back there on the side.
What do you mean side?
On the hallway where it was found. I put it back on the hallway.
But that was.
Oh, we're also going to look at the coroner's report for Josh. We got that too in the evidence.
Wasn't part of the problem today?
No, sir.
You never had that today?
No, not at all. You will not find anything like that. No. The hammer was, I think it was his, and I borrowed it to do some type of, hammering. I don't know what exactly I was doing, probably like nailings and stuff. And I had it for a few weeks in my room, and then I put it in the hallway a few days before this incident. And I actually let him know, hey man, I found your hammer. He's like, I already have a new hammer. I bought a new hammer now. But that stayed there.
Hey, do you have a cell phone?
No, there's no cell phones work, so I canceled. I turned it off. The only phone we have is that landline.
Is there any diaries you ever wrote down about your problems with him?
No, you
document anything?
Now, here's the thing. The diary question is very important, guys, because it can get used in evidence if they find it to be credible. Like if you say, hey, I've been living with this guy for months, I start tracking it. Like, oh yeah, this is an issue. This is an issue. This is an issue. And then when you say, hey, when this stuff happens, you can say, oh, we've always been not getting along. Here's all the incidents that we had.
The only people I've ever told is my father, my two dads. I've told my two fathers the situation. They know. My real dad knows everything in detail. My stepdad knows about like 60-75% of the situation. I did tell them both that he abuses the dogs.
Where does your stepdad live?
Downey.
What's his name?
I did tell my dad yesterday, both dads.
Let me answer some questions to get the answers. I started asking questions.
All right, here you go. We're about to take over and ask him about Power Rangers.
Keep on going on, all right? You're just excited. I understand that, okay? But, what's your phone number?
I don't know. I should know this, but it's like...
Now, here's the thing. They do end up reaching out to the two dads, but they really can't add nothing. I mean, we could scroll through their witness statement, but it's really of no substance.
I don't know.
Because we want to talk to you, see what he has to say.
I think it's like... Man, I don't know. Can you ask him? Isn't he outside?
I think he left. What's your mom's name?
I can give you their house number.
Okay, what's that?
In Downey. My stepdad has a business line, from when he worked at the federal office, and he had his old line. So he had two phones, and I never really...
Who do you work for?
Who did he work for? INS Immigration in downtown LA.
He just retired?
He had end of watch yesterday.
They have a party for him? Do you go to it?
I couldn't because my car was broke down. And I live up there.
Look at this. This ninja has no cell phone, no car, and it's still got a girl coming up there to get cheeks clapped. Some people have it easy out here, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he's chat.
That was on Thursday.
Well, your girlfriend said you were an actor years ago?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you do?
Bunch of shows.
What'd you do?
Power Rangers.
And what'd you do there? What'd you do in that show?
I was an actor on the show. I was one of the Rangers.
You were one of the Rangers?
Mm-hmm.
The actual Rangers?
Mm-hmm.
And did you know martial arts for that show?
Nowadays, no. That show is all like stunt doubles. You use a stunt double. We're just actors.
When was that show? When did you work on that show? What years?
2002, 2003. And then back in 2010 through 2012 in New Zealand, they had me be like the bad guy.
2000.
We're just, I know it's Power Rangers, but we're all regular actors, and they hire professional Japanese stunt guys to be in the uniforms and to make them look like...
So you were never in the uniforms doing any of the tricks?
Yes, sir.
And be honest, because we're going to do some research.
I know.
And then, so it's bad if you're not honest with us. We'll find things out. Do you have any martial arts experience?
I mean, I know how to do stage fighting. I don't know how to real fight.
Did you train?
What do you mean train?
Have you had some type of training in martial arts?
I had like stunt training, like how to do wire work. When you book the job, they do 2 weeks of training. So when you sign up when you sign the contract and you're a Power Ranger, before you start filming, for 2 weeks they invite the entire cast over and they teach you how to tumble, how to roll, how to do wire work, how to do those things, and you learn specifically with the stunt guys. The stunt guys who's going to be my stunt guy teaches me specifically what I need to do to make myself look like him. So that way when they edit the show.
Do me a favor, can you take your shirt off and let's see if you're getting injuries?
All right. Someone said we're the Taekwondo go. Look, man, most of these people be lying about their martial arts experience. If you haven't noticed, Rosario materials, anything that is written in journals can be used in court. So that's why they asked him about, did he have any journals? Did he keep track of the disagreements? Because that could have been used as court to help him, or, probably to help him if he says they haven't been getting along. But yeah, as you see, when you in front of the law and your life is on the line, they ask you about your karate experience. You're like, nah, man, I just did that for the show. Where he was like, oh, I've been in martial arts since I was like 7. Like, yeah. It just goes out the window.
You're pretty fit. What's that tattoo in the back?
My cousin died. He was a police officer in Montebello Police Department. And
how did he die?
Motorcycle.
When was this?
Accident. 2004. That's his eye and his eyebrow. On his day off with another police officer, they were up in the 2 freeway in the mountains in his bike, and he flew off the mountain and he died. So that's for him. Because I'm an actor doesn't mean I'm a fighter. It has nothing to do with it. Like
I'm just saying you're very fit.
Doesn't mean that doesn't mean that anything. Right. That means who isn't fit? You're fit. You're fit. Aren't you? Don't you need to be a cop?
Not once you become a detective. No. Detective, you lose everything.
I'm fit only because of my own pride. I have pride and I want to be. It doesn't mean anything. Just because you're fit doesn't mean that you could overpower a person. Doesn't mean that at all.
Was he fit? Josh.
I think I don't know. I've never seen him with his shirt off, but he was bigger than me. Taller. Probably like your size, maybe taller. I don't know. I haven't seen you stand yet, but he's definitely taller than me and bigger than me.
You ever seen him working out?
No, I've only known him for like a few months. You guys act like I've known him forever. I just met him. He got dunked here at the house with me. Like everything. The way he acted with the dogs, I definitely told him, you're going to take care of your dogs, I'm going to take care of my dogs. Don't touch my dogs, I won't touch your dogs. I didn't trust him to take care of my dogs. I stopped doing dog sitting. I stopped doing dog boarding up there. The plan was for me to do dog sitting and to take care of Lucky Puppy's dogs. As soon as he came, he took over. I didn't even want to do any more dog sitting anymore up there because of the fact that I couldn't trust him. So I started working a lot more with my cousin. And, my cousin knows who I work with. I've told him of the situation of how he abuses the dogs, how I need to get out of there. Everyone knows in my family, in my circle, of how miserable I was there, how this man was a bully, how this man...
Well, why didn't you leave?
I'm trying to save my money. I was trying to save money so I could get out.
That's the $1 million question. You're living with this guy who's making you uncomfortable. Why not leave? And you've been living with this guy for months and you're scared of this guy. Why not leave?
You get any
residuals from your shows?
No, the show is like bottom of the barrel.
What other shows did you appear on?
Like little things like ER, CSI Miami, like little one-day spots. Nothing big.
Do you have a sidecar?
Had one, but I think expired. I haven't worked in many years. I'm starting my new life. I'm really at the point where I'm trying to do something different. I did acting for many years and I'm getting older. I needed to start doing something else. That's why I started doing the dog sitting and the dog boarding, and it was doing really good. And I just had to stop doing the dog boarding because I felt like he was going to hurt my dogs. And if let's say I had to go down to the mountain and work with my cousin, I couldn't trust him that he wouldn't hurt my dogs. So I stopped doing that and I started working more with my cousin, not being at the house more. He does it. We saw graphics, graphics for Nike, Adidas, and stuff like that. That's what I've been doing. I've been focusing on that, working as much as I can, staying away. And the only time, I would really see my girlfriend was 2 or 3 times a month. She wouldn't always come up all the time because I was afraid of this man, hurting her or hurting, I could just see how jealous he would get. To me, maybe it's kind of bad for me to say that, but I think he was either jealous or just bitter at the fact that I was happy, that someone loved me, that someone would come all the way up those miles roads to come see me. Maybe no one was going to see him. I don't know his situation, but at the end of the day, I felt that he was going to hurt my girlfriend. I couldn't let that happen. We struggled on the ground. I ran into my room with her to protect ourselves, and he busted his way through the door. I ran with my left. Why, I do a lot with my right. I used to play,
There's a mic drop moment that comes up in about 5 minutes.
When I bat, I right with my left. When I bat with my right, I do snowboarding with my right.
When you stabbed him, it was with your right hand.
Man, I want to say it was my right hand, but I'm not 100% sure.
And it was just like a step in.
It was door opens.
Boom. How far? Did it go all the way through him? You think? With the back to it?
He came out.
You saw it?
No, I didn't. No,
how do you know it came out?
Because he's bleeding and it was open right here.
Oh. Did you pull it out too?
Don't remember that. I just remember him stepping back. It happened so fast. It just went like this. Maybe he took it out himself by walking backwards.
What did you do with it after?
I dropped it and I went to help him. And I realized, what happened, and I needed to just stop blood loss. And that's exactly what what I was trying to do, is just stop him from bleeding.
Hey, Ricky, this was going to happen. Theo and I we're the 2 lead investigators, okay? We have 2 other detectives at your house. They're processing the crime scene right now. We're going to prepare our reports. We're going to put your statement in a report. We're going to put your girlfriend's statement in a report. We can't put Josh's statement in a report, unfortunately.
Why?
Because he's dead.
He died?
Yeah. That's why we're homicide.
He had no idea that Josh died. He hey, we can't put Josh's statement in there. He why? He Ninja, he's gone. He's dead. He out of here. Here, I'll run it back.
I went to help him, and I realized, what happened, and I needed to just stop blood loss. And that's exactly what what I was trying to do, is just stop him from bleeding.
Hey, Ricky, this was going to happen. Theo and I we're the 2 lead investigators, okay? We have 2 other detectives at your house. They're processing the crime scene right now. We're going to prepare our reports. We're going to put your statement in a report. We're going to put your girlfriend's statement in a report. We can't put Josh's statement in a report, unfortunately.
Why?
Because he's dead.
He died?
Yeah. That's why we're homicide. You didn't know that?
He wasn't there when he was with me.
Remember, he left in a stretcher. He died at the hospital. We could read the report. But what happened was they called paramedics. Ricky got detained. His girlfriend got detained. Josh went off with the paramedics, and he was pronounced dead at the hospital.
I saw him leave. He was still...
What was he saying when he's on the ground? Did he let you help him?
Yes. He helped me. He let me help him, of course. I just don't know why he went into the room. I don't know why he followed us from the kitchen into the room. I don't know why he broke the door open. I don't know why he so...
Did you lock that door?
I want to say I did.
But you're not sure. You're not 100%.
More than likely I locked it. Yeah. More than likely.
So it should be broken.
Because I have a habit of, when I go back into my room, I always lock my door. So why wouldn't I have locked it that day, that moment? I have no idea if I did or didn't. Everything happened so fast. But I just don't know why he would I just wish he'd never threatened, why would he hit my girl? Why would he want to hurt my girl? Why would he be so mean when she would come? I don't understand. What did she do to him? Ever. She never did anything to him.
But he's never attempted to hit your girlfriend, has he?
No.
He's always made little snide remarks, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then today I really took his threats serious.
How many times has your girlfriend been?
Probably like 20 times, maybe.
So, I'll continue. We're going to put your statements on a report, and then we'll submit it to the district attorney and see what they think and what they want to do with it. We're just the fact finders, okay? So, there's a lot of stuff we still got to talk to other people. We're going to try to get a profile of Josh, and we know you've never been arrested. I think he was only arrested one time.
Can you determine if it was true that Jimmy Warner?
We'll talk to her.
Off on me
we'll talk to her.
What about
So they say, hey, we're going to talk to the sister. Now I saved the sister's interview for last for a specific reason.
Like I said, man, I told both of my dads literally yesterday that if anything ever happens to me, it's Josh. He did it.
And we'll talk to your dads too. Anybody else that we should talk to?
Well, I mean, that heard me say those specific remarks. There's none. There's just one neighbor way out there, but that's like 11 acres away. Maybe it's less, but it's pretty far.
Okay.
It was just literally like, I just felt like he was going to hurt me. He was going to hurt my girl.
Mm-hmm.
I was in fear for her life and mine.
Did you try to talk at all? Like, hey, dude, we're gonna get out of here.
Did he say that to me?
No, did you say that to him?
No. As soon as I got off of him from the kitchen, her and I ran into my room, and her and I are telling each other, we need to get out of here. She's telling me, we need to get out of here. And I'm thinking, yeah, we definitely do. And I'm looking around, how are we going to do this? And that's when the door opened.
All right.
But it didn't open like slowly. It opened, enough to scare me.
Did the door handle break, you think?
I haven't really looked at that. But I know it swung open.
Did he kick it open?
I don't know. It wasn't on the other side. I just know that.
Did you hear a bang and the door open, or did the door just...
No, I heard a bang, but I can't determine if the bang was a shoulder or a foot.
Did any of the mechanisms for the door come flying off? You don't know.
My focus was on him at that moment. After that.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Half of me wanted to leave. Like, half of me was like, let's just get out of here. All the police on the way out. But I felt like I needed to help him.
No, I believe you. You did the right thing. Well, you didn't do the right thing stabbing him, okay? But you did the right thing staying behind and calling 911. And
yeah, I mean,
you could have ran and gotten in Jude's car and left. And
no, I just wanted to, I just wish that he just was cool. Like, why did he have to be such a bully? Why did he have to make, like, my girlfriend feel so scared and make me feel like he was going to do something? I just wish he would have been just cool.
How long you and Jude? We're going to put you back in the cell. You can wash your hands now. And then...
Fool had blood on his hands during the whole interrogation.
I don't know if there's a phone back there or...
Nothing. I'm in this little...
Get an attorney yet, or... Yeah. I'm sure they're working on it.
He gave this whole hour-long... It was really like an hour and 6-minute interview. No attorney, offered urine samples... told him about the marijuana. What do you think? Is this guy being truthful? Yes or no?
I'm assuming that somebody called, but it was Brian or Barnett. I don't know who that is, but I guess that guy was going to be my attorney. I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm gladly willing to give my statement because I feel in my heart that I was defending my life and I was defending the life of my girlfriend.
Oh, we're going to get that pee sample. You said you'd provide us one, right? Okay, cool.
How long am I going to be in jail? Am I arrested?
Yeah.
He like, how long am I going to be in jail? Am I arrested? They like, Yeah, buddy. What do you think?
You know, I'm assuming that somebody called by the name of Brian or Barnett. I don't know who that is, but I guess that guy was going to be my attorney. You know, like, the way I look at it, I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm gladly willing to give my statement because I feel in my heart that I was defending my life and I was defending the life of my girlfriend.
Oh, we're gonna get that pink sample. You said you'd provide us one, right? Okay, cool.
How long am I going to be in jail? Am I arrested?
Yeah. Charged with murder right now. They didn't give you a booking slip? You got it.
All right, so they charge. This is before. This is, remember, they let him go. They let this ninja go. Now let's get to the sister statement, because this statement is, going to be it's going to be interesting. This is the father's statement of the victim. He had stated basically there was no conflict between them two. Now, this is the baby mother. This is the baby mother of Josh, right? And she says, look, they dated from 1999. And again, in 2008, the witness and victim have a daughter. Okay. She stated that during their relationship, Sutter was never physical or combative. He stated he will walk away from conflict. She stated that the two would often have their yelling matches, but it never escalated to anything else. Now, remember, this is the mother of their child. In this interview, they move fast. I imagine she was aware that her baby daddy the bell got rung on her. So, it moved fast. Now, this is the store owner, I believe, right? Spunky King defects. Witness Raymond, he said he recognized both people from the photograph. He stated that they would both shop at the market. He stated that they would come to the store alone or together at times. He stated that Sutter would buy an 18-pack of beer a couple times a week. So this is corroborating for me, this corroborates Sutter having a drinking issue or at least purchasing alcohol. When you're buying an 18-pack of beer a couple times a week, he stated when the two came in together, they would both place monies on the counter for the beer. He stated they appeared to get along. I mean, but this is a snapshot interaction. This is not like something crazy. This is one of the hold on, what is this one? That's nobody. This right here is your paramedic. And they say, hey, we got there within 5 minutes. Right there. And they saw the Asian lady, Judith Chung, flagging them down. So they look, more cooperation. Like when you get this, you just cooperate and everything. Sutter was out of the hallway in the open area of the living room so that he could treat him more efficiently. He said he put an oxygen mask on the victim and did not notice any bleeding from the victim's face. He said the victim had a pulse and was breathing. So when paramedics got there, hey, he was alive. He was alive. They were trying to, whatchamacallit. Now, at this point in time, right? We haven't gotten to the statement of the sister yet, but let's get to the statement of the sister, which is page 39. Okay, let's go to page 39. All right, let's look at this. Interview with Rachel Kennedy. And this is the interview on the night of at 10:15 at night. So this is the sister. She owns it. Now, look at this. Remember, this is, hold on. This is her. This is the sister of Josh. She's about to hit you guys with a bombshell. It's going to come up. So they interview her that night. She explained that Sutter complained to her that Medina was not training the dogs, which Medina said, hey, I stopped messing with the dogs. She stopped paying me and I was just living rent free. He said suspect Medina just smoked weed. She said in order to alleviate the problems between the suspect and the victim, she was not going to renew the rental agreement. She said Medina was not even a dog trainer. So he was going to get fired because, the agreement is She pays the rent. He takes care of the dogs. Now, initially, it was she paid the rent and kick him some money and took care of the dogs. But then she cut off the money and then moved Sutter in. He was like, he left these dogs. Okay. Kennedy recalled earlier that day she received a phone call from suspect Medina's father stating that it was self-defense. So father already reached out to her and said, hey, my son killed your brother, but it was self-defense. She said at approximately 1731, she received a call from someone at Henry Mayo knew a hospital. The person informed her that her brother was died. Now, here we go. Witness Kennedy said she knew suspect Medina had previously acted. She said he played a Power Ranger red character on a television show. She also recalled dating suspect Medina 2 times. So he clapped her cheeks at least twice. And she was a model. She was fairly attractive back before her brother got clapped. But so she was letting Medina clap her cheeks. Now, if that doesn't if something doesn't go that no news outlet put this little fact in any of their reportings. And I'm pretty sure they talked to her. She probably didn't say it, but she told the detectives, yeah, we dated, and look, not just dated. She told detectives how suspect Medina kept a knife under his bed, which confirms that, look, they had a romantic relationship. Witness Kennedy had nothing more to add, and the interview was concluded. Okay, interview was concluded. Now, on January 31st, detectives drove to the clinic. They were awaiting arrival. Detectives observed the victim lying on the gurney in the emergency room. Detectives observed a stab wound to the victim's chest and cuts on several fingers of both hands. Now, these cuts on the hands will later be classified as defense wounds. However, they're not. They're not defense wounds. What happened was when Medina stabbed him, he naturally grabbed the sword. And then when Medina pulled it out, that's how the fingers got cut. I'm like, when I heard the defensive wounds in the news articles, I was like, okay, well, if he had defensive wounds, then, he was being attacked. No, he got stabbed, grabbed the sword, Medina pulled a sword out, his hands and fingers get cut. Think about it. When if this phone is a sword, right? And I grab it and it's sharp on both sides. When you pull it out, you're going to cut my hand and you're going to cut my fingers. Hence, when Josh was like, look what you did to my finger. He probably almost cut that shit off. But this is, the detectives were provided with the medical paperwork from the hospital, which turned over to detectives. All right, let's keep going. I mean, they classify the crime scene. No surprise there. When they classify, they're just going around. Hey, the detectives observed kitchen to contain typical kitchen items consisting of pots and pans. It's little stuff like that. But it comes back around, guys, because the sister does not let up. She does not let up. And this is just them further going through classifying everything that's in there. No big surprises here. I mean, if we scroll up, you will see a good thing of hold on. Let me make sure I got everything. You will see a good report. But let's go to No Pink Spandex. So No Pink Spandex was listed in here. Okay, No Pink Spandex did come up. Page 36. So for all you No Pink Spandex fans, guys, let me warn you. When you type something on Facebook, they checked it. So they checked his Facebook account. They was like, hey, yeah, we checked his Facebook. We didn't find any messages that were sent or received at the approximate time of the incident. They watched his No Pink Spandex interviews. They watched the one that we watched in the opening. And, during the interview, suspect Medina discussed being wild and crazy as a child and getting involved in martial arts at the age of 7 or 8 in order to learn discipline. So they do that. Now the sister comes back. She is out for blood, or justice, or, you know, whatever you think. The sister comes back. Did we miss it? Right here. Sister comes back November 13th at 2015 at approximately 18:50 hours. All right. The detective interviewed her. This is Detective Bauja interviewed her. Also present during the interview was D.A. Tanaz Morkayev. Okay. The interview audio was recorded. Synopsis as follows. Now she comes back. She expressed concerns regarding the handling of the case. Witness Kennedy provided copies of photos, documents, which she believed would be helpful to the investigation. She gave them the autopsy report, the death certificate, phone records, a note regarding the phone bill written by her, copy of residential lease, signed by her, Sandra, and Ricardo, disposition of security stuff, printouts, E-Verify background report on Ricardo Medina, E-Verify reverse phone lookup on Ricardo Medina's phone number, all this information, right? And what does this DA do? The DA on January 13th filed one count of murder on him. Filed it just like that. Filed the murder charge. And you like, well, Henry, what changed? What changed? What could have provided that was not originally in there? And the answer is, give me a second. I gotta go back up to, oh man, I gotta go back up to where no charges were filed. I believe it's around 20. Give me a second. Shout out to my man Dust. I have to find the page where no charges were filed, and the reason being, it's after her interview. I'm pretty sure, right? I don't know, Sutter. Hold on, I gotta make sure I find it. 911 call. Loop. Sorry. All these witnesses. Where is it at? Oh no, I must have missed it. Is it on page 11? Sorry, guys. He ends up taking a plea deal. Medina pled guilty to one count of involuntary manslaughter. But the reason that he took the plea is because it was a new DA. That's the only reason that I suspect that charges were filed. Not because it was some new evidence. Now, I can show you what they tried to say was the reason, right? They're like, well, what was the reason that they brought up? They come back and they start harking on the door. They say the picture of the door, it was not consistent with him kicking in the door. Well, the issue was that the brother installed the lock on the door. And I got to find the witness statement. I'm sorry, guys. Because they come back. They come back 3 times. That was the sister's 3rd interview. So here's where it was no charges filed. So no charges was filed on February 2nd, 2015. Reason being because they only can hold you for 72 hours. They hold you for 72 hours. And if they don't charge you, they have to let you go. They got to let you go. They can't just be like, oh, we're just going to keep you until it's concluded. No. You either going to charge me or let me go. And he had a lawyer. Now, they searched the phone records. It was nothing in the phone records. Rachel Kennedy, this is the 2nd interview, right? This is her 2nd interview. Whoa. Make sure. Give me a second. Yep, this is her 2nd interview. Interview of witness Rachel Kennedy. She known Medina for approximately 1 year. Hold on. Let me acknowledge Dust. Let me acknowledge him.
Acknowledge me.
Late to the game. Everyone liked the stream. Yes, please like the stream, guys. And thank you, Dust, for your generosity. Dropping off memberships.
I got money.
If you got a membership, please spam Dust emojis. It is like a requirement. All right. It is a requirement. All right, let's get back to it. All right, so she comes back a day later, says, hey, they dated for a short period of time. Although the dating relationship did not work out, their friendship continued because Ricardo Medina shared love for dogs. She says she had an idea to open up a dog ranch in the valley, and she agreed to lease the property to allow Medina to live there rent-free in exchange for taking care of the dogs at the ranch. Now, I have to wonder, was he clapping her cheeks? Okay. You have to wonder, right? They talk about the BB gun that Joshua Sutter had there. They talk about Tyler moving in and Tyler getting kicked out allegedly. Okay. All is good stuff. All right. The message read, this is like inconsequential. This Robert Moreno, like some of this stuff, as an investigator, you have to interview everybody. You can't just say, well, I don't think it's important. I'm not going to interview this person. No. You have to interview everybody. Here's the postmortem examination. Dr. Pancho noted a stab wound which entered the center of the victim Sutter's abdomen and exited the victim Sutter's right rear flank. Doctor noted additional stab wounds to the victim's left and right hands. Dr. Pancho noted additional blunt force wounds to the left and right sides of the top of Sutter's head. Doctor said that the fatal stab wound was to the abdomen with a trajectory that was from the front to back and left to right. He said that this mode of death was homicide, and the cause of death was from the stab wound to the abdomen. Doctor's findings will be in the report. I just want to make sure I give you guys everything. All right. This is the door. Okay. So mind you, right? They dated. Him and the girl dated. And the issue was, did Joshua Sutter kick in the door? Well, as a good detective, you're going to collect the door. You're going to collect the frame, right? So what did they say? Hey, on February 24th, they returned to the whoa. Just make sure I get this. They returned with the door. Collins remounted the door to the frame. Investigators noted the lock on the door lined up with the vertical mark on the wall protector plate, which was mounted to the wall behind the door. The vertical line was identical and appears have been made by the doorknob while in the lock position. Just saying, the evidence, the door is a critical part of it. And I believe that they did collect the door earlier in here and they just brought it back. But the sister, she reads this report. And what do? They come back. She comes back and she makes another statement. I gotta find it where they talk about the door. I read this whole thing. There's nothing like, oh my goodness, you missed this key thing. No. Some of these witnesses had nothing, had literally nothing to say, nothing like, oh my goodness, this is some critical piece of evidence that we need to see. No, it was nothing like that. This is Kennedy coming back and meeting with everybody. Was this? This is This is the detective's report right here, which we don't care about. Not saying we don't care about it, but because they already conveyed all the information in the interview. There's no like, oh my goodness, this happened. They account for their dogs. Here, like this sentence right here. Detectives were told that the two dogs remained at the location and were locked in the south bedroom of the residence. They were told that these remaining dogs were vicious. Based on the location of the dogs and location of evidence, detective decided to leave the dogs locked in a room until evidence was documented. Stuff like this, nothing like crazy. Let me find where they talked about the door. Give me a second, because the friend and the sister, they come back and they basically say the door was broken and the brother didn't kick it open. I kid you not. And if I'm a detective and I say, hey, the door was kicked open, and then later you come back and say, hey, no, it wasn't. Here we go right here. So on September 4th, approximately, this is before the November interview. Okay. Witness Kennedy stated at the time that victim Sutter was killed. She did not think much of the crack in the door. She stated she later learned that the door was a critical piece of evidence in the case and realized that the door being cracked prior to the incident was important information. God damn, I see Dust is out here, man. I got money. Shout out to all the Ninja Watchers getting memberships. Shout out to Mara Hicks, Glenn Brown, Taylor Black, Undeadly Boy 22, which is great because the stream is getting deleted and it may just be for members only. So there's that. Okay, so the witness did not have any additional information and was terminated. All she said was, hey, look, witness Kennedy stated that she remembered victim Sutter emailing her about Medina being scared of someone breaking into his bedroom. She said that Medina requested that the locking doorknob be placed on the door. She said victim Sutter replaced the doorknob with one that locked. She said that she remembered seeing the doorknob at a later time and noticed that there was a crack in the door between the doorknob and the latch. She said she remembered thinking that this was typical of her brother, victim Sutter, to do a sloppy job for replacing the lock. So even then, though, right, she comes back and says this, and there's still no charge. And I believe Sandra Vasquez, she comes back and says the same thing. She's like, yeah, it was a bad lock. And then she comes back in November, probably requested that the DA there, and then they filed a murder charge. Now, why did he take the plea? And this is going to be like the last update. Then we could open it up. All right, so we don't need to read this whole article, but to give you an update, the ranch was her lifelong dream. I'll just read it because something interesting happens. The ranch was her lifelong dream after working as a model since the age of 16. Kennedy, now in her 40s, was at a place financially where she could finally make it a reality. For years, she owned Lucky Puppy Rescue in a retail shop where she rescued and found homes for hundreds of dogs. The ranch would be a haven for what she calls unadoptables, dogs with terminal illnesses or behavioral problems that diminish their chance of finding a home. She was excited to surround herself with people like Medina, who shared her passion. But from the moment Medina got to the ranch, she says, he was a problem. There was a lot of work to be done, and Rick did nothing. He wouldn't lift a finger, she says. Days when she drove up from LA to check things out, says he'd be burrowed in his bedroom, either alone or with his girlfriend for a few months, Judith Chung, who came to the house frequently. So, you got the ex-girlfriend checking on the new girlfriend, stuff like this. People don't see it. He's the kind of person, not to cross the line with. Kennedy says, even though he seemed super sweet and kind, I knew better than to even knock on his door because I got the sense from him that he would just lose his mind. Now you see how they're painting him as the aggressor? It's wild. He would just lose his mind. She says he butted heads with the landlord and different workers she hired to fix things around the ranch that Medina wasn't fixing. A couple of months in, she says she asked him to move out, but he refused. Now, this is stuff she didn't tell the cops, right? She did not tell this to the cops. So you see how, all I'm saying is, look, when you're an investigator, you're looking for stories to change. That's it. Hey, why you ain't tell the cops he was refusing to move out? You just spoke to the cops 3 times. Not in one incident did you say he refused to move out. Concerned over the dog's welfare, Kennedy asked Sutter if he'd be willing to move to the ranch to keep an eye on things while she ran the day-to-day operations of LA. The two were close. Kennedy had actually encouraged him to move to LA a few years prior. Before that, Sutter had lived in Arizona and Minnesota and done odd jobs for a living. He just returned from working on a friend's farm in Puerto Rico. Ken describes her brother as a nature boy, says he was moving to the ranch to take care of the dogs. Medina, however, wasn't going anywhere. Rick told me on the phone days before Josh moved in that he'll never get rid of him. Look, this is all stuff that never made it to a detective, but it makes its way into a reporter, right? So you mean to tell me you're going to tell the reporter this, but when they're investigating the death of your brother, this gets left out. This is where I'm just like, oh, man. Could be revisionist history. Who knows? She started planning with the landlord to evict Medina. She never told the cops that. Her friend told the cops that, but she never told the cops that. She shared emails with me from December 2014, which the landlord offered to issue a 30-day notice to terminate the lease that lists Medina as a tenant. If he didn't leave, they could take legal action. Planning could come out February 1st, 2025, which is literally one day before. Okay, it would turn out to be one day too late. That afternoon, Sutter was on the phone with his dad in Minnesota. Sutter tells me they were talking about organic gardening and Josh's plans to plant a vegetable and feed the dogs. They were just wrapping up when Chung arrived. Josh said hi to her at the door. According to her testimony in court, Medina went outside to help her get the stuff. So they rehashed the story. Shortly after Josh hung up the phone with his dad, court documents say Medina got into an argument with the kitchen, and the rest is history. The 30-inch steel blade was described. Now here's the door, guys. Oh man, it did the zoom thing. Here's the door. Now you can do what you like and say, I really can't make anything out of anything, but they said the door was locked. But the sister said, hey, they did a sloppy job. Medina told police they stormed his way in, but let's get to the part where he took the plea deal. All right. Give me a second. Let me find it. Sorry. 6. Where is the 6 at? All right, so let's get whatchamacallit. Oh man. All right, we're almost through it, guys. Last May, someone reported Kennedy to animal control. She was cited for hoarding 60 dogs. And 60 dogs were taken from her home and the small shelter she ran. She now faces animal abuse charges, which she plans to fight. Could things got any worse, she asks? And I'll never say that again because they did get worse. Right away, social media started a thing. A social media thing started. Look, guys, people don't care about your situation if you're harming dogs. All right. It was mainly Medina's fans and supporters. In their opinions, the roles were reversed. Sutter was an attempted deleter, and Medina was the hero. They started a fundraising campaigns to send him money in jail. Further, they lashed out at Kennedy, creating fake social media pages for her, calling her an animal abuser and a prawn star. She tells me she posed for Playboy back in the day, but never done prawn. So we got, some pictures out there. Consequently, she pulled down her personal social media accounts and retreated from the world. Now, in March, Medina pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter and agreed to a 6-year sentence. He'll likely serve about 4 years in the state prison, with time already served in good behavior. Friedman, Medina's attorney, tells us that Medina was prepared to go to trial and that he would likely have testified. In his view, it was a matter of self-defense, Friedman explained. He's a very positive individual and was actually looking forward to going to trial and proving his side of what happened. The guaranteed 6-year sentence, however, was too good to pass up. It was the numbers that drove him to his thinking, says Friedman. In California, if it's 26 years to life, it's almost always life. If you're lucky, perhaps you get out a little bit before you die. So the decision was, do I take this and be in custody for probably only another 4 years? or do I risk spending the rest of my life in prison? Medina said, Ewing, I thought it was fair, Ewing says. He had no criminal record, and the killing wasn't planned. It just happened. Also complicating matters, Sutter had a record for which Kennedy notes could incline a jury against him. He had a DUI arrest 4 years before, and a battery charge that Kennedy herself brought against him. It's the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life, she says. She tells me the story. She and her brother had an argument. He left the house and had her credit card in his wallet. She ran after him asking for it, and he threw the wallet at her. Hits me in the face, she says. I'm bloody, my lips bleeding. He flung it. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to teach him a lesson. So she wanted revenge. So now you have to wonder, is she teaching Medina a lesson? She called the police. They arrested him, so he had a record for the domestic violence against his own sister. That was a big mistake, the DA said. This doesn't look good for Josh. She shakes her head and looks down. There's no justice. There never would be. At the sentencing, I met Kennedy outside the courthouse. It's early morning, 8 a.m., and she remarks how she thought it would be warmer since they were in the desert. The courthouse in Lancaster is about an hour northwest of LA. She's with her best friend and her father, who flew in from Minnesota to be here. They wrote the victim and impact statements to present in court. As we walk in, Kennedy laments that she's forgotten to bring the crystal heart that she had made from her brother's ashes. Maybe he didn't want to be here, she resolves. Maybe he wanted to stay home. After a quick stop in the bathroom, Kennedy rushes out with a little shiver. I just saw his mom in the bathroom, she tells me, referring to Medina's mother. In the hallway, Kennedy greets her, nice. Sutter's 16-year-old daughter from a previous relationship, delicate girl with ballerina's frame, says she has come up from Arizona with her mother. You're so big, Kennedy greets her with a hug. They hug, haven't seen each other in a while. Dad, she's almost as tall as you. Now there's his daughter. That's a younger picture of her. It's just a sad story all the way around. Donald Sutter is quiet. His wife, Josh's mother, died of cancer in 2012. He's tall and lean like his son. He's thick white hair. He looks tired, Kennedy tells me. No one really slept last night. Sitting in front, I feel like I'm reading to my daughter, guys. Like, this is how I read to my daughter when she about to go to sleep. Sitting in front of the small courtroom, Donald wipes his eyes under while wire-rimmed glasses. Kennedy, her own eyes were wet with tears, put her arms around him. On the other side of the room are Medina's friends and family. His mother is in front row weeping. Medina enters from a side door escorted by an officer. He's bulked up in a year or so. He's been in custody. His hair is short. He has darker goatee and wears a yellow prison uniform. He doesn't look into the gallery or make eye contact with anyone. He sits next to his lawyer, staring straight ahead. I think we got like a little, the rest is history. He ended up getting 6 years. They give a little story, but this is a great article written by Cole Cosden. If you guys want to read it to get more, but I pretty much covered everything that you could. But what do you guys think? This is and was the story of Ricardo Medina Jr. from Power Ranger to killer, but now he's free. Let me know what you think, and I'll see you next video. Peace. No, let me give y'all my honest thoughts, man. Let me give you my honest thoughts and shit before we clip the video, so my editor can put this in. Here's the thing. Is he guilty? Well, he pled guilty, so you have that. Is it a raw deal? Yeah, it's a raw deal. I know Answer 06 is of law enforcement and said, hey, it was self-defense. Now, if this happened in Texas or Florida, he would be free. There would be nothing. He would be free on like some stand your ground stuff because, when your room, if you have a roommate, your room is considered your domicile. And you have the right to defend your domicile. And it's like castle doctrine laws. I'm not a lawyer, so don't quote me. But you have to remember context matters, People like to leave out context,
Okay, I might have left something out of context.
But in a situation like this, you want all the context. The context was that they did get into a fight, that he did retreat to his room, and that Josh opened up the door. Now, whether he kicked it open, slung it open, flew it open, turned and twisted open, that's up for interpretation. But originally, They said it was self-defense and let him go. Sister came back saying, hey, the door was always cracked by the lock, and gave an autopsy report. There is a video out there where she says he had defensive wounds on his hands, where I just told you it was not defensive wounds. That was him holding the sword and the sword coming out and slicing his hands. But no one said that. So in the end, I think, one person lost their life and one person's life is changed for forever. So as far as he innocent or guilty, I mean, I can say he acted too quickly. He should have waited until the guy came in the room and tried to further attack him. Or I can say, no, he defended his room. The guy came in, he kicked his door open. He was not invited in the room. Granted, he never stepped a foot in the room, but now you're splitting hairs. Do you wait for the guy to attack you, or do you attack the guy first that you were just fighting? It's a gray area. I think in the end, if I'm in this situation, I take the plea deal too. I take the plea. I take the plea deal all the time. All the time. Even knowing the history of Josh, the domestic violence, the DUI, you know why I take the plea deal? Because it's guaranteed time. I take the guaranteed 4 years. I've already served 1 year, so I got 3 years left, and I'm out scot-free, as opposed to trying to prove my innocence and get jammed up by some jury who's sympathetic to the victim or just the story overall, or feel I acted too hastily. And I'm a has-been celebrity just trying to use my celebrity to get out of accountability. I take the plea and I do my time and I get out. But, I think he got a great deal. He got a great deal. 6 years for unaliving your roommate. It's gray on if it was self-defense or not. I don't think he woke up that day planning to unalive his roommate. It's just something that happened. As the cop said, it's just very unfortunate. It just happened. Things could have went differently. But in the end, guys, let me know what you think. Like, comment. I'll see you next video. Peace. Woo! God damn, we made it through, baby. We made it through. Woo! Guilty. people like, nah. Hold on. Where's my button at? Oh man. Like
that nigga is guilty.
I don't know, man. It was a raw deal. He acted maybe too fast. I mean, they were fighting, guys. They were fighting. Now look, we can go to like him in Forever Red. You can hear what the cast said about him right here while we chill out. Do I drop the link and let y'all then just talk for like 3 hours, or do I just end it right now? And then I can say, yeah, Ninja, less than a 4-hour stream.
Hello, friend. I am Princess Shayla, and this is the Animarium. You have been chosen.
So this was like all planned. We'll keep it going for a little bit. It was either going to be him or him, man. I mean, I don't know, man.
Chosen to be leader of the Power Rangers Wild Force.
I'm Ricardo Medina. He played the Red Ranger, and when I first met him, they welcomed me. Again, I was the last one to get cast, so they welcomed me and made me feel right at home. I always looked at him like, wow, dude, like if I ever have a son, I want him to look like you. You're a pretty boy. He's just
now look, man, he was slaying these women. He was slaying them because he used to be a stripper. He was a stripper, guys.
You dig, bro. You like to dig.
I have him even admitting he was a stripper and clapping cheeks. You like, no, you don't. I'm like, he was a stripper. Y'all believe me? Like, no. He was not no stripper. Okay, here we go. For the people who don't believe me that Ricardo Medina was a stripper, he did this interview with no pink spandex. Here's what he had to say.
You don't play his son anymore. I can't say that anymore. I grew up at that phase. Maybe I could play half brother or something.
Half brother. Because, I did a little research, right? Because, I can't go into this too blindly, and there were some things on the internet that I did see. And one included you being a male entertainer
Oh yeah,
for
damn.
part of the Hollywood Men. And
Yeah, I've done that.
okay. And how long were you with them? And then when did you quit?
Oh, yeah, I quit every time I booked Power Rangers. So like I was dancing with the Hollywood Men. First of all, Hollywood Men is definitely gave me the confidence to even be an actor. It was a great experience. I traveled all over the world. I was with Chippendales Europe. I got 20 years old. I got with those guys, and it was just a weekend gig, which is they're still going on, here in Los Hollywood, California. It's been going on for like.
He was dancing for.
Where the white women at?
Dancing for him. They throwing money. They like, yo, this is when the women exercise their options over men. Like, Ninja, you better take it off if you want to get paid. And he was doing it.
16 years, but yeah, man, I've been with them, and it was a weekend gig, made great money, traveled. It's just like that movie. I'm not even gonna lie, that movie, Magic Mike.
Magic Mike.
It's just like that. It's not even, and I haven't even seen the movie. So for me to say that, I just know based off the trailer, it's just like that, you know. The girl goes in going, the girl goes in seeing a guy and they like, and she goes to his show, and it's serious there, in those four walls, like they're like kings there, and what happens in those four walls is crazy, it's like it's amazing. You'll see the worst out of women, but I did that show for about, I was with Hollywood Men until I got back from New Zealand. And after New Zealand, I got back, and I'm like, you know what, there's just no money in it. I'd still be dancing right now if there was money, but ever since the economy hit in 07 or 08, money was gradually going down, and came to a point for me, like, it just wasn't worth it anymore, to dance and to work. It still worked. It was a 2-hour show. Hollywood Men, if you guys never checked it out, let's go to hwmen.com, hwmen.com, and you can check it out. But it's a fully choreographed show for ladies.
How many women knew that? He's like, it's ladies only. He wanted to make that clear.
hwmen.com, and you can check it out. But it's a fully choreographed show for ladies only. And the guys have jazz hip hop experience, and it's we have group acts and solo acts, and cowboy and vampire. That was my act, and officer and gentleman acts, and so man, that dancing really did set me up to do acting. It gave me the confidence. That's what I think, because I started acting late after high school. I wasn't in it like when I was a kid, so. It really set me up. It really helped me, gave me that confidence. So I definitely owe a lot of everything to that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just a little curious.
Like,
hey, yeah, we know Lisa.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir, brother.
She like, hey.
What was the craziest thing that would happen with your entertainment?
Like 1 year in Romania, we danced for 4,000 girls. We toured in Romania. And that's like where Transylvania is, and Dracula. And we were out there along Eastern Europe. Long story short, that was the most girls I've ever performed for. And we were out there, and we went there as not the Hollywood Men, but we went there as as Chippendales. So they were like, damn.
Hey, you see what he's pulling? Hey, his tens are tens.
I've seen Chippendales since like the 80s, so they thought we were the real deal. Like, so they treated us like God. It was crazy. Like, we had like armed security from the airport. We had police escorts to everywhere we went. Like, if I had to go to the bathroom, the security would come in. Are you kidding me? I felt like I was Michael Jackson. That was crazy. But yeah, man. Like I said, man, if you could take your clothes off in front of like 4,000 girls, then you could easily act in front of a few, dozen people. It's not that big a deal. So it really set me up. They got me over my own little insecurities that I had, that's for sure, and loosened me up, that's for sure. And Yeah. So when I booked Power Rangers, they production of Power Rangers must have known or not cared that I stripped because they hired me again.
There you go. There is your Hollywood men right here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Is that ninja? I think that's that ninja with the tribal tattoo. The demographics is what you would expect Hollywood men to look like as they travel the world, taking their clothes off for starving sisters. But now he's about to give you a little nugget on Power Rangers, then I'll start bringing people up.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm just like, they do have internet, so okay, I guess they're fine with it. All right, okay.
Obviously, I never brought it up to them when I found my job, but
Of course.
I was surprised myself, to be honest. When I booked the job, I thought any day now I'm going to be fired. I told myself. And the whole season went by, I never got fired. And then, 10 years go, or 8 years go by, whatever, Samurai goes, that's what I'm trying to say, is it comes to Samurai. And I'm like, damn, I'm dancing again, too, and this is now, there's Facebook, and MySpace has passed up since then. There was no, when I was on Wild Force, there was no, MySpace. We could talk about that, the whole other topic, as far as me and being able to be accessible in the past, why I'm such a mystery, or like you said, it's because I just so behind on tech.
How many women in the chat would let him smash? Just put a 1 for the women if you would let him smash.
Emma was really into it. Just got the smartphone less than a year ago. Smartphone talking me out of. Don't even have a computer. It's like, this is my only source of, internet right here. I've just never been into it, so especially back in 2002, we didn't have MySpace or anything like that, and if we did, I wasn't into it, that's for sure. So I had no way of really, interacting with my fans. I wish I did. This second time around with Samurai, I'm so lucky to have it, this forum, where you could, interact and hear things.
How many
definitely learn a lot about yourself, and it's very humbling when you.
How many people would let him smash before and after? Just put before or just put after. Just put something like, when would you let him smash? When he's smashing, women in Romania, when he like a sex symbol going around everywhere. Like, when would you let him smash?
You read forums, that's for sure.
You mentioned before about dancing help you with your insecurities with acting. So what particular insecurities did you have?
I felt like I was always in school when I was young. I could never, raise my hand and answer questions. I always, had a soft voice. I had a fear of public speaking. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I just had a fear of all the eyes on you. I would freeze up and climb up. So I had to really, I mean, dude, good luck if you want to be an actor, right? But I had to really deal with that. So I remember I was working at Valley Total Fitness, long story short, hated it after 3 years of working with the company, just over some memberships, over all that. And all the girls would, go, oh my God, a Hollywood man, oh my God, Hollywood man. And I'm like, dude, who are these guys? So I basically asked them for a job, and they were so cool. They could have been haters, but they weren't. They got me a job as a waiter, because there you have to earn your way up. So you start as a waiter. And, and when there is an opening, when a guy either retires or quits, which is very rare because no one's going to want to leave that job. There's only 6 guys on that Hollywood Men cast. Leave, then you could work your way up. And that's basically how I did it. I started as a waiter, and
even to be in Hollywood, man, you got to start at the bottom. There are adults are out here now that still don't get that. You got to put in your work.
Worked up as a dancer, and let me tell you, I was not even a dancer. I could not dance a lick. I don't even know how I did it. I'm the worst dancer. They put me in a group number in the middle, but in the back where the lights aren't that good, or next to the smoke machine, right there. That's where they would put me. And it was pretty funny. I was known as a walker. I would just kind of just use slower songs and just kind of just feel it. But man, let me tell you, it was stripping redefined. That's the only way I could say it. It's like it was stripping, but the girls would forget. We would have elaborate costumes, And when we would all go down to like sexy underwear, none of them got butt naked. No butt naked. No butt naked.
Oh, so no full frontals, no nothing.
Like custom underwear that look like the ones that like Europeans would wear on the beach. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like I had custom made stuff. So I felt like it. I felt like it was amazing. So I loved it. I like I said, I'd still be dancing right now if the money was good, but it's just not as good anymore. Not worth it. So
now, like I told you guys, if I haven't told you before, I knew a guy who started stripping, and he didn't start stripping for women. He started stripping for men because he said that's where the money was at. He was a bodybuilder type ninja, legit bodybuilder, and you know, he would get propositioned by guys like, "Hey, whatever he did is whatever he did." But he said you make more money stripping for men than stripping for women. And that was his whole shtick. Let's keep going because they're about to talk about the Power Rangers, and then I'll start bringing the people up. Answer 06, you coming up first, so we can talk if he innocent or guilty.
That's it.
I got you. So let's lighten up a little, and anything from either Wild Forces Samurai, any funny stories, moments, anything that comes to mind.
From Samurai, it would have to be, some stuff I can't share. It's just going to have to stay in-house, you know, but like, basically, like, we were troublemakers. That's all I got to say. We ran that country in New Zealand. We were troublemakers. It was off. I mean, we were,
ironically, him and the cast of Power Rangers Samurai were troublemakers. And as we know, this ninja ended up killing somebody, and Hector David Rivera ends up pushing an old man over, getting caught out over a handicapped parking spot.
Shinaji, me, and Hector, we were obviously real professional, and when we were at working, we had to be, you know, we had a job to do, but our mischievous antics would happen, you know, off the set. A lot of us lived really close together. I think even Najee and Hector, and I think for a while even the Gold Ranger Steven, my Skyler, lived with them. Everybody lived in a house together. So it was just a bunch of pranks and, you know, messing with their call times. I know I'd love to drill the lock of their room, drill it and face it and switch it on them when they weren't there. So when they would fall asleep, I would lock them in their own room. And then and their alarm would go off, and they would have to be on set, and that would be awesome. Little things like that we would do, you know. And I mean, on Wild Force days, that was fun. That's such a long time ago that I'm trying to remember something good that actually we did to each other, but I really can't. Just all I really remember is just like, you know, me and Blue Ranger and Black. It was Jack Guzman and Philip. You know, it was more us three. We're always, you know, cracking jokes, and we had to share these like trailers all the time, and we had to at any moment we could just open up the trailer to one huge trailer by removing the dividers. So we would just basically have like little like dance contests, and they knew I used to dance and stuff, so they used to break it down.
Now I'm pretty sure he still keeps in contact with Jack Guzman, guys.
Yeah, he used to show, you know, show him how to loosen him up, you know, loosen him up for the ladies a little bit. So yeah, we would just have little dance contests. They would bust out their moves, their popping and stuff, and I would do my thing. So that's what I remember, just doing stuff like that. But yeah, I definitely have I'm a lot more closer. If I had to take a pick, would be with Samurai. You know, great bunch of kids. We worked really, really well together. It was fun. You know, I really was really close to them. You know, and I can't wait to see them again. Hopefully, we'll be able to do more work together. You know, like as far as mall conventions and stuff like that where we could actually interact and reminisce about stuff.
So you didn't. I mean, we just had Power Morphicon, and you.
All right. So let's get back to this, and then I'll start bringing people up.
Great looking guy. All the girls would love him, of course. Plus, he was the Red Ranger, and he did amazing with his part.
He preferred mostly to stay in character, and his character was from the jungle.
Kind of like a Tarzan, and did an incredible job. Incredible job.
I knew you guys would make a great team.
We had another princess cast in the beginning.
All right, so nothing but positive things to say about Ricardo Medina Jr. All right, let me start bringing some people up. The person I really want to talk to the most is my guy Answer 06, because he has the law enforcement expertise. And that ninja then popped out. Answer 06, please hit the link if you can. We need this law enforcement expertise. We need you. We need you to shed some light on this Ricardo Medina situation if you can. There we go. He hit the link. All right. Give me a second as I need to get everything up so we can go through the evidence together. All right.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Uh-oh. I can hear you perfectly just fine. Just give me a second while I get this set up. Bear with me. Boop, boop, boop. So much stuff to do, guys, when you live stream. I got to switch the scene so y'all can see this ninja. You know what I'm saying? Give me a second. Scene. There we go. You going to cam back up? We lost your camera. All right. So, guys, if you don't know, Answer 06 does have some experience with law enforcement. We don't need to talk about his position or anything, but just know he's in there. So, what did you think overall of the entire Ricardo Medina case?
Once you get into an interview room, ask for a lawyer. Do not talking. No spontaneous utterance is needed. The only word that should come out of your mouth, can I have my lawyer, please? Or lawyer.
Now, you don't think that him going in there and giving his statement and offering a urine sample and his story not switching benefited him not being charged originally? Do you think if he would have lawyered up, he would have been charged?
No, if he was lawyered up, he would have walked out that same day. However, it did show his genuine heart saying like, hey, I got nothing to hide. You could take my urine sample, you could take a hair follicle, whatever. You'll see that I'm clean. I'm not on steroids. I'm not on drugs. Hair follicle, probably could go back up to a year. Hey, this is how much I smoked in a year. Okay, cool. But it's showing that he was honest because he was forthcoming about it. But again, lawyer first, and then go through that process. I personally think after listening to your stream and seeing some of the stuff that you put up, that he was innocent. And the reason I'm going to say that is you had a cold domicile with several people in the house, but your room is the exclusionary zone, which is your actual private domicile. I don't care if he just opened the door and came in, or if he broke in the door, he used force to get in. Ricardo had the right to use the same or superior force to defend himself once someone gained entry to his domicile without permission. It's not like the guy knocked on the door and said, hey, come in. He just barged in. So whatever the repercussions of barging in, it is what it is. Trying to think what else.
Now, people like Dustin Francis said he guilty.
If you're in the state of California, I guess that would Florida, Texas, Tennessee, staying your law grounds are in effect. Georgia, I believe, is another state that's like that. But if I didn't invite you into the home and we already had a tussle in the kitchen, of course I'm allowed to defend myself or have fear for my life. Hey, maybe this guy's a little bit stronger than me. He did admit, hey, yeah, the stunt team trained me on how to do what was needed on the show. So he didn't have any black belts or 23 black belts like ASJ.
All right, guys. In green is states with stand your ground. As you know, California does not have a stand your ground. And this is according to the USCCA right here. I mean, this is who I'm looking at. But all the green states, you kick in that door. Hey, I stood my ground. It's likely going to hold. He was right about Georgia. I'm shocked Alabama don't have it, in all honesty. But
yeah, I was surprised seeing that. Henry, what year was that published on that one?
Give me a second. Let me do some research to see if we can.
Of years is when they do the legislative updates. So like 2024 would be an update. 2026 would be an update.
Excellent. It looks like it was post 9/20. Sorry. Okay. Give me a second. This is the tab. This video or this article is dated 9/20. That's today. God damn it. It must be updated because this is the USCAA. Oh my God. I know about these guys. These are the people who try to sell you insurance for all your concealed carry guys. So yeah. I would imagine it's up to date because I'm not advertising for those guys, by the way. But this is current. When I saw the website, I'm like, oh yeah, they're not going to be screwing around. So
you're right.
Anything else? What did you think about the girlfriend dating Medina 2 times?
It is what it is on that one. Wait, the girlfriend or the sister of...
The sister of the victim.
Maybe the second time was revenge for the breakup of the first time.
Okay. What do you say to the fact that after they realized the door was an important piece of evidence, she came back and said it was installed, the lock was installed wrong. That's why it was cracked as opposed to it being kicked open.
Was she there when they did the install? So why did her statement mean any relevance?
Ooh. Okay, so
she wasn't the installer, she wasn't the builder, she wasn't present. So like, why did they take her word for it?
Well, it doesn't seem like they did per se, considering they didn't charge him with the murder until January, and she had been in there in September. So she came back in September and said, "Yeah, the door always had that crack above it." Still no charges. Then she come back in November with all these documents, and there is a clip out there of saying he had defensive wounds on the hands, and the door was not.
You
said
grabbing. That's the reaction of grabbing the sword.
And that's exactly what I said. I'm like, he grabbed the sword when he got stabbed in the stomach. No one's.
Yeah, he was. My speculation, he was trying to prevent it from going further in.
Okay. All right.
Without getting too graphic and without getting your channel censored, but I think where the mistake Ricardo made was taking the object out. Once a blunt force object goes in, leave it, let the medics take care of it. So then that way they can control the bleed.
Yes, this is true. I've learned that in some first response class I had to take. Yeah, that's why you see when people get impaled and you see them at the hospital with them being still impaled, they don't take it out because the blood should clot around the impalement. But I'm pretty sure when you get stabbed in the stomach, that acid that's in your stomach, you usually have 2 hours. That's why they say if you get shot in your stomach, it's the worst way to go because chances are you're going to die within 2 hours.
Yeah, if they're not cauterize that area.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, because like my short time that I worked in EMS, like we come up to accident scenes where someone's impaled, we'll just cut a piece of that impalement to transport, and we just wrap it and secure it to stabilize it, and then get them to the hospital, and then let the surgeons and the doctors figure out that portion. But then when you sit there and take that object out, you're just contributing to the later effect of passing. If I can say
but
politely.
That ain't, you telling the guy who is hopped up or whatever, he ain't thinking straight. It's all adrenaline.
His heart was in a good place trying to provide aid, but that could have factor after the fact.
Now, what do you think of ASJ saying he was a shooter?
All the contractors downrange that are support guys are not armed. So, like, if you work for KBR, Halliburton, what's these other? Some position in Diamond Corps, mechanics that are contractors are not carrying rifles. They're carrying wrenches. The medics that worked, the paramedics that worked on our fob had turnout equipment, like firefighter turnout equipment in case there was a fire. They had their medical bag. They never carried any weapons. The only medics that carried weapons were the 68 Whiskeys, the Navy corpsmen, the Air Force pararescue guys, not the contractors. So, cap.
All right. Well, and Shooter Torres has confirmed your take on it. All right, man. Well, thank you, Answer 06, man, for providing your expertise and all the donations, man. I really appreciate you.
No problem. Everybody be kind to each other. Stop with all the BS and fighting on the clip channels and stuff like that. Just stop. Not necessary.
All right. Answer 06 has spoken. Thank you, brother. All right. Let's bring up Andrew Swaney. How you been?
Hey, I'm all right. How are you?
I'm well, man. What do you think of this Ricardo Medina situation? Guilty or innocent?
Well, I said he was funky cold, earlier. So, yeah, like I would need to see video proof. I'm more of a visual, like, see what his face looks like and see, like, movement, but I'm not good with this. So.
I think you freezing up, Andrew. Are you on like Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's fine. So you need to see the body language. You need to see the video. Now I requested it, they didn't send it. So we got what we got. We got two detectives touching a goddamn microphone, every so often. They're probably adjusting it. It's probably clipped to them, or something like that. So you need more. But based on what you've seen so far, innocent or guilty?
I'd say guilty. Like, I was actually on track asking, like, if Francis ever met the dude, to see, like, what her take is.
Oh, Ricardo Medina? Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll cam up. You never know. Well, anything else, Andrew, you want to add to tonight, man?
I can't think of anything.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up, man. Appreciate you watching. Come up anytime. All right.
All right.
Have a good one. That was Andrew Swaney. Let's bring up Lady Laura. Let's see what she got to say. Is she ready?
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Laura? Uh-oh. She freezing up too now. She freezing up too.
I'm okay. I wanted to say that I'm alive and had a medical scare, but I'm alive. And about this case, I just wanted to say that I think it sounds to me like self-defense, unfortunately. But I was just thinking I wouldn't want to ever be in that position. Like, can you imagine, having to actually do something like that, to defend yourself, and you have to live with that? I mean, of course, it was self-defense, but you have to live with the fact that you took this person's life, So I can't only imagine what he is feeling right now. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Well, anything else you want to add, Laura?
Hugs. I love you guys. And yeah.
All right. That's Laura. Happily celibate, guys. Hugs, love. Peace to you, Laura. Enjoy your weekend. All right. Let's bring up David Yo's baby mama. If you don't know, it is Janara Nelson. Let's go.
Hey, what's up?
You tell me, Janara.
I'm doing good.
How's the baby?
The baby's doing good.
She growing?
She's gonna grow.
Okay. All right. What do you think of this Ricardo Medina situation?
Carter Medina's is just, going through something, or maybe took it out on his roommate, or just bitter.
Okay. Innocent or guilty?
Find him guilty.
All right. Any
He
last
used the weapon.
he used the weapon. Any last words, Janara?
Any last words to all the people in the chat? Hello, how are you? You guys are better than Facebook. You've never met people in the chat. You've met nice people before, but you know what? Yeah, thanks to all y'all. Thanks to Henry. I've been watching you since day one. Since the JDF thing.
Okay. All right. Well, cool, Janara. Thank you. We
You're
had.
working on the David Yo song.
Oh, TJ, where that David Yo song? I'm gonna get on him. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you have a good night, Janara. I got some other people I got to bring up.
Okay.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
All right, we got El Coolio finally with the mask. He like he got the mask on, the luchador.
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Me. All right, let's do this.
Augusto,
All
where
right,
your ass at? I'm sorry, Augusto, bring your ass back.
Or give me a second.
Yeah, you got to mute the stream. There we go.
All right, I'm gonna tell you a story that happened to one of my friends, and this is a true story. Swear it happened. He was arguing with his roommates at the time. They were really on drugs, and he wasn't about that life at the time. And he was getting his life together. So they decided, to be like very off-putting, very threatening to him. And so he decided to pull a ninja sword out on him.
No way.
Yeah, swear. It went on the news. But he didn't threaten. They called the cops. He got arrested. And the cops were just so baffled by it because you just don't hear things like this and stuff like that. And I sent you an Instagram on it, and it'll prove my theory right there because I messaged him and I was like, bro, we're talking about this right now. And this reminded me of that one time that happened to you. It took him 5 years to fight that in court.
Oh, he fought it?
Yeah, he fought it, man. And he got out of it because they were trying to charge him for felony. And he was just like, no. It took him a while, but he got it. It took him. He had to bring it upstairs in that situation. But that's what you people need to realize. And if you're faced in that situation or anything like that, guys, the best thing to do is to lock the door, call the police, handle this situation. But it's crazy. I mean, if someone I've had people kick down my door before and stuff like that. So it just gets a little bit nuts. But Henry, we love you.
All right,
love
man.
This stream. It's a lot good one, man. You be safe.
All right, you be safe too, man. That was our guy. Augusto, you still listening or what, bro? You tending to your kidnapped victims? I guess we got Rican Ranger, and if he's 5 minutes or less, we got a 4-hour stream. I can go to sleep, and I can wake up, and I can edit this Aiden Ross, edit this XQC. Did we have stuff I didn't get to? Doesn't look like a senator's house. Oh, y'all tripping. All right, we got Rican Ranger, guys. Hold on, let me get this goddamn soundbite going. Where's my shit? I got to get my soundboard fixed.
Do it again. Please. Stay off the weed. Stay off the weed.
Rican Ranger, how are you?
Mr. Resilient, how we doing?
I am well, man. I am well.
Are you threatening me with violence?
Pretty good stream.
I thought it was okay. I mean, a lot of this ain't the drama, so not too many people was in there, and like the audio was horrible. The detectives are trash with that audio, and then they didn't even provide me the audio of all the people. Man, I wish I would have had the audio of everyone instead of the written statements. But I take what I can get. So innocent or guilty?
I don't know, man. These Puerto Ricans, man, we're down on the scoreboard between Hector and Ricardo, man. Come holla at your boy Rican, man. We need some points on here. I'm gonna lean towards the innocent side, man. I mean, like Answer was kind of saying, he at least showed some genuineness when he was talking to the cops. You know what I'm saying? He could have just lawyered up. That made a lot of sense. I don't know, man. The whole sword thing, I think, is what got him. How'd he kill a dude with a sword like this? It's like Lord of the Rings out here. Like, how does that reenact? You know what I mean? The guy comes bursting through the door. You grab the sword on the wall. Like, how much of a threat was he? Did the other guy have a gun? Did he have a weapon? It was just, like you said, why didn't you just move out like months earlier? Move yourself.
He said he couldn't. I mean, he was living rent free, and even if they would have evicted him, it would have taken him like 3 months to get him out of there.
Yeah,
it's not like, oh, we're gonna serve him. We're gonna tell him to get out on the 1st. Yeah, if he doesn't leave, you go through the eviction process. It's a 3-month process. It could be up to 6 months depending on when you can get a court date.
It's unfortunate because he was a good ranger. He seemed like he got a lot of fans. He was good on set. Like, other than this situation, he might have had a difference. It made a difference in his career, it seems like, it was a super fall off after that. But I did want to talk about Amy. You had me laughing with the damn magic wand, bro. I sent you something. I don't know if you got it. I don't know if you posted. It's ironic you did that because she posted something wild today. She actually had an old clip from when she was in the bikini. I don't think anyone ever seen it. I'd never seen it. I saw it today. So when I saw you covering that, I'm like, oh man, today's Amy Day. So I sent it to your Discord and your IG, whichever one's easier.
Hold on.
But I thought it was ironic. I'm like, man. And then Sunday, hopefully I'm catching her. And Johnny's going to be there too. I found out.
All right, guys.
Granite Con, I believe.
Hell. How do I play this shit?
Yeah, it's a real.
It's not playing. All right. Hold on. I don't need y'all up in my IG. You're like, who the hell is that? I see an attachment.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Did you send it to me in Discord or did you just post
it? Direct message. Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
I don't see it. So she posted something on let me see if I can go to her page. Amy Jones.
Yeah, it's right on her stories today, which is ironic. But that one's crazy. That's old school, that thing. I've seen that thing before.
All right, I think I got it. I think I got it, y'all. Let's see. This is what she posted on her whatchamacallit.
Yeah, it was like an old pageant on an old show or something.
Hey, Starving Ninjas in the chat. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Hold on.
Look what Rican's I mean, she was what she said, what she appears to be, clearly. Check out Screech from Saved by the Bell.
What the hell? I click watch for real, and this is where they get me. This is where they take me to.
Well, y'all get the drift. It's there, so you was on it, Henry. I mean,
okay. So what'd you think about her with the vibrator situation? You think it was for muscle relaxation, or she was using it for stimulation purposes?
I mean, MMPR the return, she's trying to stay young. I mean, we're gonna need her for a while. She's carrying this thing, so whatever she got to do to stay healthy, you know what I'm saying, we shall rise, clearly. So Amy Jo can do no wrong in my eyes.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's Susie Q, bro.
Okay, she could do no wrong. All right. I could take it to a darker, deeper, darker place, but I'll let it rock. Any last words, Rican, that you want to get off your chest?
Yeah, man. Rosalind Jetty, the comics coming soon. I gotta submit the script for the inside of the book. The cover's done. Animation guys are lined up, so good. Steady pace. Everybody out there trying to save the race, you know what I'm saying? Shall rise.
Slow and steady wins the race, man. How's the new job going, man?
It's good. I'm hustling hard to pay for shit so I could get y'all something soon. So the holidays is gonna be nice. Maybe for Christmas, y'all get a couple things from me. You know, maybe before that, we'll see. But we stack and attack, Henry.
All right, rising. All right, that's Rican, guys. All right, guys. I think we can do this. Hold on, let me go full screen. I got to get my damn thing set up. Woo! I think we can do this. I think it's been a good stream. It's an okay stream. The audio is really blowing me. The Ricardo Medina stuff. I wasn't probably as organized as I probably should have been with all my bookmarks for the 50 some odd pages. But long story short, man, Ricardo Medina, he's out. He's free. Now, if he's watching and y'all know this ninja, tell him, holla at me. I want the interview. I want that interview. I want that first interview. I want that exclusive interview. I got some questions to ask about everything and all that good stuff. We got to get into the nitty gritty. Got to get into the details of it. What song y'all want to go out with? I do got one more clip. I should do it, but I shouldn't, because I know that people are not gonna know. They're gonna be like, what is this? I do got more funny clips for you guys. Matt Fisher said, wait. Wyatt for what? Wyatt for what? Wyatt for what? You know?
Okay, I might have left something out of context. Are you threatening me with violence? How dare you speak to me that way?
Oh, everyone's like, is he gonna make an appearance? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I do want to talk about Diddy. I do got the guy who chopped his father's head off out here. All right, guys, coming from fresh out of surgery, guys. The one. Hold on. The one. The only. StreamYard. Let's get his soundbite going. I'm really upset about some stuff. Where is it at? Sorry, guys.
Stay resilient, bitch.
All right, fresh out of surgery. Hello, how did it go?
It went well. Sorry, I forgot that now that I had surgery, I can't have caffeine for a week. And I fell asleep because this is the first time in like 6 months I haven't had my nightly 4 shots of espresso. So my apologies. Hello. Dude, my mom, what, why? You play the is guilty clip when I have people in the car.
Again?
No, when you do. You play the vibrator thing when my mom walks in the room. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to send me back to the hospital?
I'm not, man. I just wanted to give proper context. Did your mom know about the magic wand?
No.
Did you ask
she didn't want to
her?
talk. She did not. I'm not going to ask my mom about a vibrator.
I'm going to ask my grandma, like, Grandma, you know about this shit? Grandma, I know you watching. Do you know about the magic wand? Yes or no? Text me. All right, there we go.
So let's cover everything. Ask away, please.
All right, what did you think about Amy Jo Johnson in the magic wand? What you think?
Okay.
Is this for, what type is this for, muscle relaxation? Or what is it? What else is it for?
I'm gonna go for relaxation.
Okay. All right. Not for anything else.
No, I'm gonna do the respectful thing. I'm gonna go for muscle relaxation.
Is the vagina considered a muscle?
But
It's a
I
yes or
don't
no, Mac.
I don't know. I don't have one.
Look, I don't know these things,
I
man.
is it a muscle? Maybe because please can we move on to anything?
You don't want to talk about the magic wand. You
I
said
don't
ask
want to
me
talk about
anything.
I don't want to talk about Amy Jo Johnson's muscle.
Okay, all right.
And or yeah, just I the thing is that I know this. I see. I met her. I met these people, and I know somebody's gonna watch something and be like, "Weren't you on that?" Like, I meet her at a con again. Weren't you on Henry's vagina stream?
This is not the vagina stream. This is the This stream is getting deleted anyway. It won't be up within like an hour.
Oh, fair enough.
So
if it's getting deleted and it's actually getting deleted,
well,
yeah.
Look, it's not getting deleted, but
so is this going to show? Like, are you actually going to show up? Am I going to log into YouTube in a couple days and be like, "Oh, Henry posted a clip. What?" And it's just going to say, "Ranger takes muscle relaxant," with a whole bunch of weird shit on the screen, and maybe Brent's face.
Give me some of that vagina.
Because Brent's face is on every goddamn image of a clip on your channel.
I think that's his last. That's his last clip. That's the end of the Drew versus Brent thing. My clips are lined up. I think I'm like 3 days out. My goal is to get like 2 weeks out with clips, and then I could just relax and coast.
Well, that's good. But what else? Hector, not Hector. God damn it, Ricardo Medina Jr. He's an idiot.
Ooh.
I mean, he's out, right? I honestly,
He is
I've been
out,
in and
bro.
out being
He
away.
is out.
He's out. Hello, Hector, or Ricardo. God damn it, Hector Ricardo. Hello. I'm just gonna call you Cole because that's your character's name. Hello, Cole. You killed someone, and then in a bad episode of Law and Order, you tried to cover it up and lie your way out of it.
Ooh, you thought he was lying.
Who has a sword in his room? Oh, and then I saw that clip before I fell asleep of that guy telling him to keep the sword. He should have kept that sword or whatever. So I was like, well, if that wasn't the most soothsaying thing ever. He was like, maybe I should. No, I'm gonna go with what I think Drew brought it up a couple weeks ago. The more Drew said, after Drew said that, I've been thinking about it. I think that I forget his roommate's name, but I think that guy was. I think that guy maybe wanted to date Cole, and I don't think Cole wanted to get down like that, and it turned into kind of like a lover's quarrel, and that's how that fellow died. But that's just
all right.
In
06, what did you want to say? Sorry, he came back.
Oh, hey man.
Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, okay. In terms of Fairy Todd came up.
Yo, you just not gonna let Fairy Todd off the hook, huh?
Look, in all sincerity, I'm not. I'm not nearly. By not nearly, I mean not at all. I'm not jacked like Answer. I'm not. I'm not gonna beat you up like anybody else. I just want to talk to the man. I want the goddamn answers, even if the answers are, I screwed up. I'm going through rehab. You didn't say hi to me, even though I had no idea that was you. This is my white whale. Drew has Brand. I have Fairy Todd.
Well, Fairy
I
Todd.
play Fairy Todd as my white whale. So, Fairy, I know you're watching this because you're definitely watching this. I want to talk to Fairy Todd.
All right.
But yeah, Rise of the Ninjetti support. And Henry, what I want you to do is I want you to find someone new, so we can put this ex-wife is in court thing to rest.
What are you talking about? I'm still in court. I got a meeting with my daughter's new psychologist Thursday.
No, I just want you to find somebody new for you. Go out, find somebody to love, man. Look, everybody's got their Kim or their cat out there. You gotta go find your Kim or cat. You are Tommy, my friend, and you sit there with a green background. You can't tell me that you're not out there looking, or what the hell do you say? You tell me you're not out there starving. I want to get you on eHarmony or something as HenryResilient, or make you a Tinder page. Henry Resilient.
I'll tell you this. I'm not lonely at all.
God damn. But
in fact, here, for all the people watching, right? Somebody slid into my DMs recently. I'll just tell you 2 words: Sonic rings. If you know, you know.
Is this another vibrator?
No. If y'all know about Sonic rings, you know.
God damn. Well, look, man. You probably are going to hit the world record for shortest stream on your channel.
I'm trying to, but I see Drew back there warming up like he want to come on with.
Is Drew up there now? Damn it.
April or something. Not April.
But look, hey, Francis. Being serious, thank you for your. Oh, Francis, hello.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
Hey, we was all rooting for you, man. Like, he's alive.
I got used to not being on caffeine for the next week. But
you probably gonna get some headaches. Usually when
I'm gonna be a testy little shit tomorrow. I already
you can't
know it.
Microdose with caffeine.
You
can't have a little bit.
I'll ask the doctor in the morning, but I don't think so.
So what I would do when I was trying to when I was weaning off caffeine, I would get those little, I don't know, those small Pepsis, and I would and go about my day. Because when you go cold turkey, if you've been on caffeine for a while, you'll start getting very bad migraines for about a week. But if you wean off, you'll be fine.
Maybe I should.
All right. Well,
all right. I just don't want to screw anything up. Peace. Love you all. Stay resilient, bitches. And Henry, turn that computer off. Goodbye.
Yeah. All right. Answer 06. Did you have something else you wanted to say, brother?
Yeah. For everybody that's complaining about why did he have a sword in his room or by his nightstand.
I already know what you're about to say.
Out the door. You have a right to have decorative stuff in your place. Like, I got freaking nunchucks by my nightstand. Doesn't mean I'm going to use it, but if the opportunity comes where I can't get to my Bleaky safe, I'm going to go for that. I got to have something to defend myself and defend my castle. Just saying. You got to be prepared for something, or you might be the one that get tombstone. Just saying.
Hey, this is true.
Something available. A tool of necessity.
This is true.
Yeah. The other thing was the detective asking him the questions about it. I thought he put his own personal thoughts, his liberal thoughts into it, versus maybe that's all he knew, living in California and not living in other places where the response time for police officers or sheriff deputies may be at half an hour to an hour to your home. Like I lived in some rural places before in Georgia where the response time was 30 minutes. So I got to sit there and hold my own for 30 minutes until someone can come there and help me out. So it shouldn't be a judgment factor on that. I'm not trying to beat that detective down on it, but just a thought process. Sometimes people need to expand their horizons outside of their own bubble and see other places of the United States so they can have a better understanding.
This is true, man. This is true. You know, what are your thoughts on what's going on in Colorado with the Venezuelan gang members taking over apartment complexes?
Without getting too political, because I'm still in the military on the reserve side, the current administration allowed that to happen. The one previous to it, I don't think it would have happened the way it is right now because of certain things that was in place when it came to asylum seekers. So hopefully it gets better because technically right now I don't think it's safe. Colorado or New York, all these sanctuary cities are definitely feeling a little bit of these issues.
Okay. Answer 06. Riding the line. Read between the lines, everybody.
Yeah, I have to on that one. Sorry. But come January, I'm free to speak a little bit more.
All right. Well, we hope to hear from you in January. All right. That's answer 06. All right. Drew Danger. This guy's introduction, I saw him getting ready. He was in his skibbity whites and walking around the house with nothing on camera. I don't know if you saw him, but let's bring up Drew Danger. Now, before he says anything, guys, we have to ask him this one question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you learn your lesson?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I learned a lesson, and then it sparked off in one video and another video because somebody decided to talk about a bunch of nonsense and bring people in and all that stuff like that and make issues with me and Francis and it's a mess, absolute mess. So no, I didn't learn anything because when I took the higher road, somebody went above and beyond with their arrogance and decided to put people out there and make a mess out of things and did not de-escalate those situations. So not good. Between that conspiracy dude situation and this here, like, yeah, not good at all.
Okay.
Definitely. That's what I gotta say about that situation, unfortunately. But I want you guys to know I came humble. I let somebody speak, and if you gave the man 3 hours to gripe, he'd take that 3 hours and just talk about how right he is and everything else in between. So I say all that to say, guys, I tried. I really, really tried, but I can't do anything for him, you know. So this is where I stand. I was hoping Francis would be able to get on with me, but I'm not going to get into it with them anymore. I'm done. I've had my time.
You're throwing in the white tag. You're throwing in the towel, huh? You've succumbed to Brent's dominance.
No, I have not succumbed to his dominance, but sometimes the best.
Are you threatening me with violence?
Thing to do is to step back.
But how dare you speak to me that way?
Okay, so you're stepping back from Brent.
Stepping back.
Okay, well, I mean, if you want to throw in the towel, and we not gonna stop you. You know what I'm saying? That's what we gonna do. If you throwing it in, we gonna let you throw in the towel, man. It just is what it is. But for the people new here, we have some new subscribers. Could you just explain the things that took place so we make sure we get proper context?
Okay, I might have left something out of context.
Yes, so we have correct context. Yeah, okay, here we go. So in summary, but I will give the context correctly. Brent was causing an issue with a lot of ladies on the channel, i.e. Francis, and he was trying to endorse Austin St. John's Hitler thing.
Okay,
and he
so what?
quoted some things from Mein Kampf as well as other writings of that man. which were not good. And I am of Jewish descent, and I'm very chivalrous, and I have a lot of respect for women. I am married,
so what?
Yeah, got a lot of respect, and that's what really got me riled up about it. And I said some things, I got heated. I shouldn't have, and that's my mistake, and that's my weakness and my fault. And I'm more than happy to always own up for that. I'm never gonna say like, oh, what I did was right. I'm like, nah, the way I present it was totally wrong. Now,
so what?
Brent decided that he was going to take some liberties on me. So I kind of just let him know I'm not groveling. I'm not kissing your behind. I'm not doing that, but I'll own up to what's mine. But he took it as, well, since he apologized, I guess I can just say whatever I want because now I've got free reign. No.
But how dare you speak to me that way?
I just let you just do that so people could see what you're like and how unforgiving you truly are, because you want forgiveness, but you can't give forgiveness to other people. And it all got down to, hey, you gonna apologize to Francis and these ladies out there and try to do things a little bit better there, Britt, not antagonize so many people or gaslight them. And he couldn't even do it. He couldn't even say it. He couldn't even get around it. He was stuck on that. Okay. And the other thing is there's this guy named King Snow. I don't know if he has other identities or whatever, but he's never reached out to me. And apparently he wanted to fight me. So he says, but he's never contacted me. So I don't know. Do I want to fight King Snow? No, it's a waste of my time. I don't even know the guy. But
a truthful
I
statement.
thought at least he'd reach out and say something to somebody, but I haven't heard anything unless he has alter egos and he's some of those people that are in some of these YouTube video comments. There was a guy that wanted to fight me and stuff like that. So maybe that might be him with another name, another alias. I don't know, but I'm here. So Henry, if you let me, I'm going to say this. Anybody that's got anything to say to me, negative, good, come on the stream if you got something you want to say. Because you know me, Henry, I kick it down like that every time. You got something you want to say, I'm right here. I'll hear you out. What do you got for me? So I'll hang out here. I got some stories for Uncle Henry here about what I think about Ricardo Medina and everything. Give me my expert opinion, doing investigations for the time I did about situations such as this. I will definitely give my say on that as well. Absolutely.
Okay. And what is your say?
My say on this is he's innocent. I'm going to say that right now. Now that I've seen more of the information, I could tell exactly what more than likely happened in that situation. My question to you is, and I might have missed it because I had to talk to my wife real quick for a second. Did you bring up, did any of those charges that his roommate that died, unfortunately, were there any charges that it was mentioned that he had a charge of some sort? Did you mention what the charge was?
I think it was like domestic violence against his sister and a DUI.
Oh, so he has a nature for being a certain way. That's what I'm getting to. So this whole attitude thing of him that happened was not the first time.
Correct.
And see, that's the thing. He's known for being that way. And you remember I pointed out maybe he liked Medina a little bit. There could have been that.
Yeah.
But also, now the sister's in the equation. He could have been very upset that this new roommate guy he's got is hooking up with the sister, and he could be very upset about that. The family could be very mad about that, and that's why he's hostile towards the girlfriend. That could also be that situation too, because he doesn't want, because remember he said, I don't want her around here, and I don't want you guys doing things per se. Right. So that's the thing about it. And why would he be like doing things? Because he knew about the sister. So he's trying to totally just take down everything about this guy. He doesn't like anything about him anymore, So he's not too happy about that. And I think that caused the rift, where he got upset. I do believe that he, if he didn't kick open the door, he definitely gave it a nice shoulder to the door to get in there. The door was locked. And that's really the thing about it. Much like Answer 06 said, he's in his domain. He's in his room. He didn't knock on the door and ask to come in. The door's locked. He busts in the door, ready to do something. And like Answer 06 said, I had katanas hanging on my wall for years. I even had the Highlander one. So, I mean, he goes to the first thing that he can get to, to defend himself, and he tried to save the guy too. He didn't even know the guy was dead until later. Right. And his reaction was one of, oh man, not like, oh man, oh, I did. It was more like a concern. That's not what he wanted to happen. And that's not what he wanted to do. When you get in these heated situations, many scenarios can happen. My father, when I was 7, we moved up to the high desert sides of Southern California. We had a neighbor across the street. Their son was really heavy into drugs. One day he came home, beat up mom, beat up dad, punched a bunch of holes in the wall, went crazy, and then tried to, unfortunately, unalive them. And they came over to my house to get help from my parents, right? And this guy came over and beat on the door and threatened to do things to my parents as well as them. And my dad went upstairs and grabbed his service revolver, because my dad was a Korean veteran of the Korean War, grabbed his service revolver, opened the door, held it directly to the guy's head and said, "You want to come in?" And he was like, "Nope." And he was just like, "So what do you want to do?" He's like, "I don't know." He's like, "Well, we're going to call the police. You're going to go right over there. And if you come in my house, you know what's going to happen." He's like, "You better not walk in here." And he let him know. So I'm letting you guys know situations can de-escalate and get crazy.
Here's the thing. I just found a crazy story about this Ricardo Medina stuff. I'll share with you guys after Drew is going. But
you got more stuff.
I got more. Like, this shit is explosive. It's bigger than Nino Brown. But keep going, Drew. Sorry to interrupt.
Wow.
Sorry
Okay. No, don't worry. You got something bigger than Wesley Snipes. Okay.
I want to hear what you got to keep going. Keep cooking.
Yeah. And so what I want to tell you guys is, when you're in a situation like that and it's you're just grab anything you can get a hand on. If it's a wooden spoon, if it's a cup, you're trying to grab something, or you're ready to fight at all costs, because you know that the situation went from 0 to 1 million in the blink of an eye. And like Answer 06 said, in situations like that, it could literally mean your life, girlfriend's life, kid's life, whatever, if you don't act in those right moments at the right time. So, it's about what you guys want to do. I'm from California, LA County born. And I'm telling you, like, even being from California, where everybody's a little bit more kumbaya about that sort of thing. After I saw that, I was 7 when I saw that. And by that time, we had already been robbed. Okay. Like, when I was 5. So I really wasn't doing the kumbaya thing, because I was terrified as a kid. Like, after that, I was like, I don't care. I want somebody to back me, defend me, because I'm a little kid. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to die. That's exactly where my mind was. I was upstairs looking around the corner and watching my dad do this with my neighbor's youngest son that was my age. We were supposed to be playing Ninja Turtles, because this was in '89, and hanging out, but we were watching the whole thing take place. And we were terrified. We thought his brother was going to come in and kill everybody. It was awful. Okay. And luckily my dad handled it. And had he not had his peace, we would have had peace. Okay. That's the thing. So sometimes you got to do that. It sucks. Nobody wants to take a life. Nobody wants anybody really to get hurt. But sometimes in situations, you may not have a choice. And you guys have to think about like that. Trust me, if somebody gave you a home invasion right now, like, you would not be wanting to bake them cookies. Okay. That's just the reality. And I do live in Colorado. So Venezuelan gangs.
What's going on with that?
That's up in Aurora. That's an hour away from me. Okay. I've been to Aurora. A couple of my MS doctors that I see are actually out there. It's bad. It's real bad. What happened was they actually took over a whole apartment complex. Okay. And have done invasions of people's apartments, and people were like having to survive. And you ask why, is because law enforcement has been held back. Underneath certain situations, they can go down there, and underneath certain situations, they can't. And it does come to the new ruling and governors and such that have allowed that, because they're back in the day, if that had happened, they would have dropped the SWAT team off in that area and it would have been de-escalated in less than an hour. Okay. That would have been that. But because there's all these new rules and things going on, they're just allowing those people. And by the way, they're also robbing a lot of liquor stores and gas stations. They're busting in through window, all kinds of stuff. There's video footage of this stuff. It's scary. It's real scary. And I don't know how this whole situation is going to turn out if they don't deal with it, because, you got Aurora, you got Denver, you've got Colorado Springs, you got Castle Rock, Castle Pines. You've got all these different places that, blink of an eye like that, they could be in your backyard, and they're doing home invasions in your neighborhood, and it's scary. We had a home invasion in my area, actually, like literally 2 houses down.
God damn.
We had one. It was not, and we live in a nice area. Like police come through here, travel, and they came in the day and did it. Okay. It was not cool. So I'm telling you guys, I'm not going to get in a political thing, but I'm going to say this, like Answer 06 said, listen, guys, this is stuff you have to think about. No matter what state you live in, if things aren't under control, it could be in your neighborhood. It could be at your kid's school or whatever. Trust me, it could happen, because Colorado is known for what nowadays?
Hippies. Y'all smoking weed every day.
True, but we're the number one state known for school shootings. Columbine is in Colorado.
Why you gotta say school shootings on the stream?
I know, but I'm just saying, Henry, just hear me out. Like, we're known for that. Columbine is here. Okay. So I'm just saying, like, nobody knew this stuff was going to happen. And then it did. And it was bad. And we've had more situations that happen. The Dark Knight movie, when it first came out,
happened there too, huh?
That happened in Colorado. That was in Aurora, where those gangs, Venezuelan gangs, are. Yeah. So see, that's what I'm saying.
Y'all need to strap up out there.
Yeah.
Bunch of weed smoking hippies out there. Y'all better stay strapped or get clapped.
It is, because think about it, Henry. Just think about this. Some people went to go see Batman, as they normally do at night, right? Go watch a movie, have a good time, go see the new Christopher Nolan hangout, right? And then that happened, and it was awful.
Yes.
So I mean, you have to really, really think.
All right, Drew, I gotta drop you down, man. I gotta bring up this explosive shit, man.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Thank you for coming up. Drew Word said, "Stay strapped or get clapped." Y'all heard him say it right here. He denied, and he also said, "Vote Trump." All right, cool. All right, I'm joking on the last part.
Make America great again. There you go.
Hey, clip that. Run it up. Post it out of context. But all right, stand in the background. All right, guys. I have some explosive information. When I tell you explosive, I mean, like, I just happened to look some stuff up, and I was like, wait. Look, when I found it, I was like, hell no. How did I find this in my original shit? You know why? Because I was just sticking to what was posted, right? What I found in the evidence. But now we have the interview of the sister, who is looking like she has seen better days. She's seen better days. This article was written in February. I love when we have new information, guys. New information. So what am I talking about? This is the sister. This is the sister. This article says right here, she Playboy model turned escort was getting her cheeks clapped with cops. Two soft brothers samurai sword murder. Who do you think her brother is? Who do you think he is? You like, Henry, who is her brother? She don't look familiar. She don't look familiar? Are you sure she don't look familiar? I think she looked familiar. I think she looked like her. I think she looked like her. Now look at this. And you like, well, do you got the interview? Yeah, damn straight I do. Oh my goodness. Stuff like this don't happen often. It doesn't. So now we're about to get her story. And we don't need to listen to the whole 33 minutes. But guys, take care of yourself. You can go from that to this real quick. You can go from model, Playboy, to what the hell? We need the what the hell soundbite. What? We need the what the hell soundbite. Give me a second. Give me a second. What the hell? YouTube, like, sorry guys, give me a second. We're about to listen to her interview as she talks about all this. What the hell?
Hell, oh my God, no way.
This right here. Anyway, let's get to her interview. Right? This is on the Soft White Underbelly. Great content creator. I used to watch them. How did she slip through the cracks? She did this in January 31st.
Myself.
What did you start?
I started a 501c3 nonprofit. It's an animal rescue. It was called Lucky Puppy. And we would save dogs from the city shelters and find them forever homes. So I created the first humane pet store, I think probably in the world. It was on Ventura Boulevard. And we sold everything that you would need to when you would adopt a dog, beds, food, whatever the dog might need. And then we would rescue the dogs from the shelter, take them to the vet at a grooming salon upstairs. They would get groomed and look all fancy, and they would just all be in my store in the window, and people would walk by and come in and adopt a dog from us that normally would have been euthanized. So in 3 years of having that humane pet store, we found homes for over 1,600 dogs that would have been dead otherwise.
Now, she's about to just blatantly lie in this interview, too. Just blatantly lie. And I know it's a lie because we have the coroner's report that the LA County did. But she's going to lie, and typically this is what happens. You tell a little white lie to make yourself look better, too. It makes for a better story. Just let hear her out.
And because of the location, I think, and the it was fun. It was like Disneyland in there. It was great. We had Girl Scouts volunteering, and it was always my passion because animals, like I said, were my best friends my whole life. Tom Cruise adopted dogs for me. You name it, the celebrity who had been in my store, Ellen DeGeneres. It was a dream. It was, like I said, it was like Disneyland for rescue dogs. It was probably the happiest times of my life.
Are you still doing it today?
No, I lost everything after my brother was murdered. I have a brother.
This is Rachel Kennedy. This is what she looked like January 31st, 2024, as she tells her story from her viewpoint. This is the first time ever. And it is titled that she used to escort.
I did have a brother, and when you rescue animals, most rescues don't think of like a life plan. Like, for instance, what if you rescue a dog and from the shelter, you don't know their behavior, you don't know what ailments they may have. And I realized I couldn't have every dog in a humane pet store. What if they bit somebody or whatever? So I got a ranch in Santa Clarita for the dogs that weren't really adoptable at the time, or maybe never would be adoptable. I wanted a life plan for them, because once I adopted a dog or rescued a dog, they're mine for life. I would never return them to the shelter because they were sick or whatever. So I got a ranch, and that's where the dogs that couldn't be in the store would go to. I hired a man.
Here we go.
To
Here we go.
kind of look over the ranch. I put him on the lease. He wasn't doing his duties. He wasn't caring for the dogs. About 2 months later, so I asked my brother if he would move to my Lucky Puppy Ranch and just kind of oversee and make sure that he was doing what he was supposed to do. 2 weeks later, that man murdered my brother. And after that, the collateral damages, as you can imagine, were tremendous. I lost everything. I lost my brother. I lost my animal rescue. I got sued by the city of Los Angeles for animal abuse. They charged me with animal abuse. I had to go to trial for that.
It looked like she still was able to afford some plastic surgery, though.
I lost everything. So, no, I don't have Lucky Puppy anymore. But, it was good while it lasted.
And losing a brother, especially in that way, has a lot of...
Wait till you hear how she got her brothers to get convicted. Wait till you hear it. Wait till you hear how she got Medina convicted. This is so crazy that this goes on.
Far-reaching effects, doesn't it?
It does. It was, the guilt, of course, that I felt for asking him to help me and move up there in the first place. It was, he would have never been there if I hadn't asked for him to do it. He would have done anything for me. No questions asked, always. I didn't know that the man that I had hired to look over the animals was even capable of something like that, obviously. He was a former actor. He was a actor that played the Red Power Ranger in the TV show for kids. I guess kids watch it. Everyone watches it. He did a Power Rangers movie. He played the Red Power Ranger in the movies. And I didn't know any of this at the time, but I quickly learned when, the night he killed my brother, when TMZ showed up at the ranch, and I'm like, oh, so he was an actor, and he was his red. I didn't know any of this. This was all kept a secret from me. But he took a samurai sword and stabbed my brother 10 times with it.
Now, she said 10 times. He took a samurai sword and stabbed my brother 10 times. Now, the coroner report, which I'm trying to pull up, said he was only stabbed 1 time. But let's keep hearing her story.
This was all kept a secret from me. But he took a samurai sword and stabbed my brother 10 times with the sword and killed him. For what reason, I don't know. So. Did
your brother do something to instigate that?
No, nothing that I know of. I just know that the man, his name is Ricardo Medina, Jr., he didn't want my brother there. And we were planning on kicking him out on February 1st. We made a plan with the landlord that we would all be evicted, because we didn't want him to know that. We didn't want him to get mad and say, well, why am I being kicked out, not them? So he was going to evict us all. And then.
Now, here is, where are we at? 32. Page 32. This is the post-mortem exam. Now, what does it say? Employed. Sutter had been stabbed. Dr. Pancho noted a stab wound which entered the center of the victim's abdomen and exited Sutter's right rear flank. Dr. Pancho noted additional stab wounds to the victim's left hand and right hands. Dr. Pancho noted additional blunt force wound to the left hip. Where does it say stab 10 times? And why is she acting like they didn't fight prior to prior to stabbing? This is where people are intentionally leaving out context.
Okay, I might have left something out of context.
All right, let's let her go back. Let's let her do it. Let's let her cook.
Kicking him out on February 1st. We made a plan with the landlord.
Get your money
that
up, not
we
your phone.
would all be evicted, because we didn't want him to know that. We didn't want him to get mad and say, well, why am I being kicked out, not them? So he was going to evict us all and then get rid of Ricardo February 1st, and then he would re-sign the lease with me and my brother. And he murdered my brother January 31st. one day before he was going to be evicted. In court, they said that there was an altercation, that they got into a fist fight, but the magnitude and the monster, I don't even know how to describe it. The manner in which he took my brother's life has destroyed my life. He didn't shoot him. He didn't beat him up. He didn't choke him out. To stab someone, it's very, very personal and very, it was overkill. You know, he didn't have to kill him in such a horrible fashion, and the guilt and everything that comes with it, losing my dream, my animals, because of the collateral damage from what he had done. It's just, I don't know how to move. I've moved on, but I don't know if I've moved forward. I'm kind of stuck in grief, maybe.
Sure.
And guilt, and yeah.
What year was this?
2015.
2015, so not that long ago.
2015. Oh man, I had no idea. She hasn't gotten to how she got Medina convicted though. She hasn't gotten to that part yet.
Not that long ago.
So he's still in prison?
No. He was released a couple years ago. He served about 3 years.
3 years for murder?
For murder, yes. There was never a trial. He pled out, and instead of having to go through a murder trial, he made a deal with the district attorney that he would plead guilty to a lesser charge, and they just sentenced him to 4 years for a brutal murder. So that was tough, too, because when he had gotten arrested, of course, the night of the murder.
Now, guys, I mind you, she about to have to do something strange to get this conviction. Let me know how much you love your brother or sister and how far you willing to go.
And was released 3 days later. And the first 3 days, I didn't speak to the media. Every TV station, every news, they were following me, trying to get me to talk, and I never said a word until I got a call that he was being released. And my brain just went from victim to monster. There was nothing I wouldn't do to make sure that this man paid the price for what he had done to my brother.
Nothing. Would that include lying? Just out of curiosity, when you say there is nothing you would do, would that include lying?
So I spent a year doing everything and anything I had to do to collect the evidence and to force the people that should have been doing their jobs to do their jobs. And almost a year to the day after his death, he was finally rearrested because of me solving my own brother's murder, basically, which no one should have to.
Did she really solve it? Like, she is dragging out what she had to do to get this conviction.
Solve their own brother's murder, but I had no choice. So, and that's what I did for a year. And then they rearrested him and charged him.
Just kind of put your life into a tailspin, it sounds like.
Absolutely.
Look, she went from that, guys. She used to look like this. Women, stop butchering yourselves. Like, oh my goodness. To that. Lip injections. Look like she got some fillers in her face.
I really believed that, and it sounds silly now I find it silly to say, but, they say God only gives you what you can handle.
Dig, bro. You like to dig.
But that is just above and beyond. I couldn't figure out, I'm the kind of person that won't step on the cracks. I don't want anyone in my family to get hurt. I'm very cautious and very loving and very caring, and I try not to do bad things to people. So I couldn't figure out why in the world did this happen. There was no reason. And I didn't do anything to deserve it. And could I handle it? Absolutely not.
Ew.
So my go-to was, I truly believe that God hates me. That was my thing that I would say, is God. He fucking hates me. That's the only thing in my mind that sounded correct at the time. And, I put 100% of my time, 100% of my effort into fighting him and befriending police officers and screwing police officers and doing whatever I had to do to get information and to make them do the right thing. And I did some dirty, nasty things that I never thought I would do just to make sure that justice was served.
You had to have sex with a police officer?
I absolutely did, yes.
To do what?
Just for information.
Damn, she was out there in them streets. God damn.
In these streets.
Yo, let me run it back to you. But before we look, here is her right here. This was her, guys. This is the same woman. This is the same woman. I know it may not look like it, but that's her. The woman you see is right there. And this is also her. But this is the person she is today. This is who she is today. Man, people change. Life comes at you fast. Let's run this part back one more time, and we'll break down her having to sleep with cops for information, because this is where it's like, wait, what? I know people listening to it like, what did he say?
And, almost a year to the day after his death, he was finally rearrested because of me solving my own brother's murder, basically, which no one should have to solve their own brother's murder, but I had no choice. So, and that's what I did for a year. And then they rearrested him and charged him.
Just kind of put your life into a tailspin, it sounds like.
Absolutely. I truly believed that, I know it sounds silly now I find it silly to say, but, they say God only gives you what you can handle, but that is just above and beyond. I couldn't figure out, I'm the kind of person that won't step on the cracks. I don't want anyone in my family to get hurt. I'm very cautious and very loving and very caring, and I try not to do bad things to people. So I couldn't figure out why in the world did this happen. There was no reason. And I didn't do anything to deserve it. And could I handle it? Absolutely not. So my go-to was, I truly believe that God hates me. That was my thing that I would say, is God, he fucking hates me. That's the only thing in my mind that sounded correct at the time. And, I put 100% of my time, 100% of my effort into fighting him and befriending police officers and screwing police officers and doing whatever I had to do to get information and to make them do the right thing. And I did some dirty, nasty things that I never thought I would do just to make sure that justice was served.
You had to have sex with a police officer?
I absolutely did, yes.
To do what?
Just for information. I wanted information. I wanted to know what was going on with the case, because, everything's kept between themselves. And I was the one collecting evidence. I was the one that was talking to the media. I was the one that was getting the signs and figuring out why the door wasn't really busted down. And I just happened to run into a sheriff at a bar, and he's like, yeah, of course I know your case. I'm Lieutenant so-and-so. I'm like, okay, well, if you...
Wait, what the hell? Was it Lieutenant I'll go back through. Keep going.
knows anything, I'm going to make sure he tells it to me. And so I took him home and got a little information, not enough that put him in prison at the time, but I just wanted it to cause a ruckus and let people know, anyone and everyone know, that it shouldn't have gone down the way it did, and that my brother did not deserve this, nor was he the aggressor, and that this man needed to be in jail. And it worked.
Do you feel like you were the one who solved that case?
Absolutely. Yeah. I do. They wouldn't have done anything. They were done with it.
But it's got to be frustrating that only 3 years was served.
It hurts my soul. And, and the day he was released, I made that life decision to continue to go after him. I was going to be there with I was even thinking maybe I'll hire a bunch of motorcycle gang extras from SAG and just be outside of the jail and scare the crap out of him when he gets out. And that was my focus, was just making.
Bro, she hated this ninja. She hated Ricardo Medina. Now you can say it was because she deleted her brother, or you could say a piece of it is because he moved on. She's not has not mentioned the fact that she dated Ricardo Medina at any point. She mentioned it to the cops twice. She didn't mention it to Medium when they interviewed her. She's not mentioning the soft white underbelly because I think people can quickly see, like, wait, you dated the guy who murdered your brother? Like, what?
Making sure that this man never forgets what he had done. And instead I just laid in the grass in my backyard and just cried and cried and cried and cried. And that's the day I chose myself and I chose to live. And I can't keep fighting this monster who has no soul and has no regret. So what is that going to do for me? Continuously trying to ruin his life even more than it already is. And you have to believe at some point in karma. And everyone's like, don't worry, he'll get his when he, karma will get him. And you have to kind of just believe that. Otherwise, what do you do?
What do you guys think? Did she go above and beyond for justice or for revenge?
So I try to believe that karma will take care of him one day, and I just chose to start living my life again. So then that's when I knew that God really didn't hate me, that I was just saying that, and that my brother is in a better place, and that he was a kind person and a soulful person and an extremely shy person. I'm shy, but he was extremely shy, and I just believe that he was not meant to be here. But I'm haunted. I have severe PTSD. I have night terrors. I don't even have to go to bed thinking about what had happened to my brother. It just comes in my dreams. So
now she's about to get a little graphic, guys, and talk about what happened to her brother. And this whole 10 stabbing things, I'm just not getting the 10 because I actually got a picture of the report that's going to come up in a news article after this.
Something that I'm trying to learn to cope with. I have sleep paralysis, and that just comes whenever it feels like it. So the manner in which he took his life haunts me even when I'm not thinking about it. Because it was so gruesome and unnecessary. He cut all my brother's fingertips off because my brother was trying to stop him from stabbing him.
Now imagine this, right? You can't cut someone's fingertips off stabbing them. You have to slice them. As I was saying, he was grabbing the sword, and when he pulled it out, that's when the fingertips went off, or maybe when he put it in.
With a samurai sword, 3-foot samurai sword. So that's hard to, and all I've ever wanted to do is take care of animals and love people, and
it turns into this.
Now, don't get me wrong, I do feel bad for her losing her brother. I couldn't imagine losing my sister abruptly. However, this whole he stabbed him 10 times and he cut off all the fingertips. I think that's the best way to look at it, as opposed to saying my brother got stabbed, he grabbed the sword, and when the sword came out or went in, his fingertips were cut, which the 911 call says that.
And it turns into this, and it's I don't know the reason. And I felt like I was definitely like an alien on this planet. Like I didn't belong here. I tried to join support groups and actually felt like jealousy over other people whose child had been shot. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Why am I jealous? Because I found in my mind, I think that's more humane way to die than the way my brother was killed. He was chopped up. He was disemboweled. It was just.
He was, the disemboweled. If someone was disemboweled, I'm thinking you a puncture wound in the stomach and you going left to right. which we're gonna look at the coroner's report in it because it shows up in a news article.
You don't ever hear of anyone killing someone like that, you know? So for a long time, I felt so alone on this planet, thinking that, oh, I wish my brother would have just been shot. You know, I had that attitude. And then one day I just thought, you know what, pain is pain and loss is loss. And it all feels the same no matter how whatever the situation is, it still feels the same for everybody. I think, and I hope. So I don't think my pain is any less painful than someone that's lost their dog or stubbed their toe. It's still painful. And that's what I try and tell myself, that it's all the same. We're all human and we feel those things.
All right, let's go to the article. Okay? Because it's going to show a piece of the coroner report. All right, let's get it.
Outrage after an autopsy report is released in the case of a former Power Ranger who killed his roommate in Palmdale. Family members say it's murder. So far, though, prosecutors have declined to file charges against Ricardo Medina Jr. Eyewitness News reporter Alex Michelson spoke to the victim's family exclusively.
Now, there she go. In her younger days, you see Ricardo Medina.
Joins us now with their cry for justice. Alex.
Mark, that family hopes that this new evidence will be a game changer in a case against a former Power Ranger.
There's something wrong with this story.
Loved ones of Joshua Sutter are horrified to see his autopsy report for the first time.
Just kept looking at the injuries and I just kept...
That's Sandra. That is... He dated both of these women, I'm thinking. Because it says former girlfriend, because Kennedy was the former girlfriend as well.
Thinking of how much he must have suffered. And
Sutter was killed by his roommate, 36-year-old actor Ricardo Medina.
A duel to the end.
Medina used swords in his role as a Power Ranger, and in real life killed Sutter with a sword. Medina claims it was self-defense. The autopsy shows Sutter sustained 10 sharp force injuries, including multiple hand injuries consistent with defensive wounds.
See, I think this is a mistake.
And a stab wound through the abdomen.
Who grabs a sword and stabs someone through their stomach and out through their back? This is murder.
The sheriff's department initially suggested murder charges, but the DA's office didn't press charges in February, asking for more of an investigation.
I want to say until she starts sleeping with everybody, and then next thing you know, hey, arrested.
I'm very, very, very sorry for what occurred. I'm very happy to be out of jail, and my heart goes out to the Sutter family.
Investigators say this autopsy is among the new evidence they'll soon present to the DA.
We have to protect the integrity of the investigation, so it's not over. It's just the DA wanted more information to consider. When we get that information, we will give it to them.
I want to see him charged with murder.
Now, when was this recorded? This was July 23, 2015, and no charges didn't come until 2016. So gosh, I don't know, man. You heard Answer 06 say, hey, self-defense, clear cut.
he was loved and he's still loved, and we can't give up on something like this.
Sutter's family says they also plan on suing Medina for wrongful death. We reached out to Medina's attorney for a comment tonight. He says that he cannot give any comment until at least Friday.
All right, so there you have it. The sister slept with anyone and everyone in the precinct to get a conviction, and hey, she got it by hook or by crook. I mean, she may have had to drop some neck to get the ball rolling, but eventually the DA was like, hey, we'll put the murder on him, and then murder she wrote, literally. I'm able to say that I may have been wrong about Ricardo Medina Jr. All right, well, but what do you guys think about that? Explosive or what?
We are learning new details about the 8 Orange County fire.
Explosive or what? Now, I heard some people click in. Nobody knew. All right. Well, guys, that ish was crazy. What a crazy stream. what a crazy way to go for everyone. I had no idea I was going to come across literally the article where it basically says, hey, what she had to do to get this conviction. She, Playboy model turned escort had sex with cops to solve brother's samurai sword deletion. Hell of an article written February 1st. Hell of a transformation. A former escort, like, damn. Because she must be on Soft White Underbelly talking about her escorting days. But we really don't talk about that too much. Who once modeled for Playboy claimed to have sex with police officers in order to ensure her brother's murder was properly investigated. They go over Joshua Sutter. She put 100% of her time, 100% of her effort in fighting him. I was befriending police officers and screwing police officers and doing whatever I had to do to get information to make them do the right thing. She did some dirty, nasty things.
I am a nasty woman.
I mean, they go over everything. He was eventually sentenced, but Jesus. Rachel considered going after him, perhaps hiring a bunch of bikers. They talked about that. She was a former model, was a former party girl who had spent her younger years taking nose candy with wealthy men that she met through the notorious Hollywood madam Heidi Felice. Oh my God. So she was getting pimped. Oh my goodness. You hate to see it, don't you? You hate to see it. Oh man. She was letting this woman pimp her out. Holy shit. Oh, is it? Let me make sure this is the right woman. I don't want to be putting pimping on the wrong one, but she was getting pimped out. Willing participant. That's not something you see often. It's saying this woman is American Madam. Yeah, it is. She was getting pimped out. Oh man, brothers. She had been running the dog shelter. There we go. Oh man. Anywho, what a crazy event, guys. What a crazy turn of events. I can definitely say I didn't see that coming. Pause. I didn't see it coming. But what did you guys think of tonight's stream? It's gonna get deleted, so if you didn't see it, oh well, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to say. But anywho, with that being said, what song y'all want to go out to? What song y'all want to go out to? I can't play that, TJ. I can't. It's funny. Look, we can play that in Discord. Security footage in my DMs, guys. Okay, well, since this stream is low-key getting... no, I'm not. I can't play that, man. I can't. We'll play it on Discord. All right, how about this? Anyone who wants to see the security footage can watch it on Discord. And for...
Take your clown self off my channel. Make America great again. There you go.
Oh man, I'm not gonna play it on stream because this stream may go back up at some point. We gotta squeeze all the milk out of it. We gotta squeeze all the milk out of it. But great stream to everyone who showed up. Thank you, Dust, Answer 06, Matt Fisher, Eric Parshell, everyone who donated, everyone who liked the stream. Everyone in the Resilient Army, everyone the zombie. What song y'all want to go out to? Because I'm ready to go. And it's been not a 6-hour stream, but a 5-hour stream. It was gonna be a 4 and some change hour stream, but that story just came out of nowhere. Any song requests? Parker Raman 2. What song you want to hear, brother? Any song, or shit, we can just end it. We can end it. That works too. I don't want you guys to feel like you have to play a song. Caught song. Oh my God. I can't play the Wu-Tang Clan. You tripping. All right, caught song it is. Henry Resilient Clips Caught. Oh, snap. There's one more thing I forgot to play. I can't play it. We too far on time.
In the world of the cold, there's a name we all know. Henry's the Lord, the savior of the show. No bigger hater, no one can compare. In the land of the chat, he's reigning everywhere. Oh, Henry, the king of the flame. No one in the chat will ever be the same. From the top of the world, he's looking down. With a crown of hate, he wears his crown. No one can outrace us, the man in black. But don't you dare call him that, don't you turn back. For Henry's the one, he ain't nobody king. In the hall of the worst, he's wearing the ring. Oh, Henry, the king of the flame. No one in the chat will ever be the same. From the top of the world, he's looking down. With a crown of hate, he wears his crown. The YouTube guy's got nothing on him in the trash league. Henry's never dim, always the hater, always the stream. No greater bully than him, the chat will sing. Oh, Henry, the king of the flame. No one in the chat will ever be the same. From the top of the world, he's looking down. With a crown of hate, he wears his crown. So here are the rules we all must obey. In Henry's shadow we live each day. For there's no one worse, no one more mean than Henry, the lord of this chat machine.